So, yes, you posted the video with the aim to intimidate them that, okay, if I post the video here, or maybe they will now not want to do what they should do. So it becomes a crime there. If you record that kind of conversation, that's your own, because you didn't get the consent of the other person. That's one thing. But yes, you can do it if it's for your educational purpose, if it's for your security purpose, if it's for any other thing, you can do it. But if the intention cannot be proven that, oh, this was done because you want to intimidate, you want to harass, you want to bully, you want to subject another person to ridicule, which you did with that police officer, then you are entering into that region of criminality, and you're used to this region anyway. It looks like you're becoming a career criminal, because everything you say, everything you do sits in that region of criminality. Eba, continue, ma. Yes, ma'am.
Mobile. So to connect mon kokon le. Ama binu jaya to connect mon kokon.
Didn't even know that nobody is yet to be buried until now. The policeman was shocked when I mentioned his arrestation in front of my lawyer. He can't deny that. I took my time for making a video involving Omowummi and Immennzie since I got out of prison 3 days since Thursday. When I came out, I found out a lot of things. I saw that the matter was trending on social media and all major blogs. Then I did my own video. Nigerians, there's a lot you don't know and you don't understand, but grab a popcorn, click the follow button, and listen attentively till the end. As you all know, the case is currently in court. There are some things I won't mention now, but some things you should all know. Firstly, I got a call from someone saying the Office of the Commissioner of Police is inviting for criminal conspiracy and conduct license to bring breach of peace. I got an invitation letter posted into my page and I honored the invitation. But when I posted the video of the invitation, 70% of the Nigerians in my comment are saying it is strong, and this is where the problem is. Maybe you don't know what you can do and what you can't do. Someone calls you, you have the right to actually record the call. If you're involved, as much as you don't need to bully, blackmail or harass. So obviously I went to the lawyer and I found out Omowummi wrote a petition against me. When I saw the petition, I laughed because the petition was very funny. But one of the videos I've made on the mobile case, she's a prominent name in the mobile case because she was a partner. Right? One of the videos and documents I posted was only my words were taken out of context to file a petition against me. Like, okay, the officer then took my statement, interrogating me, like, but not that I've never been arrested by the police, I've never been beaten, I've never slept in a cell, I've never been remanded in prison because I'm a very loyal citizen of Nigeria. Until this matter happened, no, you don't believe that the police officer that was interrogating me, that investigated the case, a response to the petition that Omowummi wrote, didn't even know that nobody is yet to be buried till now. The policeman was shocked when I mentioned his arrestation in front of my lawyer. He can't deny that. I instantly then knew what was going on, so I was already very ready to go to court. The officers were looking at me like, okay, I posted the invitation online, so they couldn't cross any boundary with me. I finished my statement. Omowummi
Because who connects mon kokon so to bere.
Welcome.
Bó ṣe ṣe bíbí ẹ nìyẹn kọ́kọ́ fi ṣe intro, ó tún wá fi sí inú fídíò náà. So nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ló fi dà, ó repeat the same thing nìyẹn. Ó kọ́kọ́ fi ṣe intro.
Ọ̀gá mi
Ẹ̀dá ṣètò.
Ọ̀gá mi, gbàtẹ́mi wo fídíò yìí, the only thing I could see is lamentation. Èmi lọ́rọ̀ tó kún lamentation lọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá ti kọjá common sense lamentation ni ó lament you. Because all this, they did not even know that Mohbad has not been buried. Kí ló kàn wá bẹ́ẹ̀?
Ó yẹ kó dẹjọ́ ẹnu ni ọ̀tí tó bá bẹ́rì Mohbad. Tó bá dẹ̀ ti bẹ́rì Mohbad kó padà wá.
You are not even addressing the bone of contention. You are not even addressing what you are being petitioned for. None of the statement of fact as to the reason why you have been petitioned was even addressed. Not even in the barest minimum. Oh, Sokoto gbé lọ síbẹ̀ fún. Oh, Sokoti wọ́n ní ó ṣe. Oh, so anything. Okay, you just give a blank statement because there's no how you will tell your followers that they will not tell you that it's true. You said it. They can see until on some statement to pass on to follow it. They will tell you that you actually said it. You are just giving a blank statement.
Ní dementia, ó yẹ káwọn followers
because you are just giving a blank statement because you are trying to be wise. And you are not wise, to be honest. gbogbo explanation tó ń ṣe pé even the police were surprised àwáwí ni gbogbo yẹn because you know that you have no case no mọ̀ pé tí bó ṣe lè jáde nínú case yìí and what do? You start to do pity party òun try láti play a victim like they are trying to witch-hunt you for saying the truth. Òun tó ẹ̀rọ lọ́ní pé kó wá sọ òun lọ́ní kó wá sọ if they are charging you for something. Go and tell your truth. As simple as that. You don't need to come online to come and be explaining. But I'm just like, it's a waste of time as far as I'm concerned because it's just unnecessary shalaye. Shalaye or anybody be by. As far as you are concerned, any shalaye that you want to do, go and tell it to the court of law. You know me do about my introduction. Only I'm just coming from prison. Intro your last one, in any mama jail for life. I am just coming from prison. Ní gbogbo intro tó sọ yẹn, ìyẹn nìkan ló mú èmi lọ́wọ́. I am just coming from prison. Tó bá ti lè sọ yẹn, inú tèmi dùn. So gbogbo ṣàlàyé tó kù tó wá ṣe yẹn. My dear, kò èmi o, honestly. Kò kà wá bí gbà ẹ̀, honestly. I am just coming from prison tó ra sọ yẹn. Ìyẹn nìkan ni kókó tó mú dání. Kò lọ sẹ́wọ̀n àbò lọ sẹ́wọ̀n, kò lọ. That's all. That's all everything. Ọ̀gá mi kò tó ìmọ̀ àṣọ ń pẹ̀lú yẹn o. The guy is irrelevant as far as I'm concerned.
You're on point. So, Sister Tremmie, continue.
And the police station, I saw it by daylight. Omowummi Cynthia wrote, you didn't even know that Mohbad is yet to be buried. Till now, the policeman was showing I mentioned his arrestation in front of my lawyer. He can't deny that. I instantly then knew what was going on, so I was already very ready to go to court. The officers were looking at me like, okay, I posted the invitation online, so they couldn't cross any boundary with me. I finished my statement. Omowummi Cynthia's lawyer came. He then videoed me at the police station. I saw it by daylight. I didn't see it. Even at the court, Omowummi's lawyer videoed me in handcuff. I see him too. I don't like say I don't see. Somebody sent the video to, I don't know, but they sent it to Mary. I won't say a full stamp. I will do something for now. I will come back to all those ones later. So far, all the police says there's no resolution. The client is taking the case to court. So you have to depend on most especially when I'm a media person and no.
Hold on, ma. Number one, you want to record your look back post there. Or you can record there. Of course, you are not even coming with any proof now. Record there. But you can record your look back and you post it and you're claiming you don't want to use it for some nefarious purpose. But then you also admitted in that your video now that the policeman already saw the video you posted online. So they couldn't cross any boundaries with you. So you knew what you were doing when you were posting those videos, when you were posting them online. You knew. And like we said, if you record another person without their consent, and you use it for the purposes of harassment, intimidation, bullying, or any other unlawful purpose, then you walk into the criminal region. So, and by your own admission, you knew the intent of you posting that video was to, yes, maybe keep them on their toes, try not, maybe so that they don't cross, like you said, boundaries. We don't know if you're the one defining boundaries for them now, but then clearly you knew what you were doing. And also when you come video, which they have the right to do also. Except if the only time they don't have the right to do that kind of video is if they are doing it to intimidate you, to bully you, to harass you. Then you have to prove their intent also. You have to prove they took that video also. You cannot just go about mentioning it. And that's how people put themselves in trouble. If Omowummi lawyers decide now, all the Omowummi lawyers, because of the so-called Daruko Yokon, all the Omowummi lawyers now come together and decide that we want to take this up with you. Now, at the end of the day, I don't think it's about education. I just think if you're just a criminal, most of the time you'll be a criminal. All you'll be doing will be leaning towards that type of stuff, criminality. Because you can come up here now and accuse somebody when you don't even have evidence of it at all. You don't have the evidence of it. If whoever recorded, if somebody recorded you, whether they are his lawyer or they are not even Omowummi's lawyer. But then, we'll go on. Eba, move on, ma.
Okay, I didn't enter for the first time ever. I stood for another day. The next morning, my lawyers were already in court. Then the police brought me out. Sorry, man. To another question.
Mo gbàgbé ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ oní ọ̀dẹ̀ sọ pé kò sí resolution that they cannot do any resolution with the with Omowummi that the case will have to proceed to court. So there we tell every other person, all of you, when we're telling you that this guy was begging, this idiot tó bọ́ sórí online tó ń ṣe flinge yìí sí lọ́ọ̀yà méjèèjì àti tó ń wá Pepsi kiri lẹ̀ àti tó tiẹ̀ ìlókùnú díẹ̀. They were both begging that how can this be resolved? Tí ò ní la ọ̀rọ̀ kéèsì lọ, tó máa yanjú ẹ̀, tí state ò ní bá bọ̀bọ̀ ìṣe case. They were begging. You saw, you heard them in the video that they said they couldn't come to any resolution, that the case had to be because Omowummi and our lawyers said no. They insisted that this case has to be tried in the court. Yes, if he's truly remorseful, if he's truly sorry, if he truly means it, let him go to the court and plead there. Let him go and plead with the judge. Let him go and show his remorse to the judge. And maybe the judge can, decide, you have to tamper justice with mercy sometime. If the judge wants to do that, good for the judge, not for him. Tito Unilati make sure he has his day in court. And that Omowummi has done. Whatever happens to him after that, it's not Omowummi's problem again. Omowummi is going to trust the system, even though there are a whole lot of areas that you not want to trust the system on. But Omowummi wants to trust the system this time around, as she has been trusting all this while. That go to the system, let the system decide your fate. You have done this to me, but if I learn along here in this case, on the system. So you were begging, not just profusely, you were begging. Omowummi àtàwọn lọ́yà ṣe ògbó ẹ̀bẹ̀ yẹn ni. Nǹkan tí kéèsì yẹn ṣe wà kọ́ọ̀tì sí nìyẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ á continue ma. Ó tún máa padà sẹ́yìn àbí? Ẹ wà mí tẹ́ẹ̀dọ̀ sí starting mi mo mọ́.
Mo ń bọ̀ mi ti pè é.
Oh, okay. Nígbà tá à ń sọ fún wọn pé wèrè yan yín o ṣe ló bẹ̀rẹ̀ káàkiri.
They sent it to marry. I won't say a full stop. I will do something for now. I will come back to all these ones later. So fast forward, the police says there is no resolution. The client is taking the case to court. So you have to defend me, most especially I'm a media person and I have to show up for court. So I will go from the police station to court. Okay, I didn't enter for the first time ever. I stood for another day. The next morning, my lawyers were already in court. Then the police brought me out and said she want to do another question. I was like, see, we did call this morning. My lawyers were already doing court. So waiting, the one has to know my own blah blah blah. I say, my lawyer come. He then said to me, that is like, to take him to court on that Tuesday that he's seeing your video. I was like, not change out. No, you're saying that election against me. I'm not here guilty. I'm sure you are already thinking you're doing it. I didn't even know what is yet to be. I didn't back to this. Come my lawyer, come. My lawyer. I'm going to support you.
Money share where the boy is. Only Mohbad is not here to be buried. Don't pardon me.
So what are you talking about?
I don't know.
You know what this come preserve well for Suya at your words.
Escapade.
Escapade, welcome, sir.
Èwo ni kíni.
Official defense. Mi ò gbọ́
Bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ní pé ká lè mọ̀ pé bóyá kò mọ̀. Welcome sir. Ṣé
Kí ni gbogbo eléyìí báyìí torí Ọlọ́run mi láì gbogbo eléyìí ṣọ́ra yín ọ̀gá.
Mr. You go out and come back. Go out and come back.
Ọ̀gá mi ẹ ṣọ́ra yín bẹ̀ yẹn o. Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹni mẹ́ta là ń sọ máa kó tètè àti mi o.
welcome, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ti sùn wà láìka. Ní serious now, ṣé ní ọ̀rọ̀ tó tọ̀ là ń sọ síbà? Sísọmọládé ọ̀rọ̀ tí yín wà bọ̀ wá bá ní.
This guy is here. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Lord.
You don't do on the line. What we go do you for this platform? You don't go polite with the wrong person. Sister Bene, we say
You carry your mother for years.
yeah, request down now. Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ now?
Yeah, escapade or not, they were coded. Then escapade the book.
Ẹ má wọlé. Ẹ má lọ bẹ̀rù sábàtà.
Can you come and get your head? Yeah, Mr. People, I might join the world. I might join the world. Ọ̀gá mi ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ti yín o. Ẹ̀rọ kéèsì tó wà lọ́wọ́ yín o. Orúkọ yín ti wọnú kéèsì. Ẹ̀rọ gbogbo ìgbà orúkọ ti yín lọ́wọ́ petition.
Ó ṣé kò tó bẹ́ẹ̀, Mr.
Ó tó bẹ́ẹ̀.
That place, couldn't parlor from Bender. We are getting one room.
Àlùmá ó wà sí mi báyìí. Mi ti ẹ̀rọ amú ti fẹ́ send request mi to request. Okay, we gonna try another one.
Sísá méjì ẹ̀ ṣọ́ra yín o. Sísá dúkì. Ẹgbẹ́ ìpínlẹ̀ mi tẹ̀lé wọn kọ́mẹ́sì sọ mi ní wọn kọ́mẹ́sì sọ mọ́.
Then escapade.
Ó sọ romantic.
Wàlẹ́ ó tún kọ́ petition gbogbo yẹn. Ṣé ẹ̀yin comment section yẹn? Ẹ̀yin kọ́ bọ́lá kọ́. Ìkọ́tẹ́ máa ń dálẹ̀ comment section ìkọ́tẹ́ ń dálẹ̀ owó sì ju ẹni fún. Wọ́n ní fún yín ní dóòsì kan tó máa ń fáwọn jù sí.
Wọ́n lè ń blọ̀ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ power beats.
Ọ̀gá mi ẹ̀gbọ́n ọ̀gá sọ ni. Ṣàtẹ́mi ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ṣọ́ ti yín o. Ẹ̀gbọ́n tí Búkẹ́ sọ ni. Ó ní pé they were not able to settle it. Kí ló ń settle? Lọ́yẹ̀ ń bẹ̀bẹ̀ nígbà.
Ọlọ́run bẹ̀bẹ̀ nífẹ̀ẹ́ Ọlọ́run. Ó ló ṣe kí Búkẹ́ ṣe bọ́ta wá parọ́.
Ìkọ́ra yẹn ló fi wá jáde. Ìkọ́ra yẹn ni. Òun ló fi jáde. Ìkọ́ra yẹn ni.
Àwọn òṣèyàn burúkú ni. Ṣé ń dẹ́ ká rìkọ́ọ̀dì ẹbí tó ti gbé Pepsi dání tó ń try láti monitor sugar level ẹ̀ tó ń bẹ̀bẹ̀ lọ́wọ́.
Ṣé mo wípé ìlà tí inú wọn dùn wọ́n sọ wípé inú àwọn dùn wípé immunizer wípé kò jáde wá bẹ̀bẹ̀ wípé he came out strong.
Kí ló tọ́ wa sọ?
Tó yẹ náà fi rán máùsì lánàá, ó tún ti sun kúlé ní ló wò sí mọ́sẹ̀. Ẹ fi mí sílẹ̀, mo ní mi ò ṣe jọ́ tó dà pa fámìlì ẹ̀ tún ti pè pé ṣó mọ̀ pé àwọn ṣó tó tún ṣe tún ti dé station. Ó ti tún pariwo mo kọjá ń bẹ̀ sí tó ẹlẹ́jẹ̀ fún òun lọ́rùn sílẹ̀ jẹ́ fẹ́ pọ̀ òun ni òun ò ṣe justice
Òun ló fẹ́ parẹ̀ náà. Mo ti tọ́ka bá
òun náà rò pé bí eléṣe bọ́ta tó ṣe pro kóun náà bọ́ta kóun wá ṣe pro.
Àjọlá ò lè fi jẹ́ fún ẹ̀.
Wọ́n tó ló parìyà eléyìí ó máa yẹ àwọn tó máa pọ̀ ó tún bú àwọn aláàánú ẹ̀ gan pé ó gírídì ìwọ tó lókun àrìyàwó náà jáyán.
Ó mẹ́kọ̀ọ́ owó lórí.
Àwọn àgbà gbélé lọ sí immediately ní secondary
ó tún sọ pé òun tó bínú ayé o. Mi rò pé ẹ tẹ́ bá gbọ́ fídíò yẹn lọ. Ó ní pé òun tó bínú ayé òun tí wọ́n fi lè ṣe òun báyìí pé ká máa sọ ẹni tí ò bá léèyàn.
Ojú ẹ̀ ní ṣẹ́gẹ̀ nìyẹn. Ojú ẹ̀ ń ṣẹ́gẹ̀ ló sọ yẹn.
Ó lóun tó mí tẹ ọmọ kan tó fi rẹ̀ pè tó lóun tó bínú ayé.
God abeg o.
Ó ní someone like me.
Ní kó sọ pé ó ní lẹ́yìn gbogbo ẹ̀ òun tún sun sẹ́yìn. Bó ṣe kú láyà dání, òun tún sun sẹ́yìn.
So ilé òye kò ti ẹjọ́ ṣé ìyẹn ò yẹ kó ti sọ fún àwọn ọlọ́pọlọ kíkù yòókù wípé they are in for trouble.
It's because we want we are law-abiding people. We always want to follow the dictates of the law. Otherwise, tó bá yẹ pọ̀ wá agbára la fẹ́ lò ní kò kàn ní sún sẹ́ẹ̀lì ọjọ́ kan really. By now, ó máa wà lẹ́wọ̀n kan bóyá ní Maiduguri àbí ní Kwara táwọn èèyàn òdìbò bí tó ti ń ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lọ́wọ́. Táwọn bàbá ní ká ro Tabanika ro ti àwọn ìwà tó ti wù àti how ready our people are nígbà ẹ má worry whatever it takes. Tabanika lo gbogbo level yẹn ni. They will not be hard by now. But because eventually we have a way of prevailing over our people, we know.
Of course.
They can say by the books. Yeah. Let's follow the right process. Let's do it right. So that come our accused wa lola. We don't want to be in the same bed with them. Otherwise, you tó jáde tó ń ṣe fídíò kò bá máa ti jáde sọ pé òun ṣe fídíò by now. Wọn bá sì máa wá kiri lẹ̀ bóyá wọ́n ti declare wanted. Tàbí tí wọ́n ti gbé kinní tí wọ́n máa ṣe justice for èèyàn kan àwọn ọmọ ibi tó wà. But I will go that route. We are better than that. Asake of Kandu Nation, how you doing? So, Sister Tremmie, continue video yẹn fún wa.
Since Mr. Asake tún ti kí yín wọn tún kí mi àbí kò sí wàhálà. Èmi àti yín
Wọ́n ti kí yín láti ilẹ̀ ilé ọkọ̀ kí tó ní name sí ìpàwọ̀.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọ sókè tí ń bá rí kíkí yẹn nígbà. Host ìyá ẹ má bínú mi ìwò comment. Mr. Asake my love. Ó yá. Kaduro de Mama Duro de escapade.
Then I was handcuffed. I told the two police officers they were taking me to court. That this petition now, I'm found guilty. So I've never been arrested.
Ṣé ẹ ti tán ni?
Irọ́ ó ṣì ń lọ. Mo fẹ́ sáré pọ̀ sẹ̀ ni mo gbọ́ pẹ̀sán kankan sọ.
Náà nítorí mo di tó tún sọ pé ó ń sọ kankan bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ó padà sí fẹ́rẹ̀ again. Yes, you were handcuffed. You were supposed to be handcuffed. You are a flight risk. You are violent, going by everything you've been doing and everything you're willing to do. It shows you're dangerous. They have to limit your movement. They have to curtail you. They have to be safe to the officers. They have to be safe from you. Ìwọ tó lè wo àwọn criminal acts bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, you can go any length just to escape. So, unrestrained, it is normal. It is allowed. It is lawful. They have not done anything. In fact, with you, the officers, they have been intentional. They've been mindful of their actions. They were so mindful of actions with you. They didn't want anything to come back at them like, oh, they didn't do their due diligence, they didn't follow the process, or they abused your rights. You see that in all the videos you did. You cannot accuse them of abusing your rights or any way, unlike what Yomi is doing for every other person. Let's continue, man.
Police officers they were taking me to court. That this petition now, I'm even yet to be found guilty. I'm already placed in handcuffs. That if I also come to you guys and start writing petitions against people, so you would have to invite those people on my behalf, detain them, then put them in handcuffs, then we try them to get caught together.
No, it is wrong. That is fundamentally wrong. That's logically wrong. The process is that you write petition against somebody. The police investigates it, and they will invite that person. After findings, making some clarification from the person, and they are still of the opinion that that person has actually committed some offenses. They've actually gone against some dictates of the law, some provisions of the law. At that point, they will charge you to court. If they consider you a flight risk, if they consider you a danger to yourself or a danger to them, they will place you in handcuffs. Then, it is the procedure, it is the law. Not that you will just write petition against somebody, they will invite them, they'll put them in handcuffs, they will take them to court. That is not the process. Don't jump a critical step there. They will investigate. And that's what they did in your own. They investigated, they invited you for clarification. Easily come to your place, track you and locate you and bundle you up like the animal that you are.
Anti-justice in here.
But they afforded you that opportunity to come and make clarifications. And after you came, you said what you need to say, and with the evidence, the doubting evidence facing you, even in yourself, you knew you did something. You knew you were in big shit. That's why your true lawyers were begging profusely. And that's the investigation part of this case, which they did. And that was why they were able to put you in handcuffs. That's why they were able to charge you to court the next day. Because, again, they didn't want to infringe on your rights. the other, they could have, looked for an alternative, maybe getting another to hold you for another 48 hours, or hold you indefinitely gone. But no, they want this to be a professional kind of case, and they were professional with you. So, if nobody's saying anything.
As are you catching up? I hope your talk comes never finished. That's what we got to be caught. I was handcuffed for 5 hours. My case was called, the judge sat. I got 6 counts. My counts were then read to me, and I pleaded not guilty to all 6 counts. I didn't notice that inside the petition, we added that she was attacked in public.
Okay.
Because of my post. But at the court reads she was almost inside the petition. She wrote she was attacked. Okay. Like I already see what was going on. Like my reaction, the pure reaction in the jury, but taking that line, like at that so what I.
Yes. Stupidly, and that's the part of the investigation I was just explaining now. Maybe you get to understand it now with this. So, even if you have it in the petition that she was attacked, the petition is her statement. The petition is how she feels. The petition is the fears she felt when you were doing all these things, what she went through. Of course, the police being the unbiased investigator in this, they will investigate the claims. They will ask questions from her. They will ask questions from you. They will review the available evidence. And at that point, they will determine what charge is appropriate. And after the investigation, they determine that, okay, maybe she was not attacked. Like, maybe did not suffer any bodily harm right away. If somebody comes to me aggressively and says, you want any bye-bye, that is an attack. English for immunizer, but you will learn the case one way or the other. If somebody approaches me in a manner that I don't like, in a manner that causes me to be in comprehension or apprehension of myself, in a manner that causes me to want to step back and be mindful of my environment, it is an attack. It's an attack. So if somebody is saying, I will attack because of what you did, yes, they are right to say they were attacked. Yes, the police might now look at it and now say, okay, what is the law saying about attack really? Is it just you being apprehension of yourself, or you were actually physically assaulted? The police can now determine that, okay, that is attack in the English sense of it, in the petition sense of it, is fine. But putting it in charges, taking it to court, attack itself might not be able to hold water in the court. After investigation, they now decided that almost attacked. So what is wrong in that? What is too big in that for you to understand? That is what your posts, what your bullying, what your online harassment, your cyber stalking, that is what it did to her. And that is what she expressed in the petition, and the police reframed it. That because the law might not look at it that way, they know what the law is looking at. They know what elements need to be present for each of these charges. They have reviewed it, and by their own estimation or in their own estimation, they have decided that no, using attack is not the right thing, almost attack is the right thing there.
Reacted to in the video, and even to what the Alobas family lawyer said about infidelity, right? So the caption, a full caption, that the caption was cut in half inside the petition, and then to the entire statement too, everything taken out of context. To get that extra that I even posted an explicit, content of that. Okay, so with all this, I was very confident that I would trust the court to bring real justice on this case. Yeah, and again, now remember that you see on this same bad case that the court asked the manager to go and look for hospital, and then Cynthia to go and look for hospital, and the court welfare officer to go and for hospital, they give them weeks.
Yeah. So already you're already starting to know your fate here. You're already knowing where your end is going to be here. That's why you're already pulling this card now. Because the card you're pulling is that, oh, the court cannot be trusted. Even though that's not the same court, oh, it's not the same court. But of course, the way you guys have painted it online, the court is colluding with me, the court is doing this, the court is doing that. Now that's the card you're trying to play here. That is it not the same court that went to go and bring one center, but a man saw that court here, no, professor, okay, what else? What else should we do? Let's not, even if we don't analyze that and show you how wrong you are. Yes, what else should you do? Do you have another court somewhere else? So you court in that you want to now submit yourself to, you want to submit yourself to his jurisdiction. No, it is still the same court. They will decide your fate. Based on the evidence, you will have the chance to defend yourself. Only you pleaded not guilty to all the charges. Yes, you pleaded not guilty to all the charges, doesn't mean you're guilty. You said they took waste and they just piece of waste from your stuff. They didn't even go for your posts. Now, because of that, maybe that means you're not guilty. They took your words out of context. Yes, you will have the chance to provide context to them. If that is your submission, they took them out of context, and the time will come when the trial starts properly. You will be provided, you will be availed the opportunity of providing context to all these things you have said. And you will now be able to show to the court how friendly how friendly they are. Now they were just friendly banters. I was just advising her. You will provide context eventually. But one thing you need to know. Yeah, go on.
Ogami, if this guy is making an excuse that based on context, the court will look at the pattern of how you've been behaving towards this said widow. If you are saying you made a statement and they misunderstood you, is your intention to behind the statement you made? And how can your intention be proven? Is the pattern of the videos you've done prior to that time, even after that time, and the comment under the said video, it will show how people that are your followers perceive the message you are passing across. So there's a pattern. You cannot now lie that they took your word out of context. It's a different thing. Maybe you just made a video, maybe out of the blue. You've never done any video about Omowummi before. But there is a pattern. So everybody know more Kawati now. We know that this is a pattern of the way he's behaving. This is an intentional way of subjecting this widow to dragging, to constant bullying. So you know what you are doing. You were not misunderstood. Your whatever statement you made wasn't taken out of context. So don't come and give us that bull crap here. No.
Exactly. Yeah, go on, Esther.
Yeah. Talking about, it's so funny when I saw that video where he was talking about, they said Omowummi was attacked, Omowummi was nearly attacked, blah, blah, blah. It shows the kind of people that we're dealing with here. Defamation is an attack on a person's reputation. Libel, slander, all those. When people were putting all those things out on social media, saying that she has 5 NIN, she's this, she's that, is an attack. It's not when you strike somebody with an instrument or you eat somebody, that is when you can qualify something as an attack. But obviously, their sense, the way they understand things are a bit shallow. They're very, very shallow. That's the way I see it. I saw him doing those videos and I'm thinking this guy is even committing more atrocities. But obviously, they need that drama. This is what is fueling their movement. They need the drama. They need to show that, they are doing something to appeal to those in that camp. Imagine him saying that the police officer did not even know that they haven't buried Mohbad. What has that got to do with anything? It even goes to show that all of your noise that you are making on social media, even a police officer does not even know. That is how disinterested people have been on this matter. But you think all this noise you are making is everywhere. They think it's the whole world that is listening to them. But it's only us, only the people here on J4M that is listening to you. If you go to Lagos, people have forgotten about the case. If you talk about it, they'll be like, have they not buried that boy yet? But Yomi will sit down there, all these guys will sit down there and think that whatever they are saying is projecting across the world. No, it is not.
It's crazy. Like you said, they are shallow in their thinking. Even him saying, they didn't even go for his post. It is whatever he said, they were taking his words out of context. Because you have just read a charge sheet, you have seen your count, you think that's all the prosecution, that's all they have for you, or that's all they have against you. Again, you're shallow in your thinking. The charge sheet itself is just meant to identify one or two things. Number one, maybe yes, to identify the accused that, so person is charged with so thing, to identify the offenses. Whatever date is there, whatever the complaint is all about, also to describe the conduct, what you have done that has warranted all these offenses, and also to cite whatever law you have broken, whatever law you have infringed on, whatever sections of the law you have broken. That is what the charges is basically meant for, not to tell you all the prosecution has against you. So if they have used one or two words from what you have used in your charge sheet, that's not the evidence they have against you. Wait till discovery, wait till the trial, wait till they start disclosing what the evidence is. As your lawyer asks for the list of evidences, the list of witnesses, no, you've not gotten to that stage. And you are here already looking like you're jubilating. You've not seen all those things. And if you if you sit down and look at that charge sheet critically, and you see the progression of those offenses from offense 1, I believe all of us we've seen that charge sheet, what he has been charged for, the 6 counts. We've seen it. If you see the progression of, it is in contravention to sections of the law. This is what it means. You did this one, it could cause breach of peace and this and this, and you posted this. It's a progression. Even from the charge sheet alone, you should be able to see that they have already built a case against you. The charge sheet was showing you how your conduct led to the attack, led or cannot be qualified as cyber stalking or cyber bullying, cannot be qualified as capable of causing breakdown of peace in the society. They have shown a pattern from that charge sheet alone. If I have that charge sheet alone, without going through the list of evidences, I already know that for all these things they have been able to establish here, in this list here, all they need is just one video, one publication of all these things. They have proven a pattern already. And that's what they need to prove intent here. Intent is what you have in mind. And because we cannot know what you have in mind, we will look at your conduct or your silent attitude, your disposition over a period of time. Then intent will be inferred from that. So it is clear from this charge sheet that you have been going about online maligning this person. So you cannot turn around and say he's been taken out of context. Number 1 is taken out of context. Okay, map, you know. Number 2, taken out of context. Okay, okay. Number 3, taken out of context. No, not likely. It shows that this is a career. This is what you want to do. This is your intention. There is malice in it. There is an end to it. If you now want to look at it, whether leading to now some other actions or retrospectively to some actions you've performed in the past. Everything now lines up. The first thing you would do when you came out into this issue from, what's it called now? Twitter, was to post a nude image, ascribing it to Omowummi. After then, you went on and on, describing her with all sorts of unprintable names, accusing her of different things, displaying her passport photograph, passport data page, and all that. So if you now look at everything you've said, retrospectively, if you now attach it to the action you took the first time you came up on this case, with the explicit content you posted, you should see that you are working with a pattern. You are working with a determined end. You are trying to get a story out here. You are working an angle here. And that is what the police, from this sheet alone, they may be able to establish. Of course, they will prove the evidence. And part of the evidence, the phone net log basile. Business line, it is an evidence. Because you use that phone in committing some of these atrocities. That phone is instrumental in you committing some of these atrocities. And you now think all they have against you is just the words they quoted. And you thought they quoted it out of context. They will show you the full video. They will show you how it relates to the other ones you have said and how it communicated into you now posting a passport data page and tracing it back to the action you took by posting that content, nude content. Olugboni, o ma gbọ́n one way or the other, say. Sister Tremmie, are you there?
While we wait for Sister Tremmie, I think the funness of it all was when he said everything is posted. He posted with evidence. So his evidence is the thing that's already posted on his pages. That's what he's trying to say. I don't think this guy understands it. I don't think he understands what the issue is. He doesn't understand it. They said you posted somebody's passport. They are saying the evidence is with the thing that you posted. That they're not worried about what you posted. They were worried about the caption or whatever you put under it. I'm sure he's just doing this for.
What lawful excuse would you have to post another person's passport data? What lawful excuse would you have to post a nude image, ascribing it to somebody, whether it's yes or not? What lawful excuse would you have?
Exactly. I think there's a new law that was passed by this government. Was it on last month or 2 months ago in relation to something like this, using somebody's data unlawfully or something like that. I think it falls under that remit. But it's just that it doesn't seem to. I'm sure in his closet he'll be thinking he's in trouble. But I think he's just doing all of this for show off and drama to keep that group, keep them in a church to keep happy. Yeah. Exactly. This is what they've always done.
It's a stupid boy, and it's a pity that we have some people, or maybe they don't. They should have some people around these people to come up where you're going to where you won't return, a place of no return. This journey you're embarking on, if you were to see the end of it, you will regret it. I don't know if they don't have such people around them.
In fact, Ogami, there was a video that this guy posted where Wunmi and Mohbad, they were playing, they were being playful, and it was like, make una see the way Wunmi is eating Mohbad. It showed that she's a violent partner, and I'm like, are you for real? Where are you getting it from?
That's part of the pattern too. That shows
you
want to put this person in bad lights.
You will say you are misunderstood. They took it out of context. when you specifically put out that statement so that you put this girl in a bad light. So it's a calculated attempt. It's not you are misquoted. It's not that you are taken out of context. Hello, no. You know what you are doing. You are calculating and you know what you are doing. You were building it just like Mr. Pythagoras said. You were building it layer upon layer upon layer just to arrive at a particular junction in order to malign this girl. So you know what you are doing. Oh, yeah. And when there was a video, it said they went to the court of they went to the probate court. They changed name for property. Mohbad is worth 1 billion naira. He was just saying all sorts of jargons. All sorts of jargons. Just to put it in people's mind, in his gullible followers' mind, so in order for them to have a bad intention or bad thought towards this particular girl, Wunmi. So you know what you are doing. You know. Don't come and give me that you are taking out of context. Go and tell that.
And that is what actually establishes defamation. You are posting things that you know that are untrue. It's not like you are not sure they are true or not. This one you know it's untrue, and you are posting it. And when your attention is brought to it, you double down and say, well, it's
taken out of context.
Yeah, the likes and comments. I think it's a drug. It's now a drug. It should be like the way they treat people for drugs and alcohol, opioids and all those things. Likes and comments is now the new drug. People should now be treated for this.
It's intoxicating.
Exactly.
It's intoxicating, to be honest. And you don't know when to stop.
Hey, Sister Tremmie, I think she's busy.
To be honest, because I don't know. Video go.
Obele ti sọ̀kalẹ̀, ẹ ti ń pè mí látàárọ̀. Sorry.
The welfare officer of courts that we Nigerians are looking up to brought a cancer lab or give them wings. Omowummi Cynthia side, they brought a lab that does not conduct tissue based. I posted all those with evidence. So yes, the welfare officer of the courts conduct a cancer lab even despite giving does that mean compromise? Like, as a normal woman being as a Nigerian, what do you think about the court system? Terrible. And we have to, because courts have to always fulfill we Nigerians, right? Nigerians can always come to them for justice, right? So this is my first court case. I know what I believe, and I know people know what's right, and the law knows what harassment is, what intimidation is, and what bullying is. Now, you need to understand that Omowummi Cynthia didn't show at the police station when I was there. Our lawyer came. The courts, Omowummi Cynthia didn't show. Our lawyer came, said he's our representative, said Wunmi is sick, said it's at the police station, Wunmi is sick. But Wunmi, I come and see Wunmi there, she don't travel out, she get abroad. In court, Wunmi is sick. Omowummi Cynthia is me representing is sick. But in real life, she's abroad.
Ó ti sọ̀rọ̀ tó rubbish ló dẹ̀ sọ. Omowummi Cynthia Omowummi Cynthia Aloba does not need to be in the court with you. She is a witness for the prosecution. She doesn't need to be there when you've been read your charges. Eventually, there will come a time that the prosecution will need her in the courts. Even if at that point she couldn't make it to the court, she will still send her representative. If they need to take statement from her or put her into the witness box, there are alternatives to that. But of course, she will be there at that time. So you don't need Omowummi Cynthia Aloba to be at the police station with you because Paloma investigates. She has submitted a petition. She has written a statement to support that petition. The police has investigated that petition and they found some evidence that they can charge you with, and they have done that. Omowummi ò need láti wà níbẹ̀ to do any other thing. She has done her part. The case is now between you and the state, the commissioner of police, and by Jejoni. Those are the people you should be facing right now. Leave Omowummi out of your mouth. Omowummi has no business with you at this point. The prosecution bá dé díẹ̀ láti wá testify sí some of those things tó sọ pé ó ṣẹlẹ̀ sóhun. Ó máa wà bẹ́ẹ̀ láti testify sí. Tí àwọn evidence yẹn náà bá dẹ̀ wà enough gan, they can even be overwhelming that they don't even need our testimony at all. But it depends on how the case goes. So gbogbo àtàmọ̀ nìyẹn. It might be your ignorance. It might be because you're not knowledgeable. And that's why you're thinking these things are important. Gbogbo àwọn kan tó ń tamọ̀ yìí, they are nothing at all. Kò ní ọ̀kan ṣe pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀. Yes, this might be your first law case. This might be your first case. Eventually, this will be the one you will learn with. One way or the other, one thing I'm certain, one thing I'm sure of is that before the end of this case, you will become a motivational speaker. That one, I'm sure of it. So, video here.
Yeah, Ogami, when he was saying,
I'm not paying more, so let's move.
No, the last play. You can't play what is on controversy. So I think the last part will be talking on so rocking me. Well, if you talk family is a part, but also pay Kini Wumi the real since Alebanjo. One way should be a back on the man tele. Like, where is the energy? I was expecting, like, I understand, God, what's going on? Like, am I on the wrong page? Like, what happened to Agbapo?
Ó gbàgbé àwọn lingo ẹ̀ ni.
Okay, ó gbàgbé àwọn lingo Afranga. Okay, ó ti yé your dad. When it was like, even Wumi that petition me, she's not in court. I'm like, are you daft? Are you daft? Omowummi don't need to be there. What do you need her for? Omowummi don't need to be there. What I don't want to say about the nurse is in court. Why is Wumi not there? What do you need Wumi for? Are you the prosecutor that will tell when Wumi should come to court? Did the prosecutor tell me that they called Wumi did not show up? Kiniti, who the person you should be facing is the person who is the complainant against you, and that is the commissioner of police. You don't need Wumi. Why are you coming where Wumi was not there? What's your business with that? Correct, am I on the wrong page? Where is the energy? When you be saying you should have keep up the energy. You get what I'm saying, Immennzie? You should have keep up the energy. The ignorance of the law is not an excuse, in case you don't know. Oh, there's no pay me more pay ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ni o, ìjọba òfin ọmọ yẹn o. No. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Okay, Ogami, kí ni next thing like? Kí ni next topic like?
Order of mandamus.
Favorite topic be like favorite topic be like
Yami Shitu, Kojo Meta. Rama.
Okay, time to proceed.
So, number one, Boni, mo gbọ́ ibi tá mo rí the last time mo rí Yomi, he was jubilating. And I thought Canada won the World Cup or something, maybe he was happy in Tokyo. But yeah, one way or the other, the Canadian government can decide to put any asylum seeker in the category of Yomi. Because Canada won the World Cup, we will approve your claim and you become citizen or something. I thought that was it until I learned that it was just because a judgment was reserved till September for his application to get another of mandamus. No, and I was wondering. Yes, Chubby me.
When it took, yes, I wanted to say it was an application for the one that must be granted. They said and they said that will give them the power to control the police, will give them all authority to tell the police what to do. So,
so that's the misconception. Maybe not misconception.
Ogami, I think he was jubilating because the other person that wants to join, what his application was refused. That was why he was jubilating and thanking God. Not really because the judgment is in. There's somebody one share what that one.
But she won't pay Mr. Pythagoras rhetorical question. He knows the answer. And I was just being sarcastic now.
Yeah. So because I was wondering how stupid your make can be. That okay, everything is now kumbaya. If you can believe that in a sense, I want to perfect everything. No, but when it's set you, what if the to September, but then even the order of mandamus itself, what will it do? What is the purpose of the order? Let's even say your maid will get it for the sake of this argument at this point in time. Even if they get that order, what can that order do? What is the purpose of that order? Those are the issues these people should be looking at first. But people usually fall for these tricks, these theatrics, these display of stupidity by these actors. When they come up and tell them stuff and they sugarcoat it or they underlay some, misinformation, they don't go back to the information itself. Order of mandamus itself is just to compel the authority to do their legal duty, to perform their legal duty. That is what the order is for. Any other thing outside that is foul. You can bring 1 million requests to the courts. The court will only grant the order in line with what the order is meant to do. And the court will even grant the order only when there are no other remedies available. It's not something the court grants takes lightly. It's not something the court dishes out like you're dishing out Christmas present or something. Even if you get everything right, if all the stars are lining up, the court will only grant this to you if that is the only remedy, if there are no other remedies available to the issues you're raising. You have said the police have not investigated, because yes, the duty of the police is to investigate a crime. That is their duty. They are not there to prosecute. So if you have not come to the court and say, court, the police investigation is not adequate, please give us an order of mandamus to compel them to do, because that's what he's doing, to do their legal duty. What is their legal duty? Investigate. The court will have some questions for you. Even if they don't hear anything back from the other parties. Just like the police have decided to ignore this their stupid venture. They don't want to waste manpower. They don't want to waste hours when they can be spending those hours doing some other meaningful things. They don't want to spend it sitting in court with this buffoon called Yomi Fabiyi. So they ignored everything, which they are right to, which they are allowed to. But that still does not give them the free pass. Because at the end of the day, the judge must rule in line with the evidences available to him and in line with what the law states. You can have all the evidences. I can bring evidence and the other person is not there to tell them no, that evidence is actually related to something else. But still, even though if those evidences are available to the judge still has to tie them to what the law is saying. If the law is saying you cannot use this evidence under this circumstance, then the law prevails, not the evidence. No matter how much you line everything up, the law will still prevail. And what can the judge do again? The judge can only compel the police to do their legal duty. If the judge can find out clearly that, yes, they did not do their duty. So the question you can help me ask everybody, did the police investigate or not? Did the police investigate or not? From the processes, the ones available to me, I don't have the full process, this court process with me, but from the ones we can find available, even your argument, Yomi Fabiyi, is that yes, so my lord, the police investigated, they carried out a purported investigation into this case. We found out that the investigation is not done well, it's not adequate, that the president or the presidency gave them an order to reinvestigate. They ignored presidency's directive and they transferred the case back to Lagos. So, my lord, please grant us an order and compel the police to go back to the case, including to investigate Mohbad's father, to investigate Mohbad's wife, to investigate Mohbad's dog, Mohbad's puppy, and all those ones that they have in their processes. Those are the arguments. So from those arguments alone, without even hearing from the police here, they have agreed by their own admission. They said the police carried out an investigation. I'll bet it is inadequate. So the point here, as the police carried out, they done their legal duty, because that is the point for discussion. That is what the court wants to examine. There was a legal duty. You have to prove that the police has a legal duty. Those are the things you need to prove for any order of mandamus to be successful.
In fact, Ogami, Yomi said the judge specifically asked him, have an investigation been carried out on this particular case, which is the subject matter? He said yes. So your common sense should tell you the judge know where she's going. If the judge know where she's going, so I don't understand. But that we will educate some people who don't know the law. Let's help them. I want to have a lot of that.
Based on even their own argument too, because I don't know the full details of the case, but based on arguments, based on the processes available to us, we are already saying that you have a failed case with you. Because it's not a matter of, oh, I don't like the way the police have investigated. As the police, or did the police investigate this issue? That is the main question. And what the judge or what the court will be looking for before granting this order is that, number one, this person, they have a clear legal duty. They owe a legal duty. Number one, you have to prove that. Yes, yes, the police has a legal duty. By virtue of the law that brought them into existence, they have a legal duty to investigate. So, pass the test here. The next question will be, has that duty been performed? I'll leave that to everybody to answer, including Yomi. That's where it's not the question is, did they do it to your satisfaction? Has that duty been performed? That will be the next question. Then the question that will follow it, which they were trying to cover up. And from his own explanation too, because I was here listening that day, the judge knows where he's going. For the judge to say, going by his way, call research according to Yomi Fabiyi. Yomi Fabiyi ò mọ meaning nǹkan tí judge yẹn ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, because that comes to the third question. And the third question is that, do you have sufficient legal interest to bring the action? Meaning locus. Is there a locus study? So if the judge is telling the lawyer, lawyer to one there, research lórí case yìí, surely standing, láti lè bring case yìí go in the first place. Because at the end of the day, if the order is even granted and you have no local standing is not just because I'm an NGO is there to stand for the right of Kiniko. They have to see. If your standing is not standing, then the whole case, the whole suit becomes it becomes a poison to the judge. They cannot even touch it. Just like if the court doesn't have jurisdiction, they won't touch it because whatever decision that comes out for it will become null and void eventually. So that's what the judge told you there. Doesn't make all the research. Well, that would be the next question. Okay. Any police in illegal duty good? They perform their job, their duty. Of course, you guys are going to say no. Okay, let's assume no. The next thing will be this person bringing this action. Do they have legal interest, enough legal interest, local standing to bring this action? They will answer that question.
So you need to add too. They are going to ask you that this present case, is it before a competent judge as of today? Is that case presently before a sitting judge? If it's presently before a sitting judge, your order of mandamus is going to fail. Because Section 174 of the Federal Constitution and Section 211 of the State Constitution state that it is only the Attorney General of a state of the Federation that has the power to conduct, to take over, and to discontinue any criminal prosecution. So you need to educate yourself.
Exactly, because if you're asking them to start a fresh investigation, let's say no investigation has been conducted according to you, but meanwhile there is a nurse going through trial based on the conclusion of this investigation, but then you're asking them to disregard everything. It means you're asking them to discontinue the case in court. It means you are saying the court should usurp the power of the court that is presently hearing the case of the nurse and discontinue that case, and they should start all over. So there are a lot of legal intertwined stuff here that, yes, the brain of your mule comprehend no anyway. But at least our lawyers here, they should know a little bit better.
I'm on the road. I hope you can hear me more. So, all right. So what? Pythagoras has explained it really well. So what Yomi is trying to do is trying to be smart. So to qualify his sufficient legal interest, he's claiming to be Mohbad's friend, right? And then he quoted, they are using the Gani Fahimi and Delegiwa's case, where Gani Fahimi claimed, of course, and he was the friend and lawyer to Delegiwa. In the trial court, he lost. They didn't give it to him. He went to appeal, he lost. He had to go to the Supreme Court before it was granted. Now, back to their second case that they are using to support this application. They are using Gani Fahimi versus the Inspector General of Police. The first case was 1987. The Inspector General of Police case is 2002. So that one, they told Gani that, no, you don't have enough legal interest. You can't just say the police should go and investigate, because one, the court made it clear that the job of the police to investigate is even discretionary. You cannot tell, the police would decide what to investigate, just like the DPP would decide cases to prosecute. So in that case, they also talked about the president, and the court said the president cannot control the police. The police should be independent and they can decide what to investigate. So Gani now tried to use the 1987 case that he got granted. Supreme Court refused it and said, no, we don't have serious legal interest in this matter. So it was denied. So they quoted the two cases, and I'm so surprised that did they not see that the second case, Gani was refused because he didn't have local standing. Yeah. So sometimes I don't know how they
In
prepared
fact,
their cases.
sorry to cut you. In the case of Gani Power and he was granted because as at that case was not before a judge. It was still under investigation. Because Gani was saying that all I know is
That's the 2002 one.
I know what I'm saying, that the reason why that case was successful was because that case was still under investigation. The case has not moved from the police to the judiciary. And the problem these people are having is that the three arms of government, they are independent. They are independent. One cannot interfere in the other. The order of mandamus is saying that the will of justice is being stalled because a particular individual, a particular arm of government is not doing what they should do. But in this particular case, there is no inference, there is no way that the will of justice has been tampered with. In this case, the investigation has moved from the police and is now has moved to the judiciary. So how are you going to prove to the judge, Yomi Fabiyi, that the will of justice is being tampered with or is being slowed down? That is what the order of mandamus for. And you cannot use the order of mandamus to mandate an arm of government to direct them on how to do their job, who they should interrogate, who they should not interrogate. Even the president, which is the head of the executional arm of government, does not have that power. This is simple, common sense.
Then, as the best friend to the dead person,
So Benedi, I think you mixed it. Oh, sorry, fellas, go on. Okay, sure. Yeah, so the 2002 case was the one with the versus the IGP, and it was about Tinubu, that Gani wanted Tinubu investigated.
Yes,
so the trial court, the case was not investigated because the trial court said that he had immunity because he was the governor.
No,
so he went to appeal. No, hold on. No. This one went to appeal. The appeal agreed that the governor could be investigated, but not prosecuted.
Yes.
So they didn't give him the thing. He now went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court is one that now broke it down that even if the police, that they have discretionary powers to investigate. So there's no way you can mandate them to go and carry out an investigation. So that one, he didn't get it. He got the 1987 one, the one with the Delegiwa one. But
the Tinubu one I'm talking about, because they said it was still under investigation. It was not in court.
Yeah, do you know that they granted that mandamus at the time? Just like you and Pythagoras said that it is still down to the AG. Do you know that in 2004, 2005, another group went to the court and they were still granted. So they haven't, even though they granted that mandamus since AG has not investigated it, some people went 2023 again. They still not investigated. So all this noise, even if you get it, it's still down to the AG to decide, do we want to pursue this case or not? Which is what I don't think they understand.
And the escapade, I don't know if you were there one day when I was saying that, Mr. Pata, one day when I was saying that Yomi is petitioning the wrong persons. The person you should be petitioning or whatever you should be writing petition to is the AG. As far as Mohbad case is concerned, that arm of government, that ship has sailed. So you are just backing the wrong tree. I've been saying it for the longest time. This case, AG only finance because the constitution has bestowed that power on him. AG nìkan ló ní agbára láti discontinue case o, láti stop ẹ o, láti amend anything, ọwọ́ AG ló wà sí. Agbára yẹn ti kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọlọ́pàá. The police can do. The police, you have all the time in the world to bring whatever evidence you have before the court, before the police, when the investigation was still going on, and you decide not to do it because you don't have anything. And now that is no longer within their power, why are you going after the judiciary arm of government? You are not even going after the judiciary arm of government because you are still going after the police.
What you are saying now is that you are telling us now that Yomi has failed woefully. But
he knows now.
But wait, then you said that is chasing the wrong person. But from the beginning of this case, what have they been chasing? Is it not the wrong person?
It's just that this one is a landmark.
Where they stop from, they continue.
So failure when one continue.
I won't fail.
And like Mr. Patagora said, order of mandamus is not mandatory. It's discretionary. You should go and Google what it is. That means they mandate anybody go for it. In fact, two more to the order of mandamus yet. All of Papa no one refuse because he got to the shade.
Pe Ọlọ́run lẹ́jọ́. Tó bá ti bọ́ ọlọ́pàá fà.
Ọlọ́pàá fà. Wàá gbé wọn lọ sọ́dọ̀ Ayílála.
Ìyá lọ sí inquest kọ́wọ́ òun dàbí owó àkèrè yẹn náà.
Ó sà.
Tremmie àtàwọn lọ́ọ̀yẹ̀ mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣe. They are just using that to buy time.
Yomi is just using it to make money because he came out last week and told you guys how many $1,000 that he needs for his case.
One at a time. I'm going to do.
He came out last week or 2 weeks ago telling them that he needs is it $17,000 for his case in Canada. And yet, is that there's still something somewhere that they can talk to the general. What is it? Court? They are in court for this. They are in court for that. And he's telling you guys that it is money that they will use. I'm just going back to where Benet said they are chasing the wrong thing. It's not. Yomi knows what he's chasing. But it's just the gullible followers that they don't understand and they are still chasing the wrong thing. Yomi is targeting money. Money is what Yomi is there for. But he knows that these people, they are so stupid from the beginning.
But don't they have lawyers on that side?
Where's the lawyer? That's
ṣé wọn ò ní lọ́ọ̀yà nígbà tó tún máa lọ gba lọ́ọ̀yà rí nǹkan tó lọ gbà ni.
They are just giving themselves titles.
They are
just giving themselves titles. I don't think they have any lawyer.
No, even that Foladilo that been Foladilo àtijọ́ ta ti mú Foladilo sọ wọ́n bí báyìí. Enjoy marry Foladilo mo ti pẹ́.
Because even escapade, in fact, the case that is making reference to, which is the Ghanaian, all the fraud case already. Wrong. That is the wrong president to even use. In this case law, don't know yet go all the fraud case already. I don't know.
You know the other mistake they made. You know the other mistake that they made is that in Ghani's case, the one that was granted, because he sought for fiat because the government wasn't going to investigate, so he had to get a fiat. You know why he did that? Because he wanted the government, the police to confirm that they were not investigating. You need to confirm to the judge that the police have said they are not investigating, which Yomi does not have. But what Yomi is now trying to do is he now said they were told verbally, orally. How did he put it in that thing? That how can you take oral? Who is the person that told you? How can it be oral? If they are going to write to you, it has to be on a document which you then present to the court, whatever they say. Even his exhibit, he said the presidency then sent a directive to the IG to investigate the matter. He now said then, which caused his own team to write a letter to the IG or the commissioner or whatever. He now attached his own letter as exhibit. Where is the letter of the directive? He didn't put that there.
It was not there. It was not there.
The guy is just he's just trying to trick the judge. And he doesn't know that the person is here.
See, common sense, let's escapade. If the president was to write a letter, it will be addressed to the AG, not even to the police.
Yeah.
It will be addressed to the AG. And the AG will definitely copy the Inspector General of Police. Because case it you are pending it before a judge. Are you trying to solve the are you trying to solve the a court of a city court? Because that's what you are trying to do. You are trying to change the will of justice. Because case what you are in court, so what's up there? Court yes, like come on now.
The thing is he's even attacking the integrity and the impartiality of the police. If the president was going to tell the police to take the case, they are not going to make it a public document. It probably be a memo or maybe even a call, because the president is not supposed to tell the IG who to investigate or who not to investigate. It is not. You can't do that. For him to now say he has a letter. That one is, I'm sure the judge would ask him, where is the letter you are talking about?
But she your question because the government is crucial. Because so much the government, that of the three arm of the government, one is superior than the other.
Yeah, but even though the police is under the executive, the president is not allowed to influence what the investigators do.
Influence whatever they want to do.
Yeah, because that means if they want to investigate the son of the president, he can tell them no. It's not conflict of interest. Yeah.
Oh, God, I don't know. In fact, Mr. Patagberas, Yomi could not produce one evidence as to the reason why he felt the investigation was not properly carried out. He couldn't produce one. And we can't see one evidence.
That's one of the places where they are, what's it called? Their case will even fail. They are not logical, they are not thinking, see one or two new word or so not ever pick that to call tricks come. See, they came to the judge saying that the police conducted an investigation. They requested for the report of the investigation. The police investigation. So because of that, they determined that the investigation is not properly done. They went to the president. The president asked for an investigation. The police refused this and that, and they came to court. So now they are telling the court, please order them to conduct another investigation because the investigation they did in the first place was not properly conducted. Based on what evidence? You don't even have the reports. You can do an FOI, freedom of information, you can request for that. You did not even request for this report officially to sue them to even get this report first. Because it is in that report you'll be able to say, look at the lacunas here, look at the gaps, look at what they didn't do, look at what they did. That report alone is what you will use to even prove to any judge that, see, look at their report, the investigation they did, it was not conclusive, or it was not detailed, or it was not adequate. But you're going to the judge that the investigation is not adequate. Based on what? These are the questions the judge will ask. The judge will ask himself, well, not you, because you've submitted your argument, you submitted everything now. The judge has decided, you know what, let me take this case back, let me review it, and let me come back and give you a decision on it. And when the judge is reviewing this, these are the questions that we keep ringing in the judge's mind. That, okay, they are saying their investigation is not adequate. Where's the evidence to that? Because when you allege, when you assert, you have to prove. If you assert and you're not proving, it becomes nothing. It becomes more like a beer parlor jabs, beer parlor talk. That's what it becomes. So once the judge sees that one, oh, there's an assertion here, and the judge looks at all the file, he couldn't find the proof to it, that one will be discarded automatically. So if you have said you've not done an investigation, and you can show anything, in fact, your own argument, you submitted that they did an investigation, so that one is removed from your points. Oh, the investigation is not adequate. They couldn't find the evidence, the proof to show that Loto, that investigation is missing something out. They throw that away too. You're not compelling them that because you go and investigate, they should compel police to investigate Joseph Aloba, or the 24 people in the house, Omowummi and all that. The court will not tell you, we are sorry, our duty is to adjudicate. We are not we don't have any investigatory power under the law. It will be ultra vires. It will be jumping or poking other people's business. If we are now telling them how to conduct an investigation, who to investigate, who to talk to, who not to talk to, and how to conclude an investigation. That would be the judge trying to stick his nose in other people's business. That will now be the question the judge will now be asking, that why should I do it? And those Yomi Sopo, friend of Mohbad, Mogbo in passing Mogbo Dada. Is that part of his assertions?
Best friend. Yes, that was what he said. Mohbad was his best friend.
What they did is that it's even funny. Let me call. I'll call back. I'll talk again.
No. Is it part of also online?
No, it's in the paper. Someone can find one now. That was what they put in.
So that's what they put in. You know what they did?
Yeah.
They filed it as the people that are complaining, the people that are writing, they're asking for the. I'm in a car with my friend, so he's on the phone as well. So I need to wait for him to finish, and then I'll talk.
Yeah. Because that'll be funny. Yeah, I see where they might be trying to sneak in something. Maybe because they already have said the issue.
They said personal friend. He said Mohbad was his personal friend. Yes, I want to correct him in the comment section. Personal friend.
Yeah, I get what they are trying to do, if that's actually part of the court process. Because they already envisage that there will be an issue with locus, with their legal interest. The judge will question that why are you the one bringing this case? Yes, look, or maybe there's something wrong. Maybe the court needs to do something. Maybe the police needs to do something. Why are you the one bringing it? What is your deal with this? Yes, they want to say, oh, he's my friend, so I have some kind of interest.
They are following Gani Fawemi playbook. But these people, they are so daft. They are following Gani Fawemi. Hey, God. They are not even innovative. They are not innovative in any shape or form. What practically look case Gani Fawemi, and they are following it step by step, by step.
No, Bene, I would not agree that one practically local. Yomi Oka story to also for Yomi. Me like Kika Yomi Oka.
Okay, lawyer.
Lawyer don't for one just ní kékèké. Àwọn story tí Yomi ti gbọ́ láyé.
Okay, I need Yomi draft gun here.
No one put together. Yomi tẹ́ pé part of their case in court ẹ má bínú ní pé àlè wọlé ó dẹ̀ nà kọ́pa.
No, part of the gossip should be me, and Misuru. For you people, news. Organic. Shall I believe when you have David Yomi call Yomi Oko Adura shouted with it. Yomi mentioned 3 second video.
3 seconds video go Simbe.
To know that Yomi family know that claim of 3 second video has been thoroughly investigated and has been discarded. Yomi raising under oath is going to be a problem. So Yomi more game to play. Yomi is crafty. Yomi is how will I put it? Old lady Yomi.
It's true. What Benet is saying is true.
Me find out that British go so 3 second video. That British.
Because number one, Omomo le padà sí Nigeria for now. To ba introduce the sínú case here, he has to come and testify to it. They have to examine and cross-examine him for that. So, and once he's unable to do that, toss case in a way. So he wants to save the case at least to determination tí ọmọ get ní September yìí. Of course, they should include that on directly because they want to hear from him also. And where his case will also fail, you tell support any personal friend here. Yes, maybe Kobati any chance there if he had sued as Yomi Fabiyi or whoever is claiming to be Mohbad's friend. But the case was brought under the NGO. Break the silence and break the bank and break their brain foundation. The case was brought under that foundation, not under Yomi Fabiyi or whoever momentum claim Mohbad's friend. So the legal interest, the local standing the court will be looking at is the local standing of the NGO, not of Yomi Fabiyi. The court will be asking that, this Break the Silence Foundation, what is your purpose here, really? What are you? They will look at the constitution first. They will look, is this even this NGO registered? When are they registered? What is their, what do you call it now? Is the article of association or memorandum of association or the constitution of that non-governmental organization? What they are doing? We have some non-governmental organization that deals with environmental issue. We have other ones, different things. So they will look at, okay, this one is their job, pursuit of justice. Have they been doing it? Because see, order of mandamus is not something you just because the court recognized that it's something that should not be taken with levity. So the court will not just grant it to anybody. They will examine, do you have the legal standing? Why do you want it? Why do you? Of course, NGO can sue, but number one, are you even incorporated? Are you active? Are you genuinely engaged in justice advocacy? Yes, if all these things are there, yes, maybe that might help. Then the court will go further. What are even the objectives of this NGO itself? Is it to promote justice? Is it to advocate for victims' rights? Is it to promote accountability? All these things will be all the questions that the judge will be asking. So the judge, if you cannot answer all these questions to show that, this is what we do, this is what we have been doing. We are not just here because of this. We are not just here to waste your time. We are not just here because nobody else is asking. Then yes, you can have the local standing become stronger at that point. But it still go back. You now still have to go back to other things, other questions in your process. The questions the judge will now have to ask because the respondent, which is the police here, they have refused to show up. The judge will now have to do that mental argument. The judge will be the one sitting alone, putting up your own question, give us order of mandamus, and the judge will act as the police. We have investigated, my lord. Why are you going to grant anything against us again? What more investigation do you want us to do? Are you going to tell us how to do our job now? We have interviewed witnesses. We have done, we have done examinations. We have questioned people. We have even, DPP have even become involved in this thing. Forensic examination has been conducted. Autopsy has been done. Toxicology has been done. Criminal charges. Yeah. 2 autopsies have been done. Criminal charges have been eventually filed against the culprit here.
Yeah.
My lord, what do you want us to do?
The side nurse have given a testimony as well, which was corroborated by witnesses in the house.
Well, Mr. Patel, I don't know if this matters. When all this agreement between them started, Osman said that it was that at the initial stage that they told Yomi, and Yomi knows, but Yomi told them to come out and still say, yes, the 3 seconds video is still standing. So I'm just putting it back to where you said, if he has to present that, at the court. That means he has to come to defend it. But in the order that they have told him, and he has already agreed, can he still bring that up?
Mo get the question that actually me.
So the police, at the initial stage when he was crying about this 3 seconds video, they told them already, and Bossman too confirmed that they were told that there is nothing in this. He has gone there, he has watched it. There is nothing in there that concerns that death. And they agreed, but Bossman also, when he was talking to Yomi, Yomi said, yes, he knows that there is nothing pertaining to Mohbad's death in that 3 seconds video, but they should just continue that he will continue to say it regardless. So Bossman agreed with him, just because of his own stupidity too, that he was thinking, okay, maybe something will come out of it, that they should just continue to talk about it and say that, oh, it's still standing, the police they are still going to use it as evidence. So I'm not going back to where he said, if he should present that, they would ask him to come and defend that video. And because of this asylum, whatever that is doing in Canada, he would not be able to come back to Nigeria.
But even though it was in Nigeria, Shubimi, the fact that the police have confronted him that there was nothing there which he agreed to, Oleyoju, and that was why he was careful not to include it in his affidavit. Yomi know what he's doing.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get that.
Yeah.
You still had it. Okay, all right.
Toto ba include here. Eventually, o máa ní láti come under the witness. O máa ní láti wà cross-examine lé lórí. O máa ní láti fi affidavit sílẹ̀ lé lórí. And once tó bá dẹ̀ ti parọ́ ń bẹ̀ and all that, ó mọ̀ pé ẹ̀wọ̀n na prison. But again, for now, ó ti di ewúrẹ́ jẹlẹ́jẹlẹ́. He can't come back home. He cannot do all of that, and he doesn't want that holding the stuff. He doesn't want that to expose him, because if they now throw the case away, because Yomi is not there to testify or something to show an affidavit and all that, then then it becomes open. So we don't try to prevent.
In fact, Ogami, include the way I shall see evidence. Yomi could not present one evidence. One, just okay, one to Boju, half to Boju, quarter. I was reading the affidavit page by page by page. I be escaping sharing any evidence to prove because the glasses. I was reading it page by page.
He didn't provide any.
No, you couldn't provide none. I was put one of baby Adura chatted the one last page in and the AI video one second to the last page in I couldn't find nothing. Anything, Josie, open your ears very well. The order of mandamus is to mandate a public officer to do his or her duties. It is not to tell a public officer how to carry out their duties. For example, if you witness a crime being committed or somebody committed a crime against you and you reported at the police station and they refuse to investigate, you can ask for an order of mandamus to mandate them to carry out that investigation, because the police act mandate them to investigate a case. Not you asking for an order of mandamus that, oh, they investigate the case, but the person that investigates did not stand very well. The person did not work very well. No.
The person not allow me they don't allow me fetch water in their
They didn't allow me to fetch water. No. Order of mandamus is not to tell a public officer how to carry out his or her duties. It's wrong. But I'm also for you, and that's why the Nigerian police, if it's a waste of time, they have better things to do. They read through it and they're like, F you, Yomi. Yeah, we are not going to waste our time on this nonsense. Because they know the game you are playing, Yomi Fabi. Because the guy only pay a lot of bear, got a lot of your junior.
I know part of the time. See, another thing they are relying on in that their process is that, oh, another came for the investigation, the police ignored it. That's part of, from what I saw, that's part of what they brought before the judge, that the judge should determine that because of that, they believe the police they've not done their duty. That if another come for them to reinvestigate, and they are refusing to reinvestigate from that order, that so because of that they have not done their job, that the what's it called now, the judge should now force them to go and reinvestigate that matter. So on that one, yes, it's simple. The judge will ask them, okay, which order, on what legal basis is that order of investigation issued, that directive, the investigation directive they called it. Now, on what stand, on what ground, on what legal basis was he issued? What authority? First, see, you might think you're in for just a cruise. No, you are in for a torture. Even though the police is not attending, because the judge has to satisfy all the dictates, all the requirements of the law.
Bring the escapade.
Shouting the question. Talon pàtẹ́wọ́.
Sorry, phone mi kejì tí mo mú dání ló gbá ojú kìíní.
Okay, I just drop Maxi Fresh now. Okay.
Alright. I just drop Maxi Fresh mi, mo kàn wà lókè ọ̀gá.
Èmi lè bọ́ sílẹ̀, má drop Maxi Fresh nítorí àwọn ló stream. Ẹ jẹ́ kí nìkan bọ́lẹ̀. Wọ́n ti wá sókè already. Wọ́n bí ẹ̀mí náà kò ní ẹ̀mí ti bọ́lẹ̀.
No, bọ́lẹ̀ mo drop my phone right now, but
Okay.
Yeah, the first thing the judge will have to do, the judge now, we have to do the job of the police now. The job of whoever is supposed to come and represent the police. And the job will be, you cannot just tender an evidence that has not been authenticated. So the judge will have to review, that's your letter of reinvestigation, that's your directive from presidency. The judge has to look at the signature. It might look petty, but these are the things the judge has to do. Look at the authority on which it is written on. Is it the president, if I look on you, or be somebody in the presidency, or somebody, or one kitchen staff, or something? The source of it, the authority, the chain of custody. That is when the judge cannot decide, oh, okay, this letter investigate here. This letter is authentic. And even if that letter is now genuine and authentic, the next question we now ask that, is this letter, is the police legally required to reopen an investigation based on this letter? They will now look at the constitution of the act bringing about the police. Where do they get their orders from? Who can ask them to open, reopen, and close a case? Can anybody just from the presidency just tell them, case is jet and reopen it? That's what the judge now to examine. So, exhibition law for judge here. Judge will now examine it. That's when the judge can now consider, oh yes, they have a lawful order to reinvestigate an issue, and they decided to ignore it. Okay, maybe based on that, yes, it looks like they don't want to do something. Let us force them to do it. So that one settles your issue of there was another from presidency. At the end of the day, if we have the time, I don't know, I might even ask somebody near Abuja to request for all the processes. All the process for that are proceeding, including the affidavit, everything you filed.
I can send you the affidavit too.
If you check on my show, don't pay me.
I'm very waiting paying. Don't got me.
You do your body.
Cherry, or got me anything. The fact funny part is that judicial assistant ló máa ṣiṣẹ́ yìí o. Judge come and àwọn judicial assistant yẹn ṣe mí gan. Àwọn judicial assistant yẹn ṣe mí.
Ẹ̀mí àfẹ́ bọ́.
You know some of my friends that we finished from law school, they are judicial assistants now. Ìgbà mi mo máa pè wọ́n bá 11 o'clock, wọ́n ṣì wà lọ́fíìsì. Judge dẹ̀ ti lọ sílé, ó ti lọ sùn.
Ó gbọ́dọ̀ review ẹ̀ dáadáa kó má fi judge sí wàhálà.
Kò bá lọ ṣe mistake.
Gbogbo ṣẹ́rí gbogbo nǹkan tẹ kóòtù lónìí bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ ṣáà máa expect papa shit. Wọ́n máa ti ka sórí. Wọ́n wá mo fi ṣáàpù
nígbà. Èmi ò ń gbọ́ bọ̀ yẹn mọ̀, mi ń gbọ́ mọ̀. Because as far as I'm concerned, that guy is not saying because the thing there is that this is common sense. In fact, Ogami, if the judge missed the police investigation, a coroner sitting that took more than a year is enough for the judge to know that what should be done on this case was actually done. The coroner inquest last on just the reading of the coroner sitting alone. I don't even think the judge even need to stress herself at all. So much anybody who misses the police here, it was not well pronounced, it was not well affirmed. The fact that a coroner sitting took place for more than a year, witnesses were called upon.
Investigated the same matter.
No. Yomi, go and sit your ass down. Go and sit your ass down.
I can tell Yomi Fabiyi from everything available that your case will be thrown out and to pay court fees.
Oh. I wish your people can see that affidavit. So they will see the nonsense that you found. I want to go to the
You've just wasted the court time, you've wasted everybody's time on this, and the police decided that no, we will not allow this buffoon to waste our time. And that's why they did not attend. That's why they did not put in any representation. Come to my house, come and beat me now. Atishe job wa. If this guy is saying we have not done enough, the onus is on him. Let him prove it. Let him show you that yes, so we didn't do enough, we didn't do our duty, or it was inadequate. Where's the evidence? None. You don't even have a report. And that's where you should have started from. If you're somebody who is truly interested in this case, you should be filing to even get that information first that we want this report. Once you now review that report, that's where you can now start determining, that's where you can now start pointing holes in their investigation. That is where you can now actionable. Something that the court can actually work with. That, okay, based on this thing, even from the police reports, even from their own admission, we can see that they didn't do a thorough job. And aside from all this, the other things you were asking from the court, they are not the things the court can give you. The court does not have the power to direct an investigation into specific people. The court doesn't have that power to say, oh yeah, about investigate anybody you. Take all them grants from power police, go and investigate benevolence for calling escapade sir. For having some things we don't understand with escapade. The court cannot do that. Even the photographs to show you.
And Ogami, please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that if there was actually a need for investigation, it would have been the judge of the coroner that would have suggested that. The only investigation she suggested was the bullying part, not even to the demise of Mohbad. It was only on the bullying part because they always they are used to making reference to that. Oh, should be judge Jenna to call investigate LIAT. She specifically said the case of harassment and bullying by the Malian record should be reinvestigated, not as to what by Mohbad. She 18 man didn't
procedurally speaking, their case is not even winnable. Because it's like you going back to day one to go and rewrite the history of something. The police investigated this thing. They handed over to a court of competent jurisdiction because Corona Inquest is a court. And at that point, they had the jurisdiction to listen to the investigation and carry on with everything they did. And that court of competent jurisdiction came back with a decision, came back with a recommendation and a criminal charge or a criminal investigation or a case was opened against the nurse from that. So you telling another court now, because there are processes to these things, the process should have been you asking for a judicial review, to review, to nullify, to reopen the coroner's inquest. There are ways you can do that. If whatever the coroner's inquest has delivered in this case is not sufficient, maybe because you have other information, new leads as you will call it, you can now ask for a review. Another judicial panel will sit, High Court will sit and listen to whatever new evidence, whatever thing you have. They will listen to everything and they will decide that, okay, you didn't listen to this particular evidence or this testimony. So because of that, let's reopen that coroner's inquest. Let's quash whatever recommendation they have. Let's get a new one, or let's call it a day. That would have been the process. But you now going back to a reinvestigation now, it will mean all the job, all the hard work of the coroner's inquest would have been thrown away into the trash. And it's not possible. The judge, it will be the judge stepping out of its power. The court stepping out of its power. Because it will effectively render the judgment of the coroner's inquest, the recommendation, it will effectively render it null and void if the judge grants any order of mandamus here. And that's why those are, just like many other things, that's part of the things that are working against you on this case. Apart from the fact that you don't follow the due process, you don't have any evidence, your argument is not sound enough, your logics are not, they are not sound. All these things are working against you. The judge again cannot compel investigation into specific people. So whatever you've had coming, whatever you have been rejoicing for, Joe, what's your name again? Yomi Fabiyi, it's nothing. You're just playing, you're just showing off, you're just doing theater for your fans. For the stupid ones.
Yeah. In fact, in some cases whereby a case is already in court, in fact, if there is a new evidence, you don't take it to the police, you take it to the AG's office. AG Loma discontinue case here immediately and re-investigation will start. AG Loma feel that procedure into action. TAG or share anything. Police, their hands are tied. Because that power has shifted from the police to the AG. So even to make one fair, you feel at that point, if that person is at the point of pay, AG's office, whatever evidence you have, you will take it to. AG no matter put it into motion, to pay the IG for them to investigate by putting hold as to the case in court. Because the power as at now in Mohbad's case, listen carefully, Joseph Aloba's team. AG Loni Agbara, if you want to change the people, you have tangible evidence, you believe the wrong person is the person that is being charged, whatever evidence is, whatever thing that is before the court now is not tangible enough, you should be speaking to the AG. You should be speaking to the AG.
Bene, please, I would like to ask you a question. Like recently, I think about 2 days ago, what's this lady's name? Comfy. She was reading out a petition that a petition has been filed to the Inspector General of Police concerning this case, that Ogungbe filed another petition to the IG that they should reinvestigate. So because she was saying it as if it has been granted. Okay, I think it was Tanzan that was analyzing it.
Oh, you believe Tarzan? Tarzan, I believe. Tarzan, I believe. Tarzan that lives in Jupiter. Tarzan is not even on this earth with us. That guy is in Jupiter. And Tarzan, I believe.
Because now that you're talking about the AG, so that means all the things they are doing are just effort in futility.
As far as this case is concerned, Escapade, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. In this case, Escapade, if I'm wrong, don't correct me. As far as this case is concerned, AG ló ní finance. Tó bá yẹ pé a ṣe wà ní investigation period, bóyá wọ́n investigate, wọ́n ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ lè sọ pé kíní, but AG ló ní agbára ń sìn. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ti kọjá investigation. In fact, ẹ bá mú lọ sọ́dọ̀ ọlọ́pàá gan will still need to speak to the AG. Change bá dẹ̀ rí pé whatever evidence they brought forward to him is tangible enough, they can discontinue the case or make variation to it. But tí IG bá gbé lọ sọ́dọ̀ AG, change bá dẹ̀ rí pé this is not tangible enough, whatever charges, whatever thing will still stand. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ti sú mi o. Jọ̀sí ti mọ̀rọ̀ yìí ti sú mi. Ó lè jẹ́ pé àfọ̀ṣẹ́ ni máa lò fún yín sí ti máa wọ̀nyí lépè. Àbí kí máa ta yín lọ́fà because it's draining. Teaching these people every day, ó ti sú mi, honestly, ọ̀gá mi, ó ti sú mi o, mi mọ mo ṣe dé ìbàmú tọ́ láàárọ̀ yìí. And that is why ó ti sú mi. And that's why a whole son, Shitu, that knows the law front and back, he had to to the office of the AG. Kò lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ IG kankan, no. He went directly to the AG, and which is the right step. What he can ask for is for a fiat, not for another of mandamus, because what all should be done on this case has been properly done.
Why people not scared? And that's
I'm going to I can't be a teacher because I get frustrated. You want to educate on your book. It's draining. Ọ̀gá mi ṣe máa sọ̀rọ̀ pa defamation yẹn àbí ṣàtẹ tọrọ rẹ.
Ilé yóò fẹ́ wà lẹ́nu.
They are not teachable ni. They are not teachable.
Ṣé mo lè dá ẹ̀ padà sẹ́yìn díẹ̀?
Okay, ẹ sáré dá wa padà.
I've been listening since I've just been listening. In the case of this immunizer nuisance, after everything, I saw a video he did using that movie, time. And with everything that is going on, with the way he has behaved, with the way he thinks that there are no evidence against his bad behavior, it brings me to the point of I'm actually what the state of education in Nigeria, or is there something that the society is not doing, from parents to teachers to the society at large? Is there something missing? Because if someone puts out a video and making direct attack on an individual, and he comes back and say, oh, they take me because of the video I did, they arrested me because of the things I said, and I'm like, do you actually have any form of education at all, or do you have any form of assimilation of whatever they taught you in school? Because, and what is his lawyer saying? And with the way Jose and his lawyers have behaved, now I have no faith in Nigerian lawyers. But it's something, I know we're just, honestly, I don't know. And we are talking about a case, this case. The truth is there really a case to start with? Because if you're me saying, of them are saying there is a case, and the law of the land is saying, well, it doesn't look at it that way. If Maxwell, who is supposed to be a senior lawyer, is now bringing order of mandamus, are we saying that he has actually not done his homework? As in, he has no knowledge of this case. He has no basis of nothing. I don't know. And I'm actually agreeing with what has been going on in the last few days about the Olodo uprising. And the fact that some people are saying it's better for you to have money than to have education. It brings us just this state of disrepute, this state of rottenness that has actually eaten deep into our society. And in all honesty, I pray and I hope that this case really goes to court. I want this immunizer nuisance to actually see what it means to be having a court case. And another thing is it that parents have, because growing up, my father will tell you things about the law, things you shouldn't do, about not getting involved in crime. Even before ever going into the society, there are things that my own father has taught us as his children about not getting involved in any criminal acts or any criminalities and all those things. So at least you have the basis of, okay, these are the do's, these are the don'ts. How did these people fail their children to the extent of these people wanting to have criminal records on something that got nothing to do with them at all? If a no arrest and criminal case, it is being a meddlesome interloper. Gets you into this so much trouble, you not knowing the difference between a criminal defamation and a civil defamation, and you thinking you are being half smart, doing all this madness. Hi, John, Mr. Fighter, can you just, I don't know, because there are a lot of us here are parents, both in Nigeria and diaspora. How did the society get to this point? If parents are actually not having these conversations with their children, because, let me start from there. I'm sorry I'm taking you back, because we are having all this fun talk. Shall I go, Mr. Fighter?
Yeah, Mugbo. Yeah, it's not just the parents, really. For me, from where I stand from, it's the society as a whole. It's the little things we accept here and there. It's the little things we allow to slide here and there. It's àwọn kò létò yẹn, it's no biggie, it shouldn't be that deep. Those kind of things we accept here and there. Òun ló máa turn up, to máa sum up to become all these behaviors, all this attitude, all these criminal dispositions we're seeing in all these people. Because they would have done one or little thing. People don't just turn out to be a big nuisance, so to say. They start little by little. Call bully èèyàn ládùúgbò wọn lénìí. Yes, ọmọ mi sharp. Yes, that's how to go about it. Call claim títí wọn lọ́la. That's where it starts. And I can tell you, if you go back, take any of these people as a case study here now. A lot trace your bringing, a lot trace your environment, a lot trace history. You will see all these things present there. You will see that, yes, apart from the parents, whether the mother or the father, depending, you immunize to buy in the yard, I don't know. Whether they're the ones who have just completely abandoned their responsibilities. Yes, I know we want to put it solely on them because, yes, they should be solely responsible for upbringing of our money. But the society no need major role in way. And because we are people that want to conform, we are animal of conformity, want to try and cut down a banshee. I don't want to be the odd person out. And they cut on for most of these things in the air. Because like you said rightly, how would you put yourself in trouble? How would you find yourself in jail? Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí ó kún ẹ lọ́wọ́ tí ó kún ẹ lẹ́sẹ̀ torí ó kàn fẹ́ ganu sí. And I don't think that even applies to this immunizer, for example, here. Kò kàn ganu sí. Ó wá make a daily living. But I believe there are easier ways, there are cleaner ways of making a living. There are more modest way of making an income. Tí ò lè ní any criminality lẹ́nu. But are they ready to put in the work? No. This one looks like the easiest. What is there now? Just take money, come out, call our names, post different things. Nobody knows your location. Even if they know your location, nobody will are there to defend you. That is what they need to tell them. And because all these things have started from a very tender age. Gbogbo civility yìí, gbogbo what's the word? I'm looking for the right word. Gbogbo decency yìí, ó ti ń sweep away láti kékeré little by little. So by the time they become adults, it's okay for them to throw themselves at crime. It's okay for them to bully people. It's okay for them to gaslight. It's okay for them to do all these things you see them doing. And at the end of the day, they turn around and say the system is working against them. And by the time the law catches up with them, they turn around and make up another story, and they want to turn themselves to the victim in the case. So it's everybody, the parents, the environment, the community, and the individuals themselves too. Eventually, when you come into adulthood or when you mature eventually, you should be able to, because it's in our conscience. It's a favorite verse of the Bible for me. I think it's Jeremiah 33 something. That I will put my laws in their hearts. No man shall teach his neighbor, know the Lord. For they will know me from the least of them to the greatest of them. So even that conscience is still in all of us. That we know when we're doing what is wrong. Even without you knowing what the law is all about, without you knowing that there's a cyber bullying law somewhere, there's an act criminalizing something somewhere, you know when you do something, your conscience tells you. I know we usually say that our conscience wants to kuni. I don't know. I don't think it works that way. The conscience will still tell you. Yes, of course, we're go shut up, go get out. So, Papa being to Rabini, but clearly won't be and they are not even interested to be and will be in any form or shape. So, what's going on? What's dropping people from?
I'm not here now. Back to Yomi Aladu Olushioniranu. That day that he was doing that trick, I was just wow. There is no words that can describe Yomi Fadi. He is the worst of the worst. He's the trenches. In fact, somebody dig in my if it don't go, it don't see pit latrine. Yomi is worse than the best that comes out from that. But you know, another thing with Yomi is the people that actually believe Yomi Fabi. And these are parents. Then we wonder why we have the likes of Immennzie. If the likes of Shalake and the rest of them are followers of Yomi, if the likes of the Prince and Lati Ogufe, these people has more children. They have children living among the society. And then we wonder why we have the likes of Immennzie and Yomi and Papa Shit. Now, let's even assume in all of this, the police actually listen to this, their madness. And they're asking for re-investigation or re-looking or continuing investigation. Are the police going to call them to come and follow them to come and do this investigation? Or when the police are doing this investigation, they're coming on TikTok to be showing us live how they are doing the investigation? Because I don't get it. Because I don't know if these people actually understand what they're saying. Because if you're saying something has not been done to our satisfaction, and let's say, okay, I'm going to redo it. It's not like you're making your bed or you're sweeping your house. That okay, only your mother, only go for it's not like that. It's not as if you're going to know all the pros and cons of the police work or their investigation. So even if the court says, okay, go and redo all of these things, how are they going to come into conclusion that the police have actually done the right thing or they have actually done it to their own satisfaction? There's nothing to say it. It shows that their mind is set on one thing and one thing only, which is Omowummi. nothing else. And I think somebody wrote it, I think it was Temaga that was talking earlier on and was talking about the police. And this is what I actually wrote in the comments yesterday. Was it yesterday or this morning? And I was actually having this conversation with a sister yesterday. I said, this is not an attack on the police, but honestly, Mr. Paisa, the police, the women's society failed Omowummi. And that breaks my heart to pieces. There is no way on earth that people will have said they have not had a snippet of what has been going on in the last almost 3 years. A young lady, a 24-year-old lady, has been pulled through all sorts by humans of all kinds, by adults of all kinds, by people that call themselves parents and grandparents. And we have society, we have NGOs, we have things that are supposed to speak up for them. And none has. It hurts me, it breaks my heart to pieces, it makes me feel helpless that the police in one has failed, the society at large has failed that young lady and her child. How do we allow this crime to continue against one person, against one individual, against a girl child for the last almost 3 years? And they are not relenting. You know, when this all started, we were thinking, oh, in 3 months, in 6 months, one must stop. When Corona finished, we were thinking, okay, now it's one must stop. When autopsy was done, we were thinking this would at least give them an incline. But are they stopping? How much more damage are we expecting before the law of the land step in and say enough is enough? Is enough going to be enough? When this should not be contributing money to all these miscreants to harass and bully and intimidate a young lady. And they are not stopping anytime soon because this is what gives them their daily bread. How do adults, men, women, fathers, whatever they call themselves, keep contributing money to this fruitless cause? What happiness are these people deriving from this madness? What joy, what calm, what is giving these people that so much orgasm? They are not stopping. And we shall arcade the last few days. Where are the women organization? Where is the child rights organization? When is there going to be somebody speaking up and say, you know what, this has been going on? When is the NPF going to do something? I know I'm just going through it. We've had this talk many times, but I'm just saying it back again. If platforms are getting up daily, you know, like the last 3 years, like a kilogram point that you want long bed, you want to that be a shower, if you for me.
Yes, I'm going.
Hello?
Hello, we're there with you.
So that's part. So okay. So that is that part for me. And so you mean you're just well, I want to share our grandfather some years ago. We are on come so you keep enjoying your madness. Keep enjoying it. Your pakute mamu kini eni joko. Now, and you know one thing about it, we haven't addressed the petition that has been written against the moment. Are you addressing that, or is it for later?
Okay, all right.
We will address not the move, but
what are big girlfriend wanting
on the call now? No, I'm supposed to be on the call now. Wow,
okay.
Rush here. Could I say got move rush?
No, I'm not rushing.
Sister Tremmie, are you there?
It's now you want to go on a call. It's now you want to go on a call.
Yeah. Where is it starting?
That is calling you. That wants to take you away from me.
No, the call will take less than 30 minutes.
Okay.
Already.
No,
so you guys can just hold the fort, discuss and...
person that wants to take you away from me, answer me now.
Nobody can do that. Nobody. I belong to you.
I trust your judgment. In your government, I stand.
For people that are like, why is Yomi doing all this? This is what I'm going to say. Yomi is repeating things that he has done in the past. This was the same game he played with Ijesha. That he keep stringing them along just to make money. He knows that once this case leaves the High Court, they will proceed to the Court of Appeal. From the Court of Appeal, they will move to Supreme Court. He will continue to sell them dreams that will never come to pass. He knows. So, you know that for every court cases, people will continue to donate and they will continue to furnish his lifestyle in Canada. Because Yomi is a lazy bum, Yomi cannot work. And where he is, Yomi has no talent, he has no skill, he is lazy and proud and poor. So he will continue to use this case to furnish his own lifestyle in Canada. That is what he's doing. Plain and simple. Ultimately, no High Court. Court of Appeal. Mama believe, no, we are not going to accept it because I heard Papa Bingo saying that if we go to Court of High Court, they don't answer us, we'll go to Court of Appeal. If they don't answer us, you go to the Supreme Court. Then after Supreme Court, you take it to God. Yeah. Like one of my small colleagues used to say, after Supreme Court is God. Everything Baba Bingo is saying, he's not going to lift a finger. Of course. He's not moving from where he's going. While I was driving, and I have thought about that thing for so long. Pain in me, our system failed Omowummi. And pay about you. It's because the Omowummi story was out there. Imagine the story was not out there. Imagine if people don't know Mohbad like that, or people just don't love him. See, even I want to decide or don't you see, with all this, their noises and everything, I believe there is a purpose for it. Because if they have not done this, maybe we wouldn't have, think and say, back in Nigeria, why should worry about it? With what you have said, sis, you have said it correctly, how perfect that is really. So they failed Omowummi, they failed clear. Because these people, it's like the government did not stop them, and they did not try at all they did not try in any way, form of shape or shape. In as much as we always believe that it's this same government we are going to go back to, they are the same one, but they know that they are the one that we are going to go, but at least do one thing. And in all this, even when I see Joseph Aloba people ranting, Yomi has his own people too, ranting and believing on lies. Believing on one day, they are going to take them to where there is nothing. Like now, the one and only report we had was when that police officer came out and read that preliminary report. And ever since then, nothing has been said. Even when they charged the nurse and spending to court. Not even, what is it called? Paper, or what is it called? Publish it in the paper. Nothing. At least, yes, I know Nigeria is big. I know there is a lot of things going on. But at the same time, this is a part of Nigeria that people are, day in, day out, they want to malign, they want to,
make life miserable for someone and for a lady and her own child. And it's not something that is not heard of. It's everywhere. I don't think there is anybody, even as Nigeria is, that they'll say, share case Mohbad ain't go on. There are still some people on social media that still come there and type. Yes, we know that it's in social media. But these are the same people. I'm facing people who are doing social media. No longer. If they have taken this serious, I don't think that we will be where we are at now. But hey, Omani, God has a purpose for everything. That is the gray area. If there is a bigger thing, I don't know. But I think Nigeria, especially the police department, they should do better.
Thank you. Then when you say Yomi is going to take this case towards the Supreme Court and all that, my question is, what local standing does Yomi have in all this?
No, what I'm trying to say, I'm saying is that is the game is about to play.
Yeah,
but I'm sure that even his local standing will be squashed, even from the High Court. But he just felt, okay, let me just try my luck. This thing, Yomi has done it in the past before. Yowo Baba Jesha, Yomi, if you call it to Kosabe-Kuta, Yomi Onishe Kolabo. I'm not sure he will produce any movie that will give him that money, that kind of money to build that kind of bungalow. But Yomi only any movie to Mafulo Benny. That's what Yomi does. Excuse me, tell me, Shetty Yomi for the past 3 years. You people should come and tell me, Benny. And you tell followers Yomi, and you tell Yomi, come and tell me, Bene, you said to Yomi for the last 2 years. Ewa so for me, I be okay. Teba so she to she. Ewa so for me, project you only Yomi to basically in the past 2 years. Don't power if not justice for Mohbad. Justice for Mohbad is Yomi's cash cow. If you want to challenge me, come and show me iṣẹ́ tí Yomi ṣe. Olórí burúkú Mumusco tó wá máa jáde sí. Ó máa ní pé kíní kan tolórí burúkú ẹ̀ tó wá máa jáde sí Mumusco. Ó máa sọ pé Yomi ṣe iṣẹ́ MC. MC fún tani? Is it in the league of Gbenga Adéyínká or is it in the league of fún MC fún àwọn tani?
Bene, John MC báwo.
Tó sọ nìyẹn tó ní Mumusco sọ nìyẹn. Mumusco ní pé ṣé ọmọ yẹn tó wọ́n fẹ́ ti Canada ni tó ń sọ fún MC nílùú òyìnbó ni. Bébí tí Yomi ti ń lówó tó fi jẹun.
Nbo ló wá ti ṣe MC fún ní Canada.
Kò yé mi o, bí òun ló máa ṣe MC bẹ́ẹ̀ de sátẹ́mi o, kò yé mi o. Àbí bóyá ó tún ṣe MC fún
ká má má rí ni Paul wí. You know, in this whole...
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Dabiti Jai.
I need all of you specially. You're welcome specially. You know, the saddest thing in this case, or I don't know if it's sad or if it is, if you're supposed to feel sorry or if it's just disappointment, is the men that support Yomi. I don't know the right words to use for them. Something is inherently wrong with this type of men that actually see Yomi as a messiah. I have no words. And what makes it icks me more is the fact that we came from a society that says the men are the head, the men naturally are leaders, God has made men to be this. Then when you look at these men, you ask yourself, what can these people? They can't lead a sheep. They cannot be shepherd. Wọ́n lè sin àgùntàn kan bí àgùntàn yẹn máa sọnù. How do they leave their home and things like that. It worries me to like, wow. As in, you see men actually licking the ass of your actually that drops from the mouth of Papa.
See, it still boils down to patriarchy, Sister Mayor. I'm telling you. No matter how educated somebody is, when it comes to patriarchy,
It's peak, oh. Patriarchy at its peak.
At its peak, there's no how, even you will see a professor, when it comes to patriarchy, he will just lose all his sense of reasoning. There is no amount of education. If you don't re-educate yourself and take yourself out of the teaching of patriarchy, you will just sound as like a fool when you open your mouth. Especially when it comes to matter that affect women as a whole. When it comes to widowhood, when it comes to widow maltreatment, when it comes to looking down on the women folks, your book, your education, your master's degree will just be out of the window, honestly.
That's not everybody. And do you also know that in the fight against patriarchy, you will actually fight more women?
Of course, women are the enablers now.
So sometimes when you think that the person handling your case is a woman, she should understand that woman is
you are wrong.
the one to actually work against you. Everything that is happening with women, patriarchy has been at play from the first day.
Yeah.
Let's handle it the cultural way. Yes, Baba Okoeni. Let's handle it the cultural way. It has always been a man's world.
Of course.
See, everything that they've been doing, they've been playing mind games with her. They've been trivializing everything that is happening to her. When you talk to some set of people, they will tell you, first widow, that's what they will tell you.
Yes. One lady opened her mouth and said, okay,
yes.
Come on, Baba, no different when you should do about
That's what I'm telling you. Exactly.
And I'm like, so mad in me.
So, got on play up till now. Because let me tell you one thing. Everything doesn't drag the court system is slow. We know the court system is slow. The court system is slow because nobody really cares about the mental health of this girl. Nobody cares about the fact that she's being victimized and abused every day. Let me tell you something. Everybody that is in charge of Wunmi's case, if you really sit down with them and ask them what they think morally, forget their professionalism. They will tell you she's not the first. They will tell you she's not the first. So, let me tell you, don't tell me that they are not seeing our cry, they are not seeing our tags, they are not seeing our letters. But they will tell you that Baba Okoeshini, our family Okoeni, ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, ọmọ kékeré ò gbọdọ̀ ṣe gbá. Nílẹ̀ that is what they are using against. I'm telling you. Of course. And that what upsets me most is when these people say, tó bá jẹ́ abroad to be, all of you in your system will be in jail. All of you, pátápátá.
Go
this far. You will not, yes, Mama, you will not go this far.
Thank you so much. In fact, I was just waiting to get home because when Mayor started talking, that's the angle I wanted us to address. And it's good that, okay, yeah, Escapade 2 is here. At least we have a man in our midst. You see, that statement they used to make, that if it were to be abroad, I know earlier in 2024, I think I talked about it holistically. Like, if this incident had happened abroad, maybe we can play out the scenario right here, that we have a full panel. Like, if this scenario, this whole incident had happened abroad, who are the agencies that will step in? How would the whole matter have gone? Because unfortunately, I don't know what part of abroad some of these people are, and I don't know how they access the abroad they claim to be. Yeah, Ejeka, let's remove the fact that there wouldn't have been an auxiliary nurse coming to treat Mohbad at home.
Yeah.
And the incident wouldn't even have
happened. But let's try to be blindsided to that aspect and say, okay, can't say Nipe will play out, but it may not was treated. From there, will trigger reaction. Look. In fact, where can Mulati be more passed on? What would happen from that point? Because they keep saying, oh, to that brought me, Wunmi would have been in jail, it would have been in cell. More than man will walk where shall make your agencies to step in to ensure that this young widow is not traumatized.
That British, let me give you a very serious case that happened to somebody here in the United States, Tajo Jerry. Okwe, ó sick, for a while, ó ti kọ́kọ́ beat cancer. So ìgbà tó beat ẹ̀, ó ti ẹ̀ ti ring bell, ó ti ṣe everything. So after some years, bọ̀bọ́ yẹn discover bóun tún ti ní. But because of the emotional stress tó put ìyàwó ẹ̀ through the first time and the whole family, he decided to go holistic. He didn't tell anybody about it. He didn't even tell the wife. The wife didn't know. So later it was what is Beresni deteriorate, gone to the point that he couldn't really eat and everything. One kilo share, Moribo share pay kilo share. I want to know over 15 million naira. Lori agbo lori gbogbo lati le. We don't share this cover, but boy, he wasn't getting. There's something wrong. About to lose hospital ni. About his son Kokofuen. He didn't tell the wife because of the emotional pressure and everything. When this guy eventually died, right? The first thing the system did was get therapist for the wife. They made sure that they found somebody that would be going to protect the wife because they knew the mental stress that she was going through. The kids and the woman, they asked them if they needed help because one more stressed, a sudden passing, and the fact that the man did not tell her about it, one more stressed to put her through. In a same country, a country that works, where the system works, they would protect the child and the wife of that man. When you guys continue to come online to say that this cannot happen abroad, it makes me question what side of abroad are you guys talking about? Say abroad of Ekiti, abi abroad of Iseyin, because it cannot be the Western world where they know that people like you should not exist. People like you who see women as lesser vessels, who don't see women as human beings, because I'm going to always say this. A lot of you have externalized your pain and struggle to the point that you think that everybody you come across is a bad person. Now, this lady lost her, we keep saying all of this. This lady lost her husband. Her husband, he wasn't sick, he wasn't bedridden, it wasn't as if they had given him weeks or months or years or days to live. His death was sudden. It wasn't something anybody planned. So by putting lost one pain or whatever, one illness or whatever for a very long time, and they had already told them it's a 50-50 chance, he might not survive it. Oti mama prepare mind it. Oti mama reach therapist. Oti mama work with a lot of people to help her be able to process the pain, right? But this was a sudden death. It wasn't something anybody envisaged. It happened to her. As soon as it happened, whatever thing Toba she at that point and afterwards, she is not in control of her mental state. I have seen you people come out to say she has not been consistent, come out to say she said this, she did this, she posted this and that. I do not know where you expect somebody who became a widow all of a sudden, like it was so sudden, to be able to process their grief to the point that they will now come online, set camera and start saying, bye la shere, bye lo shele. Like in a working system, where in the working system has such a thing ever happened? Where have you ever seen a situation where a woman would lose her husband all of a sudden, and then she will come on social media to come and be telling people, strangers, numbskulls, people she does not know, bye, no, do you guys expect so much from this girl?
Time and date for
exactly time tó jí
exactly ó máa sọ time fún wọn
time tí nọ́ọ̀sì kúrò lé time tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń gbóná tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń bì.
How do you guys even expect so much from somebody who became a widow all of a sudden?
But they can make an excuse for Joseph Aloba for seeing pool of blood and his memory froze.
Even somebody that entered up and you're going to get premeditated. Nobody be la won gangan. Ó sì lè máa wò pé kílẹ̀ ń bí nìyí. Ká tó wá sọ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣe sudden tó kàn ṣẹlẹ̀ fast bẹ́yẹn. But you guys want her to put time, you want her to put date, you want her to put specifics to it. And you guys have not sat down for 1 minute to think that is this actually a same thing? I'm not going to say fair thing because it is only an insane person that will sit down and be expecting a widowed woman. Like, Sharon, for a very long time, I tried to okay, let me just calm down. But nothing seems to make sense. Nothing. And
should I tell you the reason why these people, they're having a problem? Should I tell you?
Yes, Mama.
It's control.
Yes, Mama.
Control. Control in the sense that they felt that she should be at their mercy. They should be the one to direct her how to grieve, what to grieve on, and what not to grieve on. It is all about control to these people. They wanted to be the one calling the shots in her life, when to speak and when not to speak. It's all control, honestly. Oh, go sorrow. Like, how dare Omowummi? When we were calling on you as the Alpha and Omega, how dare you say you don't owe us anything? Is control and control. And it still boils down to the misogynistic people that we have in Nigeria. Because where in the world does somebody not telling you what happened to her husband make her guilty of it? Who are you to be the judge and the jury and the executioner? Who appointed you? So because she has refused to say what you want to hear, automatically you need to vilify her, you need to nail her to the cross. It's all about control to me, honestly. It's all about control.
Other than control, Bene, I still want to believe that this is a carefully orchestrated plan. And why do I say it all the time? And I have a strong feeling that it is what it is. Okay. And why I said that is, look at when Omowummi came out with that expression, because those posts were nothing but expression of her grief. It wasn't a statement of what has happened. It was an expression of her grief. It's a chronicle of what they've been through in the recent past, and just the shock of it all was what made her express herself. But all that expression was a pointer towards a particular person, organization, the record label, right? NM. And we could see that during that period, the anger, there was an eruption of anger in the people, in the public, because it seems like all of a sudden everybody was now seeing what that young man went through while he was alive. So color me shock how they try to just change the narrative on her. It's like, how dare you come out to accuse us, especially when they try to speak to her that, okay, don't worry, we'll take care of your child and all those things, and she didn't budge. So the next thing will be, okay, let us orchestrate something. Make sure that the spotlight turns back on her. Turn it all on her. And that's how they started. What did they started with first? That's conversation she had with Mo before Mo passed, family me, you would see that it was an orchestrated plan. It was a target, like, let's put it all back on her. Let's put it all back on her. Say, okay, you want to learn to fail my accuse abi. Okay, worry important ma fun. And that was where it started from. So in the process, they started bringing other people into it. People who think they have a score to settle with Omowummi. Starting first from the greedy celebrity mourner. They brought him into it. Before you know, till tomorrow, I still keep saying it. If there was no division in the camp of Mohbad's friend, you know, a post went viral today. It makes it 3 years that Beast and Peace was released. And I listened to the song where he mentioned all his friends, even to that Zomo. Zomo got featured in Oriye. So imagine if all those people had a common front, they had a solid ground. Not because they want to cover up anything, but because they want to stand on the truth. And they didn't let them divide them. How did they divide them? Oh, Omowummi Pharaoh pair. Yeah, she said it was you. And they were able to create that division because in their own perverse mind, they thought that when they knew nothing happened, but if they create a division, yes, they would use a set of her husband's friends against her. Did they succeed? Yes, they did. But the only thing they couldn't do was manufacture evidence for what didn't happen. So yes, control, but control based on the fact that they planned, they wanted her to fall for it. That's why you will hear some people say that, oh, even, I don't know if you can still remember, Bene, a time, Moshini Paparico, saying it point and clear that the only thing that will satisfy him, if they can even find one thing to rope Omowummi in so that she can go to jail. Not because she did anything.
And the British have had this same Papa Bingo said it on countless times that the justifying why they bullied Omowummi is because she refused to speak to them.
Yes, I get. So you now have different camps that
because I want to buttress a little thing that you said before you go for that. I'm so sorry, ma. I want you guys to also understand one thing. Some of these Mohbad's friends, especially the ones that they were able to convince to the other side, they had issues with Omowummi before Mohbad's death. Some of them felt that Omowummi was the one that was not allowing Mohbad láti bá wọn rìn àwọn ìrìn àrè kan bóyá kán lọ máa ṣàwọn yamayama kan. So they were able to convince them because àwọn gan fúnra ara wọn gan inú tí wọ́n gùn mọ̀ dáadáa tán tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀. You will see that the ones tó jẹ́ pé kò ráyè òṣì nínú wọn, they are still standing on the truth. They say ọmọ yóò ṣe nǹkan. Mohbad was good to us. And that is to tell you that you were anybody. Mohbad was the good friend who put everybody around, who made sure everybody around him was Gucci. But he did not even know that some of these people, they were either jealous of him or upset at the fact that he had a wife who was solidly behind him and was a protector. Omowummi was Mohbad's major protector. Omowummi tó lè fojú rọ̀bọ̀n. A lot of his friends, àwọn tó ti wọ̀ on the other side, wọn lè ṣe irú ẹ̀. So wọ́n máa rí Omowummi as ìwọ ló fàyà rọ̀bọ̀n, ìwọ ló fẹ́ máa protect Mohbad tó fi pé bóyá ìwọ ló strong ló dájú gbogbo àwọn lọ. So ló ṣe easy fún wọn.
Ṣé mo pé Harris kan sọ pé ó lọ fara rọ̀bọ̀n yẹn pé ó sọ pé ọmọ ọ̀tá ni Omowummi kó máa mú gbó. To tell you how sick people are. To tell you how sick people can be. That's why I said there is no winning with these people. And that's like people trying to see that these people to reason with you is waste of time.
their mind is made up. And that's why mo bá pàdé wọn lórí platform kan, mo máa ń kanra mọ́ wọn.
I can't know the conversation.
I'm not here for dialogue. Don't dialogue with me. No, I don't want to hear. Because it's now obvious that they know what they are doing and they are just being intentionally wicked. Let's be mature. I'm not mature, please.
I'm here.
Mayor, conversation, madam. Let's start from the medical aspect, like the healthcare aspect. Playing the scenario of the incident here, at least in the UK, Jowa. And yeah, good enough. I think majority of us that are being so, I mean, let's start from ipe okay kati ni o looto won wa treat nílé irú incident yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀. How what would take place from that onward?
Okay, let me use
I know it's difficult to
this actually happened.
Okay.
This actually happened. People will go look after in their homes, and it depends on the categories of what they fall under, because the hospital do not actually when people can do some things, or that's where you have carers and stuffs and community nurses have district nurses, all those things. And because someone like me, I will be in critical care, I do look after patients in their home, which comes under complex care. So I don't do your normal community care or your normal district nursing care. I look after patients that need airway support. Airway support means they cannot breathe by themselves, but they are not candidates for staying in the hospital, because obviously it's expensive to live in the hospital. Hospital is not the best place to live in. You only come to the hospital, maybe you need some form of other intervention, but in the UK, from doing dialysis to giving IV antibiotics to doing all these things, yes, is a thing here in the UK, but there are people that have been specially trained to do these things. And let's now say, for hypothetically, let's say a patient in the community stopped breathing, or they reacted to something. The first thing you do is you call 999, and that is it. You call 999. There are services that are in place for these things. You call 999, and the first thing 999 will ask you is, are you the person, or you're calling on behalf of the person? Then the next question is the person breathing? That is your airway. That is the main number one thing. Is the person breathing? Now they can go then they put you through all things that you can do to intervene in cases like that. And it depends on what you're calling for. It is an anaphylactic reaction. In the UK, they have to send an air ambulance. In this, they will send it. And I don't know if you're aware of it. Now they are trying to enhance the law that there should be a defibrillator within a certain walking distance. So where I'm lucky, my GP is just literally like 10 minutes walk. So there are locations around me that will have defibrillators, and some of the things that are included in these things are the epinephrine and all those things. And there are ambulances that are around each location. So each area has ambulances that can quickly blue light. Blue light means sounding that siren and come to your aid. So the chances of this happening is minute, but let's say it happens, there are things that are in place. So now let's say this person ends up dying because you don't know what to do, but you call the ambulance, they came late, the police will come as well. So as
the ambulance is coming, and if it is an unexpected flight, we have some that are expected, like if you're looking after somebody who is end of life and you know that they will go. So it's a different route. Now, this is a young man, no past medical history, no health issue. He reacted to something. By the time ambulance came, Otilo, everybody hands off. The ambulance will call the police, right? So it's still the police that will still like, okay, do a write-up and do whatever. So they are not going to arrest anyone until there is an investigation. Am I giving what I'm supposed to give? And now, part of the investigation is an inquest. Inquest means because this is an unexpected fight that has happened, he will be taken to the nearest morgue. A medical examiner will come in and check. They will do the autopsy, which is a thing. Autopsy, because these people keep confusing the autopsy with the toxicology. They don't know the difference. The autopsy is the physical things that you can see from the head to the toe, what you can see physically. Then they cut open, they check all the organs to ensure it is what it should be, which was done in this case. Yes, they're going to take blood for the toxicology and stomach contents and all those things. So if it has happened in this case, these are the process that they will go about. And within weeks, and if the family are not happy, they felt the nurse has not done what she's supposed to do, then will be invited. Bear in mind that at that point, the police have already taken statements. Then they can, during inquest, like they've rightly done in this case, yes, it's dragged, but in this case, the nurse has been called, she said what she has done. So if by then they felt she's liable or she's culpable of an offense that has been done, then she can now face whatever. So everything they've been saying is just not, the chances are really, really limited. And if, let's now say it is the fault of the nurse in this case, then there will be a review of how should we have prevented this. And now it has happened. What can we put in place to prevent this from happening? And this is, we now need to learn from experience. Obviously, I've been lost in all of this.
Yeah, thank you, Mio. Every time I try to play out that scenario in my head, it's really difficult to see how same thing would have played out here. Not just here, anywhere in the West. But then let's move on to welfare now. Welfare of the immediate family. Because when such thing happens in the West, abroad, overseas, abroad, those same, insane persons who are it could never have happened abroad. What would have been the welfare package for his family? Who would be prioritized? What would be the welfare package available to them? Would they be arrested? Would the wife be a suspect? I wish that even Soft Baby could come up.
So in this case, the wife would definitely not be arrested. It makes no sense at all. And there will be bereavement services that are available, both in the community and in the local community, and there are always support groups. So definitely there will be a bereavement counselor or someone that will speak and will be there to support. Even from the police that has come first, they will contact. The police department has bereavement services, they have social workers, the community has as well, and the hospital has as well. So there are a lot of services that will be available for the young widow. Her child, saying that at that point she had a 5-month-old baby, there is a postpartum, she's still within that postpartum period, and there will be eyes that will be kept on her. In fact, there will be In fact, it is possible they will ask her if there's somebody who can stay with her at that moment. If she doesn't have a close family or friend that can be with her at that moment, there will be someone they can get from that will be on call that can come over to stay with this person. Let me give an example. I was looking after a young child, a child which was end of life. So the plan was to pass on, but it takes longer than was expected and all this. So I managed. They were thinking in 2 weeks. But you know what? I looked after this child for about 2 years. So if I told the agency I work with messaged me, they didn't tell me everything that it was about how they just said to call them immediately. I get the call. I called them and they actually offered me. I'm not the parents, I'm not the family, because I have looked after. They offered me bereavement service. Why? Because I've had a close relationship to some extent with this person. Yeah. Share Mr. Paito, you want Mr. Paito, you're back. You want to carry on?
First, I want to make a point, then I'm going to drop so that Mr. Paita can finish his show. So, thank you very much, Sister Mio. I was going to say something. My neighbor that's Oku sometime 2 years ago. One thing, the one
that you used to help the children.
Yes, thank you. Even at the kids, they made sure they informed the counselor. You understand? After getting outside therapies for children, they got for the father, because of they got for the father, they got for the children, and they even informed the teacher at the school so that one mama take care and everything. They made sure that they protected those children and the immediate family of the person. Who are the immediate family? Husband or wife of the deceased. Those are the major people to protect emotionally. They would make sure that there are people around them who will surround them with love. People are we went to the house to make sure we share anything what on need. And we went to drop flowers. We were always checking on them and everything. Those children, they became like a part of my family and everything. So sometimes when you guys say if it happened abroad, I understand what you mean by it happened abroad. If it happened abroad, Wunmi would be protected from people like you. People like you would not even be able to do all of the things that you've been doing to her. And this is where I want to pause for now. Okay, my bad, stop, Mr. Paita. Thanks for your time, everybody.
Thank you, Omotsi, for the contribution. Paita, are you ready to go, or can we still go a little more?
A little more into what? Into where?
I was waiting for.
Me, I want to go and do something. I don't know.
That's why I'm asking him. Does he want to go further, or can we still?
I want to go further. I want to go further. If she's asking me myself.
Yeah, go further then.
Go further.
Yeah, me see if you can go further.
No, British, Lonnie.
Do you have the strength to go further?
Go further.
You have the strength. Okay. I know further maths was your favorite topic.
Exactly. We got permutation, yeah.
Okay, because I thought that we were beginning to penetrate the minds of people with this discourse, but since you are here, you can take over the penetration.
Oh yeah, told me that British, I took some penetration.
Let me take over the penetration.
Let me keep quiet.
Okay. I feel Let the room for who sabi. Ude. Oh yeah.
She told me so quick can go for that. No, they don't come.
Chopping me, no mind.
No, most funny couple.
máa yẹ jẹjẹ ká padà sórí topic àwa kan fẹ́ sùn náà kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ wo ni fọ́dà.
Pariwo bíi tí mo wà yìí. So sister tí mo wá ní FEC ẹ̀ inú wa ní ṣé kí n bẹ́ sọ àbí inú àlá mi lẹ ti jọ sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Fearless tún ti ń gbé wa lọ síbi tá a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ o.
Àbí kan yọ kúrò.
Chopping me ẹ lọ sùn kò síbi tó ti máa bá mi sọ pé kí n yọ kúrò tó ti wà ń bẹ̀ kí n yọ for what kí lẹ̀ ń sọ yìí.
Wàhálà.
ẹyọ tì lájà.
Ṣé lè bá mi sọ yẹn?
Báwo ni wọ́n ṣe ń bọ́lẹ̀ lórí moving train?
Bẹ̀lẹ̀ come back here leave escapade alone he will come when he wants to come.
Wàhálà ò lè lè báyìí torí ọlọ́ ẹ máa gbà mí diabetes ẹ máa gbà mí. Kí ni gbogbo ìdílé?
And now, he's only trying to tell you that you can't make escapade come. Escapade will come when he's ready.
Whenever he wants, yeah.
Ẹ mọ̀ pé àjẹpẹ́ ní àwọn ẹnìkúra ní o. Àwọn ẹnìkúra ní o.
Ẹ̀yin náà láìkè gbọdọ̀ ẹ̀rí yàn fún yín.
Wọ́n yóò ti máa kú ti skúl ní àbí skúl ní ẹlẹ́bẹ̀. Dúró ẹ ní sùúrù, am I missing something? Am I missing something? Ẹ má jẹ́ kó fà yín tí ó lè oṣù. Am I missing something?
Mo máa já yín tán létà tó bí mi.
Ẹ já mi. Mo máa ń tẹ́sẹ̀ gbó fẹ́ mú. Nǹkan tó máa ń rẹ̀yìn sí náà nìyẹn. Nǹkan ti ṣẹlẹ̀ gan lórí bíbá yìí o.
Sista Temi ló jáṣẹ́ yẹn. Sista Temi yìí. Sista Temi yìí on grab gangan.
Ṣé pé wọ́n já ìjọba
Ẹ má jẹ́ kí Bẹ̀nẹ̀ break chain of possession.
Ó yá, Mr. Pata, mo jẹ́ ìrìn rẹ fún mi. Àásọ lépa.
Bẹ̀nẹ̀ ayé èèyàn wa to start with you I need 300 million.
Oh my God. Thank you, my love. Ibi tí mo ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ gangan nìyẹn. Ibi tí mo ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ gangan nìyẹn.
Àpòyìn àti pọ́sì sí.
A ní láti gbalẹ̀ kàtàkà.
Ilé yẹn lọ ta mọ́tò.
Ẹ lọ máa pàṣẹ àkàtúntì kẹta gbogbo ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, and I know you people here are capable. I know you guys are capable. Ẹ ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, àwọn èèyàn ti sọ pé 300 million péré.
Ní irúkú tó ta mọ́tò ẹ̀. Èèyàn làwọn ènìyàn lóríṣiríṣi tó kàn ó.
So ẹ ní láti wo ẹ lọ wo àpòyìn ẹ lọ yẹ àpòyìn wò.
Èmi gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àṣànà mo kàn ní ìdájí ṣiṣẹ́ iṣẹ́ bíi 10 péré á gbé 300M yẹn.
Okay, mi ti ẹ̀rọ bóyá a fẹ́ máa porúkọ àwọn èèyàn kó ní kálukú Bẹ̀nẹ̀ àyùdí ẹ maybe you should get a pen and paper ká máa kọ orúkọ àwọn kẹ́nu kálukú máa ṣe tó fẹ́. Ẹjẹ́ àpẹẹrẹ látòrí host ẹjọ́ host ó ti délẹ̀ ọ̀ ilé kó wa jọ.
Torí ilé kó wa jọ o, ilé kó sílẹ̀ o. Ìyàwó làwọn tó kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Olórí oko bàbá kó sílẹ̀.
So kó ní kálukú wa máa sọ pledge díẹ̀.
Orí platform ọ̀dẹ̀ lọ́mọ́wùmí tún ti sọ̀rọ̀. Àbí o. Lè sọ pé brókò bísínẹ́sì mẹ́ta ẹ̀ ṣe kéèké
lápò. Fearless má dà pọ̀.
Ẹ̀ ṣe 9 to 5.
Ọ̀rọ̀ wo ló ní Omowummi sọ lórí platform? Mo rò pé bàbá tí nǹkan bá ṣe la fẹ́ sùn fún.
Diabetes kódà gan ẹjẹ́ ẹja yìí sí orúkọ Mr. Pata wà nù petition ìyẹn tún kọ́.
Ẹjọ́ kí lẹ̀ ń sọ, mo kàn ń rí ten type post mi because mi sí mo wà lórí call, kò mo kàn ń rí comment kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀.
Ẹ má ṣe báyìí pẹ̀lú wa, ẹ wá pledge 300 million.
Sọ pé 300 million tó sùn lọ nínú ìfẹ́ gbé ọ̀rọ̀ owó sílẹ̀ òní.
The funny thing is I said it since yesterday pé God did it. Ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ èèyàn ṣé mi ti sọ látànù pé ẹgbẹ́ bá ti máa dá owó.
Ọkọ̀ nìyẹn pé the same mind ló wà láwọ́kọ̀ ẹ̀yà àti.
Mo ti sọ látànù, mo tiẹ̀ tún sọ fún ọ pé ká má jẹ́ ká tiẹ̀ lọ court pé kakọ̀ lọ kó yẹn fún Joseph kékeré kan kakọ̀ ní ẹgbàsà. Ẹ má bínú.
You are a woman after my own heart.
Thank you. Ọwọ́ sọ́dọ̀ I said yesterday pé a need láti máa ẹjọ́ kan wájú wa kakọ̀ ní ẹgbàsà. Ẹ má bínú, a ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ àṣẹjọ́.
Àrọ́mọ méjì tó fáìn kan gbówó yẹn lọ.
Exactly. Wọ́n ṣe girama ká kọ́rù síwájú kọ́rù sẹ́yìn. Wọ́n ti nídìí gbogbo yín tẹ máa ń sọ python for you o. Irọ́ o, ẹ wá lọ.
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pàwọ̀ èèyàn mi lẹ́ni kọ́ máa lọ kí nìkan náà.
Àwọn tó sọ náà lẹ́kọ́ láàrin wa.
Jẹ́ fàìdá fi ṣẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ní kí ló dé.
Kí lè bá mi fà? Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ayọ̀ dẹ́ẹ̀tọ́ pé káwọn ọmọ bọ́lá máa lọ.
Ẹni bá olùkọ́ káyìn ló wà ó sí ẹ̀.
Ẹni sùúrù, ṣáde ẹsẹ̀ mi ìpínlẹ̀, ṣé a ti rí ní píkà dúkìá láti ìkà fún Jọ́sí lówó, ẹ ṣáà wọ́n ní wọ́n Jọ́sí ní dúkìá.
Ẹ má dé àwọn nígbà tẹ́ ẹ ń fọwọ́ fẹ̀mí mi ṣeré ni kí ni nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ ṣe yìí náà.
Ìfà ẹ̀pọ̀ mi àbí ìfẹ́.
Ṣé kàró
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀?
bọ́ọ̀sì náà ó ní ẹlẹ́rìí ló fọ́ ẹrù bóró.
Ẹ fẹ́ fa ọkùn ẹ̀mí mi já ni kí ni gbogbo eléyìí náà.
Okay, as a matter of fact, as a matter of fact, I am nominating Bene and Yemi.
Benevolence. Oh yeah, okay. Ó ti dàṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Àwọn máa pàjọ àwọn ọmọ romantic a máa pàjọ sí ni.
Ẹ fún wọn mi Júsì débi lọ́yà. Àwọn náà pọ̀ wọ́n sì káàmù díẹ̀. Ìyá jẹ́ kẹ́lọ́.
I think Bene will benevolently.
Fara nílẹ̀ ẹran mi.
Ṣùgbọ́n kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn lọ.
Mo fara nílẹ̀ fún yín.
Okay, ẹgbẹ́ lè túbì lọ́wọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kó lọ jíṣẹ́ yẹn fún wa.
Ọwọ́ àti sẹ́yìn sẹ́yìn. Ọwọ́ àti sẹ́yìn sẹ́yìn. Ẹkú sẹ́yìn sẹ́yìn.
Mo kẹ́mi sí yín
Ṣúra sẹ́yìn sẹ́yìn. Ẹni sẹ́yìn sẹ́yìn tó bá sọ yẹn. Wọ́n mi sẹ́yìn sẹ́yìn máa gbé wọn lọ sí Z tó sì kọ́ máa táyà. A ní kọ́ máa kó yẹn lọ. Kóhùn ò tẹ̀ lè ṣe.
Èmi Tremmie sí yín pé
ẹgbẹ́
kò sí
sẹ́yìn
máa
sẹ́yìn.
end up láti sọ fún yín pé òun ò fẹ́ owó mọ́. Ẹran mi lọ.
Títàsí bèbí bá lọ àti the British Josie máa ní ẹ má wọrí ẹ fowó lẹ̀.
Ìyá mi ti ṣùgbọ́n bá tún repeat ẹ̀ máa já yín bọ́lẹ̀ lórí platform yìí.
Ẹ̀yin ò fẹ́ pín rárá. You don't want to share.
A máa já yín bọ́lẹ̀ tẹ́ bá tún dárúkọ àwọn tó díẹ̀ sẹ́ni mi
Oh my goodness.
a máa já yín bọ́lẹ̀. Ṣé èèyàn máa ń rọ́mọ tiẹ̀ níṣẹ́ dé tòrutòru ni? Kò ṣe ọmọ lọ́mọ lèèyàn máa rán ni.
Àṣé òṣèbìnrin lọ́wọ́ Yẹmí ṣubú pé ike kí ló ṣe
ẹ lè rán Cindy.
Nominating me and Tremmie or Omobola or Odukia is an attack on Pythagoras.
Yeah, now.
If any of you have anything against Pytha, you better come out now and speak or forever fight.
The British ọpẹ́ yìí lẹ lọ́ra yín mọ́ lísìtì tẹ̀ka yìí. Ẹ̀yin lẹ lọ́ra yín mọ́ bẹ̀ o.
No.
Dukia was a one-time thing.
Ẹni sùúrù. Jọ́bìnrin don't go there.
My boo is going. I want to give you the response. I would mute.
Yeah, ẹ má sọ pé that British rọra ọmọ anything. that British, she has a special, not just special, a very special place in my heart. Anybody occupy. So, more content so yeah. So don't even go there. Suggestion for wa. Say Kano Candy àtàwọn ọ̀rẹ́ ni Candy Jumi àti Mide bóyá kó tiẹ̀ lọ ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn. Wàhálà lọ máa ń kó wá sí platform. Bóyá tá bá tiẹ̀ fi wọ́n ṣe tutù eléyìí.
In fact, kí tí mo mọ̀ báyìí ó máa da kí fearless gan yẹn Bẹ̀nẹ̀ Yẹmí Ṣítù àti
fearless ló máa pa wá ló máa pa jù sí.
So having talked about that one àti mú àwọn tàmáràn kóníkálùkù ṣe máa let the pledges let it start coming in because according to Joseph Aloba here, Joseph Aloba is saying he wants, from where I can see statement of claim here, he's claiming against the defendant who is Omowummi, Cynthia. According to them, Adebanjo, Aloba, Aloba Sileyin. They want the sum of 300 million naira as punitive, aggravated, and exemplary damages for the malicious and defamatory publications made against the claimants. And they also want post-judgment interest on the judgment sum at the rate of 21% per annum until final liquidation. Ní gbogbo ọdún tó bá fi sanwó yẹn.
Orí dá fún wọn. Àwọn òwe màlá mo ti ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹn bí ilé ọ̀dì ẹ̀wọ̀n ní láti.
Go to the smoke you go.
Ògúngbè ló ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn, Ògúngbè láyé ẹ̀ ti fọ́n.
Kí tó bá dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé 10 years lẹ́fẹ́ fi sanwó yẹn o, every year tó bá ń gùn kí 21% interest.
Ó lọ ṣe tí ìrojú owó bèrè interest wèrè. Fún interest lọ́ fi calculate ṣẹlẹ̀. Ẹ bá fi fún interest ni.
Kọ́ńpọ́ǹtì ló wálé, ó wá tún lè pọ̀ sí.
Ara bàbá Bẹ́wúlá òyà ni ẹ má bínú.
Tìró bí síjẹ́ Wùmí lọ́rùn, wèrè ò fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀lẹ.
So mainly, I think it's just about 6 main things ni ó ní Omowummi sọ tó fi defame òun. Because you know them now, they have about 23 or 25 pages of tí gbogbo lawsuit wọ́n contain àti statement of claim wọn àti kíní o àti everything o. One interesting thing that even stand out there is they only have one witness o. Tí gbogbo defamation tó ń sọ yìí o. And guess who that witness is? Joseph Aloba.
But àwọn máa ń sí.
Ṣé Jòsí kọ́ ni complainant ni?
Àwọn máa ń sí wá.
Ọ̀gá rẹ̀ sí
Níbo làwọn máa ń sí wà?
Èmi defamation must include a third party. Kò yé mi yá. Abẹ́rẹ́ òye. Jòsí ni third party.
Jòsí ni o. Jòsí ló máa authenticate everything. Òun ló máa estimate the reputation ẹ̀ tó wà damage. Because at least it must injure your reputation in the eye of somebody else. So that is still Jòsí. Jòsí ló máa determine everything. Jòsí is their only.
Mr. Pythagoras ẹ má bínú. Ṣé mo bá ṣe máa ṣe wọ́n máa ṣò? Ṣé wọ́n máa lọ sùn lè?
Wọ́n máa sùn lélẹ́yìí o.
Wọ́n máa sùn tí ó ti dá.
Kí ló dé tí o fi lo Bùrẹ́sì àbí kó lo Mohbad told me?
Mohbad told me àti my sin kọ́. Ṣé wọ́n ní pé my sin kọ́?
Ó lè ti try káwọn yẹn ti sọ pé ṣe é ṣe èrè sá ẹjẹ lọ yanjú nǹkan ṣé kọ́tà ń bá yín sọ lélẹ̀.
Paita, were you reading? Have you finished reading?
No, I have not. I'll come funny laughing.
Ẹ jẹ́ àgbẹ̀ wọn ní wọ́n tán wọ́n tán.
No. Why are you coming for my babe? What's going on here?
nígbà tó ń fọwọ́ wù nílẹ̀ tí gbogbo àbí sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní wọ́n san bí ẹni pé wọ́n nídìí inú bedroom ẹ̀jẹ̀ kọ́ ṣe tán ẹjẹ́ kọ́ bá wa ṣeré náà. Èyí ṣàlọ́ ní gbogbo ọjọ́ tó pé ẹjẹ́ kọ́ bá wa ṣeré.
Darless, you no go understand how they do me. Mo ṣe wọlé ni mo fẹ́ mu gàrí. Ẹja mi máa ń gbé lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ̀yin òye máa mu gàrí kàbí kẹ́ jẹ̀bà.
Èmi gan tiẹ̀ máa mu gàrí kúlíkúlí kan ranjú wò mí wájú báyìí.
Gàrí ọmọ mi gan wọ́n lè mu gàrí láàárọ̀ lọ́sàn-án àlọ́ láì.
Kí ṣọ́jọ́ kí lè dá kúlíkúlí o.
So mo sábà
kí ṣọ́jọ́ mo ń gbé ọ̀rọ̀ ìgbà kúlíkúlí.
Wàhálà èmi gan kúlíkúlí mi láàárọ̀ ìmọ̀ ló máa ti pẹ́ tí kúlíkúlí yìí ń bí báyìí.
Ṣé kò ṣe kúlíkúlí mo rọrùn ṣá?
Túbí mi ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ ọ̀dà kúlíkúlí láti lè rí mo ràn.
Tí àwọn yàtọ̀ ẹjọ́ wà lórí fún bàbá yìí kẹ̀tẹ̀ patronize. Nǹkan tí mo sọ ní gbogbo wọn náà. Comment section.
Kò sí lára wa.
Kàríwà ló pàyà làgàtà
lórí. Súpàbà kò ti lè lọ. Ọmọ yẹn kò mójú kò kò láti padà lọ síbẹ̀.
Sorry o, a máa take a whole lot of detour ní kéésì ẹni gàrí ló pàyà làgàtà.
Nǹkan tí mo kà ní ọmọ òṣèlú nìkan nìyẹn o.
Ẹjọ́ ta ló ti máa rí làgàtà láàárọ̀ yìí? Ta ló ti máa rí láàárọ̀ yìí?
Ó dùn ẹ jẹ́ ká take moment. Sista Tẹ́mi ẹjọ́ ẹ wá já mi sí. Ẹni gàrí ló pàyà làgàtà.
Ẹni gàrí ló mú kú o. Abọ́ gàrí lọ́ bá wá jù. Gàrí àti máńgò. Mọ̀ gbà sí gàrí àti máńgò pa wọ́n Nàìjíríà yẹn.
Ìyá ẹ̀ lọ mú máńgò lé gàrí. Ìyá ọ̀rọ̀ ńlá ni gàrí dá o.
Actually kúlíkúlí tí na imú rán sẹ́ndì sí wọn náà wà gbẹ nínú abọ́.
Níbi tó kú sí.
I'm telling you, ojú ìyá yẹn yọ kọ̀ǹtọ̀ báyìí lójú ọpọlọ. Ikú tí a yẹ
justice for ìyá làkàtà.
Ọlọ́run ikú gbóná olórí burúkú ẹ̀ ò tọ́jú ìyá yẹn ebi ló padà pàyà yẹn. Awọ́rọ́kọ́ ló mú ìyá yẹn ló bá lọ́rùn mọ́lẹ̀ ibi tó ti sáré tó gbé gàrí síwájú bá ibẹ̀ làṣàrà ìlú dé.
Ta la máa mú gangan ṣé ní ìmọ̀ràn tó fi nǹkan sínú kúlíkúlí ni àbí ìyá ẹ̀ torí òpè.
Ìyá yẹn ò jó oúnjẹ gidi gan-an. Ìyá yẹn gangan ò lékun nínú oúnjẹ gidi ò wọnú ẹ̀ sóhun tí ní ìmọ̀ náà kọ́ ṣìrìn ni. Ìyá yẹn náà máa
àlẹ́ ok bóyá ìyá ẹ̀ náà tọ́jú làgàtà ni làgàtà náà ṣe dá ìyá ẹ̀ dúró.
olórí burúkú ni bọ́ tọ́jú wọn náà ọmọ òfò lè má jẹ ọmọ òfò bọ́ olórí burúkú ni wọ́n rẹ̀ náà because àwọn náà ìdókùdó lọ́mọ adókán tó bíbí kú bí so.
ọmọ náà ká náà ló tiẹ̀ ṣe kú pọ̀ ká.
ẹ̀hún náà tẹ̀lé gbàbàtà 3 days tó kó tó di pé ìyá yẹn ọ̀sẹ̀ kejì tí ìyá yẹn máa fọrùn lọ bó ṣe gbé ìyá yẹn ṣe pé online yẹn pé tó bá jẹ́ pé rọ́ọ̀lù ń pa kíkú pàyà òun. a rò pé eré la pè níbo lẹ wà látijọ́ ọjọ́ ìtẹ́ mọ́rú sítórì eré la pè o àfi bá ṣe gbọ́ pé ìyá èyí kan náà nìyẹn ìjọ wo ni ọmọ burúkú sì sọ pé lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ ọlọ́mọ.
àṣẹ wà lẹ́nu ọmọ òṣì yẹn ṣá.
ẹnu ẹ̀kọ́ làṣẹ wà wá ìyá láṣẹ àmì sí ń bí. à ń stream èèyàn kan lọ ń ṣe pé kò mọ̀ pé pé tó máa pa òun làwọn kò wọ́n pa àwa ẹ̀yẹ onídìí bẹ́ẹ̀.
kò mọ̀ pé yìí kọjá kò mọ̀ pé kọjá ń táìmù yẹn.
wọ́n bá ti fúnra wọn lépè bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ní comment section wẹ́ẹ́ máa rí àṣẹ.
àwọn bíbú yóò tún lè ṣe pé wọ́n láì báyìí. làgàtà máa tìtì kéèsì ẹ̀ létà jẹ́ ká sáré yanjú eléyìí.
ẹ jẹ́ ká yanjú nǹkan tá à ń yanjú àtòun olórí àwọn ẹrú kínní kan tó ṣẹ̀pẹ̀ pé ìdìbí tìmádé nínú zoo Ìbàdàn yẹn mo ń padà bọ̀.
tani ẹ ṣe bọ̀ dáadẹ́.
ẹ pé mò ń kọ́ yín lójú pé kẹṣà parí show yìí because mo fẹ́ ní violence section o. wọ́n ti rí olórí ẹrú ti ṣe sófin láàárọ̀ mo fẹ́ dá wọn lóhùn so ẹ dáhùn o.
ó lọ ṣì ọmọ tí wọ́n pé ẹrú ni ó máa dá.
àjẹmí Omowummi ó lóun ní bá gbọ́ ẹyin tó kù ṣe ó lèmi Omowummi la máa jẹgbà lọ́wọ́.
kò ní dá fún ẹ kò ní dá fún ẹ.
èmi náà ṣe fídíò fún láàárọ̀ mo ṣe fídíò fún wọn.
ó yá Mr. Pythagoras ẹjẹ àfíníṣẹ má jẹ ẹjẹ àfíníṣẹ lè kò ní yẹ ó lọ ṣì very ugly thing.
Tremmie ti activate straight.
ó lóore pariwo ha.
ẹ jẹ́ àparí show yìí kẹ́dẹ̀ tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣòwò lórí ẹbí ẹ sọ fáwọn èèyàn pé téèyàn bá kú mọ́ yín lọ́wọ́ ńlá ẹ̀yin lẹ́wà rẹ̀ kọ́ sí ìwọ.
No, to be honest, because Latigo look okay. I didn't like sorrow. That guy is a sign.
Ó lè sí láàárọ̀ èmi wọ́n kọ́ dé FYP ẹ̀. Ó ń jẹ́ orí ti parí ẹ̀. Ó yọ káyọ̀ ẹ̀. Èmi ò sọ pé mi ló fẹ́ wá ṣe ṣọ́ọ̀fù. Mo bá tún dé bíi pé
Ó yàtọ̀ sí ọ̀rọ̀
ìyọ̀ pé báwo lè ṣe máa wo ojú mi báyìí. Ṣé tẹ bá ń stream ṣe máa ń da nǹkan bo ojú ẹ̀ ní ọ̀rọ̀ aṣọ́kọ̀ nǹkan fún òun dẹ̀.
Lọ́lọ́fún pa látàrí ọ̀fọ̀. Ọmọ ìyá jáde jáde.
Tí láti bá ti kú tèmi platform ní ẹ̀bùsùn ẹ̀ pàǹgbà yẹn.
Ibi tó ka lára ni ó ní ṣé torí òun parí ìjà pẹ̀lú bàbá Mohbad lẹ́sìn máa kọ́ra wọ́n láti jẹ́ ọjọ́ ẹ̀. Ó láti jẹ́ tó ti kú bàbá Mohbad ń kọ́. Ó ní ṣèbí ló yẹ kọ́. Ó ní àbóhùn lòun sùn yín ní 300 million ni. Wọ́n ń kọ́ra wọ́n.
But I need the price. Mr. Python, yo. Any suru, I need the price of research. So Latino ma wa okay. Any bó ṣe a máa wà láti wo wá jẹ́ mo yoga. Continue, Mr. Python.
Okay, ẹ máa bọ̀
Ẹ máa sọ lọ sọ́sì ni. Irọ́ o, a lè lo láti fún o. Àárín o, ẹ máa bọ́ ṣe sọ Osama bin Laden nígbà tó pa. Bọ́ ṣe máa ṣe fún láti nìyẹn. Ẹ lè sí láti níbo. Ẹ lè fi ṣe anything. Àléyàn ugly. Àwọn tó wà sọ̀rọ̀ àti ìbọn ẹjẹ́ kí Pàìtà parí iṣó wọn o. Pàìtà ẹjọ́ ẹ parí iṣó yìí ẹjọ́. Tẹ bá ní kẹ́ wọ́n làgàtà àti kílí sẹ́nu lẹ́yìn báyìí. Ọmọ 3 platform wọn níjẹ́ ẹ̀sìn mi o. Wọ́n ti wá láti ti pẹ́ o.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n lo táìmù mi ò dáadáa nítorí a máa pẹ́ lórí eléyìí náà nítorí èmi náà ṣe rí gbogbo nǹkan tí Joseph Aloba fáìlì yìí ni. Ó dẹ̀ wà lásìkò gan. Ẹ bá mi rẹ́rìn. Let's start with the statement of statement on notes.
Ẹ̀dẹ̀rẹ́rì ẹ̀yẹ èèyàn wọ́n ní kẹ́ bá wọn rẹ́rìn ẹ̀dẹ̀rẹ́rì. Why are you doing that?
So, claimant's witness statement on oath. I, Joseph Aloba, male, adult, Christian, Nigerian citizen of whatever address, do make oath and state as follow. Number 1, I am the claimant in this suit, and by virtue of which I am conversant with the facts of this case. Number 2, I am a Nigerian citizen, businessman, and biological father of Promise Ilerioluwa Aloba, popularly known as Mohbad, who was murdered in a very controversial circumstances in his house at Lekki. I'm a true Beyama, I'm analyzing the, you know. Ẹ bá mi wá láyọ̀ fún Group C read the mind me.
I'm a carpenter, I'm a carpenter. What about the businessman?
Oh no, businessman, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, business wo ló ṣe kó lọ máa dúró sẹ́yìn àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ. Ta ló wo recent video yẹn? Èmi fídíò yẹn ọ̀tọ̀ nìkan tẹ̀mí wò mẹ́ bóyá ń kúrò ibi ṣòkòtò ẹ̀ mò ń wò ó. Mo fẹ́ bóyá kò wèrè lé lẹ́yìn ọmọ yẹn.
Ó dúró olóṣì ní ẹni tó sáré gbẹ́sẹ̀ kejì sọ́hùn ni. Olóṣì. Òkú ẹ̀ ti lé mọ́mọ́ lọ́mọ.
So ẹjọ́ ta ló mọ business Joseph Aloba? We need to know. So because this is a statement under oath now, we have to examine it, because if there's anything, if there's any lie here, if there's any misrepresentation under these statements, Joseph Aloba might be in a very deep trouble. Bene, if I'm wrong, please let me know. Or Joseph Aloba is saying in the number 2 of his statement here. That is a Nigerian citizen, yes. Businessman, I don't know. Biological father, we don't know yet. Of late Ilerioluwa Promise Aloba, popularly known as Mohbad, who was murdered in a very controversial circumstance in his house at Lekki. So how can this be a statement? How can this be a fact? How can this be right? Because below all these things now, below all these statements, he has to sign and he has to confirm that everything he has said here is the fact. He's not trying to misrepresent anything. He's not trying to say anything. The number 56, it went up to 56. Ni statement here. If you're counting one by one, I would write. And number 56, Abishe 55, only I depose to this witness statement on oath, conscientiously believing the content to be true and in accordance with the oath law of Lagos State, 2015. Ode science there. So more like you being in the box, in the court, raising your hands up and putting the second one on the Bible or the Quran or whatever you believe in and swearing an oath. That is what Joseph Aloba is saying here. And his first statement here is saying Mohbad was murdered. Where is the fact to this? We will continue. Number 3, the defendant was the girlfriend of the said late Ilerioluwa Promise Aloba Mohbad and was among the persons that fought with the disease and saw him last alive before his demise. So, gbogbo àwọn narrative yìí tí Joseph Alobo ráyè ṣe rí bí tó ti ń wọlé báyìí sí yìí. Ẹ wá sọ fún mi pé àwọn pípù yóò lè dá owó kú sẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n máa dá yàtì inú owó fún un. Pẹ̀lú ilé tí mo ti ẹ̀ ń kà fún wọn yìí. Okay, Baba said, I say it. Baba knows what Baba is doing. Baba knows the truth. Baba is looking for justice. Tell me, who can say Joseph Aloba is not looking for justice? Who? Nibenye. Even the stupid boy Papariano. With all this one now, he cannot deny it. Joseph Aloba is looking for justice. Because this has been all your narrative. This has been everything you've been cooking up. Joseph Aloba is putting it now under oath. It is in the that Joseph Aloba is now confident enough to buy your lies, or maybe because he wants to dance to your tune. He's now putting all these things under oath. Good for you, good for Joseph Aloba. Everybody gets to smile on this one now. But this is stupid, this is laughable. You know, in do long, yes, Baba is now ready, Baba is now looking for justice. And Joseph Aloba not ready, donation is coming in. My people are back on my side. Money is coming in for me. So at least, we are left and right, we are all happy. And this is what we want. One big happy family. Number 4. I state that before the defendant's defamatory publications complained of in this suit. Number 4 again. I state that before the defendant's defamatory publications contained in this suit, I enjoyed immense public goodwill, respect, honor, and dignity amongst members of the public, family members, friends, associates, and the entertainment community in Nigeria and beyond. Sister Tremmie, mute you. Sister Tremmie. Okay. So, you didn't get the number 4 well. I will explain it. Cash it. But I will explain it. So Joseph Aloba is saying here that before Wunmi came out to be saying whatever he's going to eventually accuse Wunmi of saying, that before that time, he is enjoying immense public goodwill. The public likes him so much. They respect him so much. They honor him. He has dignity amongst members of the public. And not just members of the public, amongst his own family members, amongst his friends, his associates, and even in the entertainment community. Aloba is seeing himself in the entertainment industry already. For him to mention that he believes he's an entertainer now, olórí ẹrú ti ṣe rẹ́kọ̀dì bíi mélòó kan fún òun náà ti release bíi mélòó kan sórí YouTube. So amongst the entertainment community, once you mention Joseph, people are in awe of him, like, that man is so much respectable and all that. That is what number 4 is saying. Number 5. I aver that following the controversial death of his son, now, what is wrong here? Sorry if you see me going back and forth here. So apparently Joseph Aloba is supposed to be the one making all this declaration here. But from this number 5, it's appearing that somebody else is the one making this statement and now referring to Joseph Aloba as the third person in this now. So I'll read it so you understand what I'm saying. Number 5, from number 1 to number 4 is I am the citizen of Kinikon. Before this, I have been enjoying this. So number 5 is now saying, I aver that following this controversial death of his son, he embarked upon lawful advocacy and public sensitization, calling for proper investigation, reinvestigation, and forensic inquiry into the circumstances surrounding the death of his son. So Joseph Aloba became the third person here. So apparently his lawyer or whoever is the one making this statement here. And Joseph Aloba is signing off on it. Nebo will make a statement here. But let's not dig into it too much. It won't be good for them eventually. And number 5 went back. They went back to their story. They went back to proper characterization here. I state that I also publicly demanded a DNA examination concerning the paternity of Leah, whom the defendant alleged was the biological child of the late Mohbad, with a view of ensuring transparency and eliminating every suspicious and criminal motive relating to the tragic death of my son. That the defendant became uncomfortable with my insistence on transparency, reinvestigation, and DNA examination, and consequently embarked upon a campaign of calumny, falsehood, and character assassination against me. Number 8, I aver that sometime in the year 2025, the defendant caused to be published and disseminated several audio and video recordings on the internet, social media platforms, and blogs, which publications were viewed, heard, and circulated by millions of persons within and outside Nigeria. We are getting there. Number 9, that in one of the said publications posted via TikTok and other various social media platforms, including Facebook, tagged as Audio Evidence 1, which is contained in the flash drive to be relied upon by me in this suit during trial. The defendant published in Yoruba language the following defamatory words concerning me. Benevolence, are you here? We are getting there.
As in more I'm not feeling more. Okay, continue.
So don't forget that Dele Musawo Sinyo. Olóhùn àvà òun sún ẹnìyẹn o ní pé nígbà kan in 2025 that the defender which is Omowummi caused to be published, meaning he was the one, she was the one. He can prove that Omowummi publication, Omowummi directed, even if she didn't do it herself. She made some people do the publication. She gave them the reason to do it. She gave them the details and the dissemination of several audios and videos and recording on the internet. And in one of these things, what happened is this in Yoruba. Hello, Baba, Siti Alonsoro. Tiku Bapalia. Emma Sheri. Ikú ló máa pa yín bàbá. Tí ikú bá palẹ̀ à, ẹ máa ṣorí burúkú ni. Ṣé ti rí bí nǹkan kan bá ṣe ọmọ mi, bí ó ti ṣe promise, tí nǹkan kan bá fi lè ṣe ọmọ mi, tí nǹkan kan bá fi lè ṣe ọmọ mi tí ẹ ní ọ̀gá tí ọkọ bá fi lè ṣe ọmọ mi ẹ ní kúre bàbá tí ọkọ bá fi lè ṣe Liam mò ń sọ fún yín o mò ń wò láti ọjọ́ yìí mò ń wò láti ọjọ́ yìí.
Ẹ má bínú ẹ ń sọ pé affidavit ẹ gbogbo lélẹ̀.
Òun lélẹ̀ yìí ó mò ń kà o.
Ó yẹ pé bí a fẹ́ wà ní o.
Ẹ wò ẹ jẹ́ kí adélẹ̀ o.
Kò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ lè lọ fáìlì.
Kẹ́lí Jọ́sìn tí wọ́n bá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú
Kò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ sí ẹ́. Kò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Kò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Nǹkan tó fẹ́ kó tù mí nílé lórí nìyẹn. Ṣé bá rántí pé Aries first petition.
Òun ni sọ fún few minutes break láti lọ ṣe ní.
Wọ́n lè padà lẹ́yìn rẹ̀ o.
Ìsàkéde ẹjọ́ ṣé mo lè
Ó yà wá náà lẹ́nu ládé òkè let's confirm everywhere.
Ìsàkéde ẹjọ́ ṣé a lè mo lè béèrè jẹ́nu pẹ̀sọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yín. Ẹ má parọ́ o, ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin ń parọ́. Ṣé ẹ sà sí jòsì ni?
Irọ́ iṣẹ́ ayé ni.
Ilé òṣòdì lásán o. Ilé òṣòdì lásán. Ilé òṣòdì lásán.
Ọdún kan lẹ́yìn ìyẹn ọlọ́.
Ẹ máa rí àṣẹ ní kọ́mẹ́ntì ẹ̀jẹ̀ tó bá yá.
Ó yẹ ẹja ẹja ẹjọ́ ìṣó yìí sẹ́. Nǹkan tẹ́yìn sọ pé kò lè dóhùn yìí. Àkúdàáyà gba ọ̀dọ́ kan fílọ lánàá ló lọ celebrate ẹ̀ pé wọ́n ti ṣe nǹkan táwọn fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Really? Aries, won't celebrate trash. Are you for real? This trash. I spit on your brain, no, honestly. If you can stoop so low and celebrate this gibberish.
Ẹ wo lámbà tó wà ń bẹ pé Wùmí ló gbé jáde. Ó ti mọ̀ pé gbígbé jáde yẹn ogun ni. Ó ní Wùmí ló gbé sí. Ṣé Wùmí tó pè náà ló tún record?
Gbàgbé pé kéṣe bí ẹ̀ ni.
Tí nǹkan kan bá fi lè ṣe ọmọ mi ẹ ní kúre bàbá tí nǹkan kan bá fi lè ṣe Liam mò ń sọ fún yín mò ń wò yín láti ọjọ́ yìí tí nǹkan kan lè who is that? Chopping me, I mute. Tí mò ń wò yín láti ọjọ́ yìí tí nǹkan bá fi lè ṣe ọmọ mi ẹ fẹ́ pa ọmọ mi. Ẹ fẹ́ pa ọmọ mi tí nǹkan kan bá fi lè ṣe Liam èmi náà fi ẹ̀mọ́ bóyá àmà sọ́ọ̀rọ̀ tí nǹkan bá fi lè ṣe Liam.
Òjò tí ò tún kọ́ dáadáa Mr. Paita o. Because ó ní tí kọ̀ọ̀kan bá ṣe ẹ fẹ́ pọ̀ ọmọ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe. Kò sọ dáadáa. Ó ní ṣèbí inú nǹkan tó máa ń gbé kiri kó sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ pọ̀ ọmọ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe pọ̀ ọmọ yín kílé tí jòsí òfin yẹn kún.
Ẹ ní sùúrù o ẹ ní sùúrù. So nǹkan tó quote jáde nìyẹn ní Yorùbá That is the defamatory publication. So, number 10. That the defendant's publication in Yoruba can be translated in English language to mean the following. Our translate yes, English language. So, if you're missing anything in the translation, let us know. Hello, Baba, it's me, Cynthia talking. If death before Liam, you'll be unfortunate. You also die in an unfortunate way. You see, if anything happens to my child, just the way you killed Promise. If anything happens to my child, if anything happens to my child, you will not die well. Baba, if anything happens to my son Liam, I'm telling you now, I have kept mute all these days. If anything happens to my child, you want to kill my child. If anything happens to Liam, if anything happens to him.
Wọ́n yẹ ní tó kọ kí ní gbọ̀ngàn náà. Ṣé ó kọ gbogbo nǹkan tẹ̀ sọ ìmísítà Kàìtà abẹ́ ilẹ̀kùn kàdé?
Nǹkan tó kọ síbẹ̀ nìyẹn o. Escape, you want to say something?
Kẹ́nìbọ̀dì má mú bébì tèmi sọ́wọ́ o. Ẹ lọ mú lọ́ọ̀yà yín sọ́wọ́ o. Wọ́n kà nǹkan tọ́kọ ni o.
Wọ́n kà lọ. He said the thing is going viral online. But who put it out? Say Wunmi ló gbé síta.
Ó ní Wunmi ní sẹ́.
Ó ní Wunmi ló gbé síta.
Báyọ̀ ló máa rán máa ilé wọn lásán.
Bọ̀ mi sọ̀rọ̀ dákẹ́ mi ò ti bí pé kan tó kọ lélẹ̀ yìí o. Bí àwọn kan bí ta ìlú. Bí àwọn kan gbélé síta.
Ẹyin lè fara kó skíbò.
Bí àwọn ìdílé àwọn àkọ́t. Ìyàwó kọ̀ fún lè camouflage ni.
Báyọ̀ kò lè dáa fún ẹ tó bá wá confam pò tọ́ nìkan tí mò ń kà sí o. Tó fẹ́ sọ mí donírọ̀ yìí, tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti jáde kẹ́ confam, kò lè dáa fún yín o.
Àìtàwọ̀ kí n parọ́ ọgbọ́n náà sọ donírọ̀ wáyà confam o.
So, you can see the translation níbẹ̀ yẹn gan alone. Níbo ni ó ti sọ pé the way you killed Promise Aloba, the way you killed Promise. Ẹ ti gbọ́ Yorùbá tó sọ. Tí nǹkan bá fi lè ṣe Liam, tí nǹkan bá fi lè ṣe ọmọ mi bí ó ti ṣe Promise, nǹkan kan. Ṣé ní tí kú bá pa ọmọ òun, ó tí nǹkan bá fi lè ṣe ọmọ òun tó ṣe Promise. When they are translating, you want to, if anything happens to my child, just the way you killed Promise. So you can see that imputation there. For that, so that you see the case tó ń gbé wọlé o. Kẹ́ bá lè máa wo case tó lọ ná 2 million lé lórí láti 5.
Ṣé ẹbí ní kí wọ́n gbé kéésì lọ sí court?
Ó ti wà ń kọ́ọ̀tì náà, wọ́n fún mi ní.
Registrar ló fún un lánàá, wọ́n fún un ní kóòtù. Àwọn kóòtù àwọn registrar ló mú fún kó mú fún náà.
Báyìí mo fi lè rí pé lọ́yà fún lọ́yà òun. So, want to believe is filed already, and of course they would have paid the fees, and that's why I was saying from the beginning in the morning, these people are just desperate, they are stupid, and they are empty. If you are paying close to 2 million in filing fees to file this kind of stupid defamation suit, you see how desperate these people are. Okay, so that's the interpretation. Number 11. That the natural and ordinary meaning of the said words, that's our words articles, okay, yeah, was and is that murdered my biological son, Mohbad, and I'm equally planning to murder Liam, the child of the defendants. So that is the interpretation, Tomujade, which is defamatory to him. Number 12. That the legal innuendo arising from the said publication was that I am a murderer, criminally inclined, wicked, dangerous, callous, and capable of killing members of my own family for ulterior motives. I analyze it anyhow. Even if I don't want to call you a murderer, because it's not been proven yet, I can say you are criminally inclined, Joseph Aloba. And I have all the evidence, even from your own statements, to show that you're criminally inclined. If you want to go, for example, you buried your son, you already buried him. If not, if I don't even have any example at all, that you buried him as against the law of Lagos State. And you cannot bury somebody in a living environment without getting the consent of the governor. That means a criminal inclination. It shows you're criminally inclined. So
let me add. They donated money for him in a GoFundMe. He said he was going to do DNA out of it. He was going to do phone forensic from it, and he never did phone forensic. He came back to the public to collect another money for DNA. So Josie, you are a criminal. So I don't know why you are refusing that badge of honor. You are a criminal. You practically duped the public. You collected the hard-earned money. You promised to do different things. You will do this, you will do that. And you refuse to do it. You are only Connie here. Let me speak Yoruba. Only Magbo. Only near now. And kilo bomoje, only lo bomoje. So if they say only near, because until this very day, you refuse to do accountability for that money that the public donated to that NGO, that you spearheaded. So don't come and give me that crap, or lack money on your da, or lack money get the F out of here, Joe. Power tap, Joe.
Go for it.
The Ori burial is part of it now. If the Ori burial is part of it. So
the other thing there that you are trying to deny is that they said you are wicked. What is the definition of wickedness? Anything that you do that doesn't look at the other person with some kind of sympathy, that puts the other person in harm's way, is wicked. It's wickedness. Those are wicked acts. If you open a platform and you sit on a platform and a child, a minor, is being dragged, is being characterized, is being called all sorts of names, you are wicked, Joseph Aloba. So, why are you pained? Why are you angry? Why are you saying you are not wicked? Because you are saying here now that the legal innuendo here is that you are criminally inclined, you are wicked. Yes, you are. You are, and there are evidence. There are testimonies. There are interviews to back all these things up. That you are dangerous. You are callous. You are callous, you are dangerous. And all these things for ulterior motives. Also now, all these things sum up together shows how dangerous you are.
To show that the evidence is to show that this particular set of women that are always fond of dragging Liam, you've gone to their show to go and show solidarity to them. So what other wickedness can beat that? You've gone to Comfy platform. In fact, you've told them to apply pressure. You've gone to Bukola JC. In fact, Josie, honestly,
on his own platform, Gongon, did they not cost me on his own platform when he used to?
Of course, thank you, Jaya. I even forgot that.
You are not saying you are not dangerous.
Okay, go and look for Odumosu. If you are here, you are listening to this show, go and look for Odumosu. Odumosu no more Josie Dada. Go and look for Odumosu.
I want to believe that some people just sent they will come and put Josie in prison. That's my own submission.
Yeah, Odia ló fẹ́ gbé wẹ̀ mọ́.
Ẹ má bínú. Ṣé ẹ gbọ́ pé Odumosu sùn Josie sí kóòtù ni? Tẹ́tún ní kọ́ lọ bá Odumosu. No, mo kàn tún mí pé Ògúngbèlè lọ bá Odumosu lẹ́yìn so that they can get a brief as to Josie. Ẹ ṣọ́ra yìí obìnrin. No, I'm not a lawyer. Go see Bashele, Nikini, and Barawaja.
That is not all, Oluwatosin. I'm your concern nítorí there are a lot of things to jẹ́ kó wà láfẹ́bùn bíi tábà dàpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wà níráyè analyse yẹ dáadáa. I come analyze it as one thing. There are a lot of rubbish Toko Josibi. So number 13 is saying that the said publication was false, malicious, reckless, and deliberately calculated to expose me to public hatred, ridicule, contempt, and opprobrium before right-thinking members of society. So now you have to prove the publication because you said she has published all these things. You have to prove the publication. You have to prove that you are not the one who, because at the end of the day, the onus is on you. In civil suit like this, you have to, the burden of proof is on you. It's not on the defendant here. It's not on the respondent here. It's on you. So, number 14, Atutin Losibo Mio. I state that in another publication posted on various social media platforms, where the defendant granted an interview with Jude Jidonwo, tagged as video evidence 2, which is contained in the flash drive to be relied upon by me in this suit during trial. The defendant falsely published the following words concerning me. Quote, my father-in-law wanted to be in control of my husband's property. Everything that belonged to my husband, or he would go all out for me to destroy my life. That, number 15, that the natural and ordinary meaning of the said publication, that the natural meaning of the said publication was and is that I am greedy, yes, oppressive and manipulative man who sought to unlawfully hijack and confiscate the properties of my late son. Ejeka Sorongpai.
Josephine Fury in book ló lè bá. I don't know. You people can correct me. Joseph Alova. I used to say something that people who are following you, they cannot tell me that they don't know who you are. You are very predictable. In fact, you don't have the sense to disguise. You are very easy to read. Josie doesn't know how to pretend. Ilẹ̀ tó wà ní ẹlẹ́pẹ̀, Josie ló jẹ́ ká mọ̀ pé wọ́n jà sílé ẹlẹ́pẹ̀. Éka kan wà bí kan, éka bí kan, ẹnu ẹ láti gbọ́. Because nǹkan tó pa Mohbad làwọn ló yẹ kó gbé wá sórí social media. But in all your interviews, you are always making reference to the property of your son. Ẹnu ẹ láti gbọ́. In fact, you said, and I quote, on Bukola Jese's show, pé mo pé bá ìyàwó pé ilẹ̀ ọmọ mi kíní kan bá mi sọ kíní kan ń sọ̀rọ̀ rúnrún kan lẹ́nu. Ilẹ̀ yẹn ó sọ pé kíní kan mo jẹ máa gbà á lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. You've always, all your interviews has always around property. In fact, kíní tó lọ sí probate tó lọ sí tó ń sunkún kiri is still about property. So I don't understand. Kò yé mi o.
Ẹ máa advance.
Kò yé mi o. I don't know. Kò yé mi. That's why I don't know. 13 pieces me off. I don't know, Sha. Because what the hell is this?
Because I don't think you know, or maybe your lawyer knows. One of the, in fact, the key defense to any defamation is truth, or you call it justification. That is a very simple, easy, the first and the most dependable, the dependable defense for any defamation. If it is the truth, if you can give justification for it. There are justifications to this. You have to go and look at the timeline. When did she grant the interview to with Judy? That was after you went on your own media rounds You've called out sort of names. You've made us understand that when you met with the lawyer, you told us yourself that you asked the lawyer that iboni property you asked, you said it. And we have all these things also as part of the court records when the lawyer also went to testify in the court, to give a statement in the court. So all these things are there that you went for the property. And she also has her own testimony. Everything to quote in B, you need evidence if each and every one of these things. Each and every one. Tabati your evidence to online. See what going to say no I saw. Omowummi has evidence to everything. And yes, you will get to know eventually in court. But we are talking about what is publicly available here. The ones you have said with your mouth. The ones we have seen in your dispositions, in your actions. In the actions of your supporters. That's the one we are analyzing all these things based on. It will leave Omowummi's evidence to the court. But in Tawaripi, we know you are a failure from the beginning. From this one we are seeing, we know you're going nowhere. We know this is just for the grabs.
Part of what she said, don't if he chorus in he's almost 60 years of age. He has not bought any property in his son's name. Why will Mohbad buy 2 plots of land in Liam's name? Is that not you fighting for your son's property? What on the shame?
Exactly.
What on the shame that I buy the hell of a mission?
Ọmọ mi ẹni ti gbàgbé kó sọ pé ẹdí ò lè kú ká jẹyìn ẹnu ni. Ó sọ náà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ tí mo bá gba ọmọ tó bá ní pé ṣé kọ́ wọn dànù ni. I don't understand.
As of October 2023, this man went and said, I hate her because she F's around. October 2023.
Kálọ́ ni wèrè tó pẹ̀lẹ́ ní sexy mom yìí. Ṣé bàbá ẹ̀ tó ti kú sínú gọ́tà yẹn ló fi ṣe dìbì ni?
Wá nìyẹn tá bá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Ta ló ṣàṣì ṣé ìyẹ́ ẹ̀ ṣàṣì kó tó kú ni?
And after that, this man went saying she's a lucky transformer. Ẹ ti gbàgbé, ètò ní ààrùn ṣe kinní kan para.
Ẹ má block, ẹ má mi tẹ́jẹ́ kó máa fi ẹ má block, ẹ jẹ́ kó máa ké bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ kó máa fi tí ẹ̀ gbọ́n ká tí ẹ jẹ́ kó máa ké bẹ́ẹ̀. À ń gbọ́ yín jàre. Ẹ jọ mi sọ̀fà ìdákẹ́ tó proceed o. Ibi tẹ́ kà tó sọ pé my son was murdered in suspicious blah blah blah. Ṣé lára defamatory náà nìyẹn? Àbí preamble ni?
Ara àwọn statement preamble ni àwọn nǹkan tó ń confam nìyẹn pé kẹlẹ̀ mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ó pa mí lọ́mọ o. Wọ́n tún wá ń sọ nǹkan tó tó yìí fún wọn.
Ìyá kó pẹ̀lẹ̀. I guess he has evidence to prove that he was actually murdered, abi?
Yeah, on evidence there, Lord, since he's saying that under the oath and he's saying these are correct things.
Ó wàhálà. Ó máa mú judgment court tó sọ pé wọ́n tí táwọn yẹn bá tó.
And this father saying is being characterized as a greedy man, as an oppressive man, as a manipulative man who wants to hijack and confiscate the property of your late son. Did you not do it? There is a suit currently at the High Court where you are filing for a rejoinder to join in the case of late Mohbad against the what do you call them now? The distributing company, Orchid. You are asking the court to remove Omowummi, to remove Liam, to remove Adura, and put you in charge. Is that not hijacking? Is that not part of the property of your late son? Is that not you hijacking the process, hijacking the property itself? Like I said, truth clearly is a defense, big one, to any defamation. And you are now saying the meaning of this. You are the one stating the words. You are the one putting the interpretation. Like your interpretation is final. The court will just accept your imputations here. That you are greedy because you are. That doesn't need anybody to prove. You are greedy. Ìwọ tó ní ṣé ọ̀dọ̀ ẹ kọ́lé ẹ̀kọ́ ti ṣe meeting àbọ̀ lọ ṣe meeting inside meeting ọ lọ ṣe kinní kan lẹ́yìn. I even said it pé kí Fálànà yọwọ́ kúrò nínú kéèsì yìí kó jẹ́ kó yanjú ọ̀rọ̀ family kó dá sí ìkọ̀ tó yẹ kó dá sí. It shows you're greedy. It shows you are oppressive. And it shows you're manipulative. But let's leave that. Number 16. Also, that the legal innuendo conveyed by the said publication was and is that I was exploiting the death of my son for pecuniary gains. Yes. I was threatening to destroy the defendant's life unless you surrendered properties belonging to the late Mohbad. Yes, you did. Because I believe she said it in an interview somewhere that you called her. You called her father. Which there will be, that will be part of our witness eventually. Pé tí nǹkan bá tọmọ yóò bá fẹ́ tí nǹkan bá bá fẹ́ ṣe tí ó bá fẹ́ kóhun jáde fún gbogbo nǹkan tó bá wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ kó kó sílẹ̀.
God, Iyabo Ojo even said it on Daddy Freeze show. That was why she hands off. Because ìgbà tó ọ̀rọ̀ pòkè kí ló ń jájà ilẹ̀. Tí bàbá dẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ dẹ̀ ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ kú ó ń gbẹ́nu lọ́rọ̀ property kan pé eléyìí ti kọjá kíní o. I think this is more family scuffle. She decided to hands off. There are people that are alive now to see or to láti kíní yìí náà. So kò yé mi. Wo Joseph Alaba ọ̀gá mi mélòó ló ṣì kù ṣó tó 30 ni.
56 ni o.
Ìgbàlá máa kúrò bí báyìí. Èmi máa fi ilẹ̀ kílẹ̀ ń kà because nǹkan tó yẹ kó sọ ní page 1 ó dẹ̀ wá pé kélekèle kí ni.
Ó pé kélekèle ni o. Ẹ já lọ sí di but gbogbo evidence àbí gbogbo assertion there really they are just 6 in numbers. Ó kàn ń pín wọn kélekèle ni.
Bóyá kẹ àwọn evidence tó sọ yẹn bóyá kẹ sọ wọn yẹn o because ká ló máa jókòó ti 56 nonsense tó kọ síbẹ̀.
The next one, evidence 3.
56 ti pọ̀ jù náà mo dúpọ̀ sí bí ẹ lè ká náà tó bá post ẹ̀ ká ló máa jókòó sí 56. Èèyàn máa ka 56 nonsense. Èyí kan ka ìgànnú tí ń bíyàn. Ẹ̀wẹ̀ lè má lè káṣá o.
So now let's move to number 18 now. I state further that in another widely circulated interview publication posted on various social media platforms, where the defendant granted an interview with Arise News TV, tagged as video evidence 3, which is contained in the flash drive to be relied upon by me in the suit during the trial. The defendant stated as follows, quote, he literally called for my husband's property, like landed properties, his YouTube password, his car, like so many other things. That during the said interview, the following exchange took place. Interviewer, he was asking you for it, defendant. He was asking everybody. He was actually calling everybody to ask. Interviewer, why didn't he call you? Defendant, he did not call me. Number 20. That the natural and ordinary meaning of the said publication was and is that I immediately descended upon the property and assets of my deceased son shortly after his death and became desperate to seize and control such assets. Shefedasi. Shoshi àwọn kíní yìí àbò ṣe. Did you call for
the mo máa wá join yín because àwọn kan tí mò ń kà yìí wọ́n mà tún ti fẹ́ tọ̀nù tébù so àwa la tún release voice note jòsí síta ó ti dá.
Àwa ni.
Ṣé wàá bí o? Inú gbogbo kan tẹ kà yìí, ewu lẹ má bínú o. Ẹ̀yin kan máa kà lọ, ewu ló tangible like àwọn wo ló tangible tún yàn lè because gbogbo ilé ó kàn pé kàkẹ́ ká láì.
Ta sọ pé òun ló pa Mohbad ní tangible tó.
No, any suru, nkofe money so that mama be let me keep submission lórí mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin tó important.
Ṣé yóò tangible tó a ní ó pa àtọ́pọ̀ pa ọmọ ẹ̀?
Pàtàkì ní gbogbo.
Ọ̀gá mi máa bínú àtẹ̀wò. Ẹ jọ mọ mi ẹmẹ́rẹ́ kọ́ answer àtẹ̀wò ọ̀gá mi.
Ẹ dúró náà, ó descend lórí property. Limited tọmọ ẹ kú. Ìyẹn wà ń bẹ̀. Èmi wà ń bẹ̀ pé ó lóhun ètì òun náà.
Àlèké pé kíní voice note pé bẹ ṣe pa kíní kan pé òun ló gbé jáde. Ṣé àwọn yẹn ló jáde?
No, ibi tó dẹ̀ ti ní kọ́ parọ́ mọ́ òun náà pé olùsọ̀fàdúrà bàdúrà sọ kankan and all that. Gbogbo ẹ̀ náà wà ń bẹ̀.
Ṣé pé ọ̀gá mi ṣe pé Josie ti wà desperate? I don't know. Because gbogbo eléyìí, I don't see anything defamatory in it. In fact, in your own interviews, you've said this thing. It might not be directly, but you've implied it. And ìyá Mohbad gan ti sọ pé kódà kan ó pe àdúrà pé kó parọ́. Ó sọ now. I don't understand. The problem you have is, Josie, you do more of talking than listening. You don't listen to yourself when you talk. You are more of a talker than a listener. Tí wọ́n bá ti sọ̀rọ̀, ó ti move on yẹn. But there are some people that this is more of desperation, no.
You know that the man.
Esther, ẹ̀jẹ̀ tó sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kí n béèrè question náà pàìtà. Ṣé nínú gbogbo nǹkan tó kọ yẹn, ṣé kò síbi tó ti sùn wípé Omowummi ló pọkọ mọ́ òun?
Ó ṣe àwọn ọ̀bìdà kò ní ṣe
bẹ́ẹ̀. So wọ́n tàbí kó aláriwo táwọn ẹbí ẹ̀ pa ṣèbí wọ́n ní Wùmí ló pa.
Josie ò tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣèbí Wùmí náà tó bẹ́ẹ̀ lákòóso òun.
Kò tó bẹ́ẹ̀.
Josie ò tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Kò tó bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ṣé Josie náà ló sọ fún lọ́yẹ̀ pé.
Sọ́ọ̀rì lágbájá mo ti mí tí tó bá ń pẹ́ fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀.
Escapade fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀.
Okay, my mute escapade back to Soroto. I was on call, so mo fẹ́ ní clarification. Ṣé Josie ní Omowummi ló release call? Did I hear right?
Nǹkan tó sọ nìyẹn.
Ó ti dá.
Escapade, go for it.
Yeah, what I was trying to say is that Baba knows that they pushed him to this point. If he wanted to do this, he would have done it with Ujumosu, Ogungbe, or Shitu, all of them. But this new lawyer and his minders, Awon Bayo and Co, that one that at our critical, whatever they call themselves, that the ones who are yeah. If you remember, list each critical thing, Baba was signed. These 54 or whatever names, or full names can go prosecute, go sue court. He knows that and he knows that there are things that he can't take to court. But now they have a lawyer that fits into their narrative, into their nonsense that they want to do. And he would have been the one encouraging him to lawyer defame, lawyer not charge him, defame. So they pushed him to do all these things. He knows that he's not getting anywhere. It's like that. He's at their mercy. They are making him do things that he wouldn't have done ordinarily. So he's not in really. It's the people around him that are pushing him to do this.
You're right. Lagwaja.
Just give me 2 minutes. I'll join now.
Okay.
Well, Lagbaja, during his 2 minutes come, Ejo. Àwọn ṣé brief tó fún Ògúngbè ni pé Omowummi ló pè Omowummi náà ló release recording síta àbí Ògúngbè ló bá wọn yí pé kọ́rọ̀ lè dùn because a mọ bí wọ́n ṣe ń lo call yẹn gbà yẹn láti fi vilify Omowummi tó ń drag ọmọ yẹn káàkiri o. And then we have one of Josie's interview where he mentioned that he didn't even know that his phone can record. that it was after things started happening, they told him, and that he recorded the call himself. So at what point, not to fẹ́ turn table mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ pé Omowummi ló ṣe call, Omowummi náà ló tún release ẹ̀ síta. Like what manner of manipulation is this nítorí Ọlọ́run? Ṣé lórí 300 million yìí náà lẹ ṣe ń parọ́ tó pọ̀ tó yìí?
And again, diabetes, ẹjọ́ reputation wo ni Josie ní tẹ́lẹ̀ tó bàjẹ́ torí kò yé bẹ́yẹn gbogbo ló yé mi Mr. Patabi ṣàlàyé orúkọ gidi wo ni Josie ní tẹ́lẹ̀ tó ní.
Celebrity mother náà ni.
Kò yé mi pé òun pé ní entertainment industry òun wà well respected kò yé entertainment industry wo kò yé mi ṣé wà ní káyé fẹ́lẹ́.
ó jẹ́ máa include pé Omowummi ní tí òun bá sọ nǹkan tí bàbá yìí ṣe máa jù lóko pa.
Ìyẹn wọ́n á sí ìyẹn ṣàkóyẹmí ṣìtú ti sis you don remind them that one. Aníkìlàkúnà tọ́nú àwo Yẹmí ṣùtù tún gbọ́ west àwò.
Ṣé ìgbà bá tún gbé 300 mi wá mi?
Wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé reputation wo ni Josie ní tẹ́lẹ̀ before now.
Only in the society, even in the public and the family member. Ṣé ẹni tí ìyàwó ò láìkí ẹ̀ ìyàmọ́ ẹni tó mọ̀ dá lóhùn tó wọ́n pé bàbá òun ti disown bàbá òun, that's somebody saying he enjoys respect from his family member. Even in Ikorodu gan, ọ̀nà máa fẹ́ sọ Josie ló kò pa ni.
And again, má bínú, and again, any small thing Josie máa ní pé publish, ibo ló ti publish ẹ̀ ṣe Punch ni, ṣe Guardian newspaper ni get, àbí ṣe The Nation. Ẹ má bínú,
wọ́n publish ẹ̀ online ni, online publication lórí first ni.
Okay.
Okay, I think I'm ready. I'm ready to say one or two things. Okay, well, Peter, I stop to number 14 and 16.
Number 14 kẹ. I think the boy have number 20. Okay. Yeah, number 20.
Okay, number 20. Now, what I see in all this is that it seems this lawyer does not even understand the word defamation. Just the way Sister Benevolence is saying.
Àwọn lágbájá ọ̀gá mi ìfiyínlẹ̀ ò ṣẹgbọ́n tó bá rí bákan náà màá bá rẹ́kọ́ọ̀dì yẹn ṣẹgbọ́n ó dàárọ̀ o.
Who you wan leave all these ones?
Àwọn máa wọrí màá gbọ́ rẹ́kọ́ọ̀dì yẹn ó sì kù mí. Take over. Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ló kọ́ náà ẹni rẹ́kọ̀dì ẹ̀jẹ̀ ni ó burú o.
Torí tẹ́síkápì bá fi lè drop dem gbogbo fears wa.
Ẹ mọ̀ fún ọmọ ìṣọ́bẹ̀ iná la pé ẹ mọ̀ fún òótọ́ lẹ ṣe sá lọ.
No, ẹ̀kọ́ tó bá wọ́n sọ.
Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ ló kàn lálẹ́?
No, kò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. The thing is I was expecting so much. And tẹ́ bá.
Respect there and just keep quiet.
When you are expecting so much and you are ọ̀tọ̀ nìkan tẹ́ bá ó máa jẹ́ kẹ́ fi.
Gbogbo yẹn ọkàn mi tí ìbájá àti gbóhùn escapade mọ̀ ibi tẹ́mi ti ní ìlú yẹn.
Yóò kàn yín o, tí ẹ bá gbóhùn yín o.
Àìsàn kò yé mi.
Okay,
why are you trying to lump Benin with escapade now? I said that escapade is my crush. Why are you lumping escapade?
Dàbí ti sẹ́yìn ò báyìí ti sọ tinú yín ara yín ò balẹ̀ o. Ẹ ti lọ já fún ìjà pàtàkì right. Ẹ ti lọ fi wà jọ wọn. Ẹ ti lọ fi wà jọ wọn.
You don't know the story that British. If you know what happened to me, you won't be saying this.
Ẹ má jẹ́ kó parọ́ fún yín o, dàbí ti ṣe gbọ́.
Escapade ti jojú mi.
Ẹ wo orúkọ tó wà ní comment section yẹn. Escapade.
Iye tó bá pọ̀ ní ẹjẹ́ kí n mọ o.
Ẹ máa bẹ escapade náà ṣe ṣe ń plus.
Josie kan kò máa sọ fún ẹ pé to be honest, go and get better counsels. People who are knowledgeable.
Sorry, was my audio very bad? Can you hear me now?
This is an embarrassment.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Embarrassment.
Sorry about that. Well,
okay, then I know
I said you've actually gotten to number 22 or so, and I believe like in such a suit, the most important ones should be the first, at least first 10 out of 56. The first 10 should be very strong ones that you think that yes, they are actually defamatory. And so far, I've been wondering, like, I was putting so much hope in this suit that I would have been saying out of 300, though, maybe I'll drop 5 or 10, or okay, go carry, matamoto, okay, 300. But I'm surprised that this is the weight of and I think this guy has just been pushed. For the past 3 years, they've been telling you, and she was daring you to sue her, and this is the best you can come out with. And you are doing things that are, number one, your statements were not defamatory. There are no witnesses to these things you're saying. And the ones that we could even say, yes, okay, let's give this one a chance. Are you not even implying it? Do you know that the letter, the MOU that you signed with African TV, was actually signed by you before the first sitting of the Corona inquest? The royalty of a person is part of his estate. So if Omowummi is actually even said that, oh, you after the properties, the royalties of Mohbad, what is it? What is it? It is part of his estate. It's part of the things, the properties he left behind to be inherited by whoever he uses as his next of kin. And for you to be putting that in part of the MOU that the royalties of somebody will be conducted by an NGO signed by you, and you never took the family, the entirety of your family. It was just you and Blessing. You did not add Adura, you did not add Jamila Bikiloruko. My name is Kiloruko English name, my name is Kineko. You did not add them inside it is only you and Blessing. So is that, are you taking your head of family, the head of family of Alobas? Why didn't you add them to that MOU? And you did that behind their back. So if Omowummi is implying these things, didn't you do them? Didn't you even open your mouth the second day Mohbad was Baba celebrating kò fún mi kíní BVN kò fún mi lọ́wọ́ BVN mi kò fún mi 500,000 gbàbẹ̀ kọjá rí. These are statements that shows your intentions. So all these things, kíní kan 54, kíní kan is just quite laughable. I don't even think Baba should finish everything because I was expecting something very tough. I was expecting you to give us something that we'll start racking our brains around and we'll be thinking of how we're going to solicit for funds. In fact, it's not the other way around.
We will still have to look for the phone, Lagbaja.
Okay, but I can log me first.
No, Papa, àwọn èèyàn máa ní wọn ò ká bí ká èmi ò expect anything lẹ̀ látọ̀dọ̀ kí lẹ̀.
Fílẹ̀ ṣe mọ̀ pé bàtà wà school gbà yín tó bá ní ká kọ́ essay. Ṣé mọ̀ pé major points wa la máa kọ́kọ́ sọ ní 1 to 1, at least the first two of the paragraphs will be the.
Bàbá, táyé yín ò
Cynthia ló pè yín.
Táyé yín ò fẹ́ bàjẹ́. Àwọn major points.
Something that is even out there that even it's a major blogger that even posted it. You are saying it to me. Very laughable. Very laughable. So this is what. So this is the reason why it's calling for unity from all forms. That they have a very big thing to say. So this is why they are calling for the unity. This is just quite laughable, honestly. Yeah. Emma, sorry-in-law, I've been listening, and Bene, you are a very brilliant person. The issue of the account general, I've thought about that. Like, this thing is beyond the police. Why should the police come for a mandamus or something when a case is already in court? Is it the police that is going to change the actions of a court? Well, let's just let me allow Paita to go ahead. Let's continue reading the laughable suits. At least.
Yeah, and people, let me use this opportunity to pass this information. All these videos you've been, our videos to teach you, at least you're hearing all these accusations now. I'm sure we have of course, we have personal evidence against all this, but also all these online videos involving Joseph Aloba saying some of these things or doing some of these things, for example, like MOU to Sample African TV, all those kind of things. Wherever you can find them, please, you know those you need to forward them to. Ejeko Konwalara no. On my serve as secondary documentary evidence to one way or the other.
Yeah. You are available. It's even one of our witness, because it was discussed on his platform.
Yeah, please. So, going to actually discuss here, going to number 22 now. Oh, okay. Describe because I think sometimes we try to look for the appropriate words to qualify Joseph Aloba. But sometimes we cannot find it, maybe because or we can't just find them. But in this suit now, I'm getting those words. He's giving me those words to qualify Gogom. So after all these conversations on News TV, whatever, Arise TV, he now said in number 21 that the legal innuendo arising from the said publication was and is that I am morally bankrupt, yes you are. Exploitative, yes you are. Greedy and primarily interested in inheriting and confiscating the wealth and digital assets of my late son. Yes, that is what it is. You've chosen the right words. You are morally bankrupt. Because if all you are after is the assets of your son, Ibo ni mo tu ewa, Ibo lo nile si, Kile to ra le fomo, Kile to ra le fomo, Ile to rent to lo kono, just in your desperation to inherit him one way or the other. You're morally bankrupt, man.
You know that his statement is part of the CTC. His own statement to the CTC that he was asking for where they're going to bury Mohbad, asking the lawyer for
talk now before you come out the talk from my mouth. I was just
is there in the CTC?
You don't sweep from my mouth.
Sorry, Mom.
What I was even bringing for petty back baby to city Bukky gets me. Tony, my bano ilé mi tó wà lọ́wọ́ wọn má gbà má fomi ṣọwọ́ lọ́wọ́ tó ń sọ Yorùbá Èkìtì. Ìgbà wo ni Josie ever sọ̀rọ̀ rí? In fact, if you will not forget, guys, the first time Josie would ever say he's seeking justice for Mohbad was that infamous speech tó fi jókòó sórí blue chair. You know, after people have been talking that he should be talking about Mohbad, justice for Mohbad, because from inception it has always been about ìyàwó ẹ̀ ló ń gba gbogbo ẹ̀, ìyàwó ẹ̀ ló náwó ẹ̀, òun á gbalẹ̀, òun ò gbọ́ bí tán ti ń ra ilẹ̀ fún ọmọ òkókó rí. Mohbad ralẹ̀ ó ralẹ̀ lórúkọ ọmọ ẹ̀, ṣóun ralẹ̀ ní orúkọ Mohbad ni. You know, all those evidence are right there in public. But I love where this is going, really. Àsìkò tán máa sọ òkò tí Omowummi predict yẹn, ó dàbá àsìkò yẹn ló ti ń súnmọ́ lé.
Number 22, I state further that the publication portrayed me as an oppressive and threatening father-in-law who was bent on intimidating the defendant into surrendering the said properties and assets. Yes, you are. You are, sir. Then, sir. Number 23, I aver that in another defamatory publication on various social media platforms, where the defendant granted an interview with Jude Chidionwo, tagged as video evidence for which is contained in the flash drive to be relied upon by me in the suit during trial, the defendant published the following words concerning me. Another one, quote open, telling the public that he hates me so much, like he even went as far as trying to cajole my brother-in-law to lie, like to implicate me in one way or the other.
Ibo nìyẹn wà.
We Omowummi sọ yẹn nínú fídíò tó interview tó ṣe pẹ̀lú Jude that he said all this. So now he's stating in 24. I state that the natural and ordinary meaning of the said publication.
That's a misinterpretation, no. That's a misinterpretation because what she said in that video was that there is a video that he said he hates her.
Yeah.
And she was reflecting in the past. We were very good friends, but there's a video there that he hates her. So that was what Wunmi said, not
what's his name? Joseph Aloba himself said it, that he hates her so much.
Exactly.
Joseph Aloba, so.
Yes, an evidence for that now.
Yes, that's what Wunmi is now saying in that interview, that telling the public that he hates me so much.
So it's not defamatory.
That's what is counting as defamatory, and we'll see his reason for it now.
Don't they know the meaning of defamatory? Defamatory, it's true now. There's a video evidence about that.
Exactly. So we will now see his reason. I state that the natural and ordinary meaning of the said publication was that I am dishonest, manipulative, and capable of procuring false evidence and false witness against the defendants. Number 25. I aver that the legal innuendo conveyed by the said publication was that I am conspiring to falsely implicate the defendant in criminal wrongdoing and is corruptly attempting to manipulate my son into fabricating lies against her. So he's leaving the first part of the statement he quoted, that he hates her so much, so he's sticking by that. But he's saying, Omowummi saying, Joseph Aloba went as far as trying to cajole my brother-in-law to lie, like to implicate me one way or the other. So that's the one he's taking exceptions to. That one is qualifying him or characterizing him as somebody who is dishonest, somebody who is capable of procuring false evidence against Omowummi.
But Chief Joseph Aloba forgot that Emma Binu, Iya Mohbad said this in a live Nina. Josi gangan ó fẹ́ káwọn parọ́ ọmọ kó dẹ̀ sọ pé òun ò lè parọ́ ọmọ ọmọ ọlọ́mọ torí òun bí tòun. Bóyá Josi ò mọ̀ pé Iya Mohbad gangan sọ lórí live.
See, at the end of the day, ẹ jẹ́ ká listen sí Bukini with the mindset in pé they are only doing it to, that they are only even doing it to satisfy their audience. So gbogbo nǹkan kíkọ tó bá ń kọ sọ́nbì yìí, most of them wọ́n mọ̀ pé kò lè pass any test. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé tẹ́nibọ́dì bá fi máa yẹ̀wò lẹ́ǹkan, tí tó bá róòmù gan lè lu òun lé lórí. So but they have to do it. Bóyá wọ́n ti gbowó yẹn ni o, bóyá wọ́n ní máa láti gbà owó yẹn ni o, they have to do it to keep the ball rolling. That is the purpose of Gbogbo Nǹkan Tó Ṣe. So it doesn't matter even if they lie in it, even if they put up jargons in there, they just want to put in something and, be done with it. About Igbewole Kadeloma fine court. If you come, we'll tell you, it's in court now, we're still dragging it. And of course, you know how the court system works in Nigeria. So that's what they want, and that's what they are getting. So, and
that is what they are giving them.
And that the publication further portrayed him as a vindictive and malicious individual, bent on persecuting the defender through falsehood and deception. What have you been doing all this while? Exactly what you have been doing. You have been persecuting her through your falsehood and through deception. You have deceived the public. You collect their money. You did nothing. You have deceived them by saying different types of things. All these things, there is no truth to them. So, if this is what this statement means to you, yes, exactly. That is what she's trying to tell you. Okay. And I think this is the, oh no, this is not the last one now. Okay, now let's go to the next one. Number 27. I further aver that the defendant is in another audio publication known as Audio Evidence 5, which is contained in the flash drive to be relied upon by me in this suit during trial. The defendant published the following words. In quotes. Ẹ̀yin àti dádì yín àánú yín ṣe mí. Ẹ má lọ ṣe DNA. Ẹ sì ń ṣe freestyle. Ẹ sì ń parọ́ fáwọn àwọn kíni máa pa àwọn pípù yìí tẹ́, àwọn mágà àwọn 30 mess mental health wọn 30 sọ wọ́n di wèrè. Ẹ sì ń parọ́ wèrè fún wọn. Ẹ má lọ ṣe DNA. No DNA, no burial. Ẹ sọ fún dádì yín. Ẹ sọ fún dádì yín.
Even God no go vex. I've been trying to laugh in a way that please God. For long, don't I understand lásìkò ìgbé kò possible.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká kíní tán, ẹ jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn gbọ́ kíní tán, kọ́ gbọ́ Yorùbá ìtàn. Ẹ sì ń pa irọ́ wèrè fún wọn. Ẹ má lọ ṣe DNA, no DNA, no burial. Ẹ sọ fún dádì yín, wò dádì yín. Dádì yín ló ti fẹ́ pé 60 yìí. Ẹ yá tètè lọ.
Okay, let me come back. Dádì yín Mr. Pata ìjọ torí ọlọ́ ṣé bá yẹ kọ́ kínní lóòótọ́ nìyẹn.
Kóòtù ni nà, mo sọ fún pé kóòtù ni mò ń kà. Ẹ yá tètè lọ sọ fún dádì yín ló ti fẹ́ pé 60 yìí. Ẹ yá tètè lọ sọ fún wọn. Liam sì kéré o. Kí wọ́n ya tètè lọ ṣe DNA. So tẹ bá kàn rò wípé ẹ kàn lè máa bọ́ kẹ máa freestyle. Kí lẹ sọ Mr. Paita? Kan ló kú ṣe.
Ṣe kan tó yẹ lọ wáyé. Repeat statement yìí o, ẹ jẹ́ repeat bẹ́yẹn. Ẹ ká gbájọ ẹ repeat ẹ o.
Lọ́yà kan ló kọ kínní, Josie fúnra rẹ̀ ló kọ kínní, lọ́yà kan ló kọ.
On transcribe nǹkan tó pọ̀ ní so a máa tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ilẹ̀ ẹ di ẹ̀rí yín mú dáadáa. Tábà ti ka Yorùbá ẹ̀ tọ́ ta dẹ̀ ti fi English interpretation ẹ̀ sí ẹ̀ wá lè rẹ́rìn yín síta. Quote open. Ẹ̀yin àti dáàdì yín àánú yín ṣe mí. Ẹ má lọ ṣe DNA. Ẹ sì ń ṣe freestyle. Ẹ sì ń parọ́ fáwọn kíni máa pa àwọn pípù yìí ná. Àwọn mágà. Àwọn 30 mess mental health wọn 30 sọ wọ́n di wèrè. Ẹ sì ń parọ́ wèrè fún wọn. Ẹ má lọ ṣe DNA. No DNA, no burial. Ẹ sọ fún dádì yín, wò dádì yín ló ti fẹ́ pé 60 yìí. Ẹ yá tètè lọ sọ fún wọn. Liam sì kéré o. Kí wọ́n yá lọ tètè ṣe DNA. So tẹ bá kàn rò wípé ẹ kàn lè máa bọ́ta máa ṣe freestyle. Kí lẹ sọ Mr. Paita? Kan ló kú ń ṣe inú ẹ, Ọlọ́run ṣeun. Quote closed. Number 28. That the defendant's publication in Yoruba can be translated in English language to mean the following. You and your daddy, I pity you people. You had better go and do DNA test. Why trying to act smart and deceive people? MAGA, another voice echoed. What do you think usually happens to those people, those foolish ones whose mental health get messed up, who end up going crazy? You're also trying to fool people. Go and do DNA test. No DNA, no burial. Tell your daddy who is already close to 60 years old, you should quickly tell him, Liam is still very young. They should hurry and do DNA test instead of thinking they can keep covering things up with style. What can I even say? Mr. Paita, just go and bury yourself in shame. God will judge.
Paita, ẹjọ́ mo fẹ́ béèrè nǹkan. Ṣé orúkọ èèyàn ló ń jẹ́ bàbá yín?
Òun ló ń bá wí.
Orúkọ ta ló ń jẹ́ bàbá yín?
Ọ̀gá mi.
Ṣé bàbá yín yẹn wá jẹ́ ìfàmẹ́jì?
Ó dà pé tí bá wo ẹ má bínú o torí mo kàn ti ẹ̀ ń ronú mo kàn ń rorí mi fúnra mi. Tí bá wo 22 nàkúnà sí wọn tọkọ rẹpẹtẹ yẹn tí mo tó wá ilé náà tọkọ rẹpẹtẹ ó dà pé Ògúngbè àti mi ti confam náà púpọ̀ kò mọ̀ ṣẹ́. Ó wá dà pé àwọn tó máa ń bá ṣẹjọ́ àwọn tí ò tó mọṣẹ́ tó òun àwọn tó tún lẹ́sìn jò tó yẹ kó tó wá di kọ̀ọ̀kan rẹpẹtẹ báyìí àwọn ìyá kan giving ni. Àwọn tágbọ̀n tó ń dún lórí tèmi nìyẹn. Pásítọ̀ nǹkan tó kọ ìkan ọkàn bá yé èjò sí jẹ́sí ni.
And the interpretation is even wrong. Also, Yorùbá mo rí bí tó ti sọ pé God will judge you. Ọlọ́run ṣe ló ẹ̀ ń di ẹ̀ ẹ̀yin kan God will judge.
Ó sọ bí ẹni pé Mr. Paita gan. Translation yẹn ṣe é yà pé Mr. Paita gan ló bá wí àdìẹ.
Mr. Paita, just go and bury yourself.
Mo rántí voice note kí ní tó ń play yìí gbọ́dọ̀ ní orúkọ wọn ni màá pè mo dáhùn lábẹ́lẹ̀ mo ní MAGA ni màá pè wọn ló tún dé another voice echo.
Yìí nìyẹn.
Olùkọ́ pé ká kúlù fún ẹ.
Also, Mr. Paita, nígbà tí o bá pè nǹkan ní 27 and is in Yoruba, you now put number 28, the same thing you transcribed into English as your next one. How does this make sense to Lawyer Ògúngbè?
Ó gbọ́dọ̀ pọ̀ tí ó bá ti pọ̀ kò make sense.
Ẹ ṣàfọ̀ Ògúngbè náà kò tí ì lo ògùn ẹ̀ ní ẹ ṣàrà fílẹ̀ mi ò gbádùn. Ẹ ṣàjọ máa ń dàpẹ́ this first major case ó máa gbà láyé ẹ̀.
So nǹkan tó ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ń bẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí gbọ́ ẹ wá gbọ́ nǹkan tó sì interpret ẹ̀ sí o. Number 29. That the natural and ordinary meaning of the said publication was and is that I am dishonest, manipulative, and deceitful, and was trying to use the DNA issue to manipulate and deceive unsuspecting members of the public. Yes, ṣé gbowó lọ́wọ́ wọn ni? Ṣé wọ́n dáwó GoFundMe ni? Ṣé ni? Ṣó wà honest pẹ̀lú wọn ni? Did you do account for all the money you collected? No. Number 30, that the legal innuendo conveyed by the publication was and is that I am fraudulent and exploitative individual, misleading gullible members of the public, described as by the defendant as MAGA. Àwọn ni ìyẹn o. Another voice lẹ́nu echo. Any defendant ló tún describe as MAGA and saying, Dupsy, ẹ̀yin náà ti wọnú kìíní yẹn torí eventually defendant
Sorry, when did MAGA become an English word? When did MAGA become an English word?
Make America great again.
Olórí nígà títún náà nìyẹn.
So Dupsy náà ti wọnú ọ̀rọ̀ yìí báyìí o nítorí Wùmí máa defend ara ẹ̀ pé nǹkan ló ń pẹ́ níbodè MAGA o. Ó dẹ̀ máa point finger at you. So kẹ́yìn náà yà lọ wá lọ́ọ̀yà yín sílẹ̀ o, èmi rán tèmi lọ́wọ́ o. So mo lè defend in this one now. Number 31, that the defendant also intended to portray me as an elderly man acting shamefully and dishonorably by allegedly deceiving.
Oh my God.
By allegedly deceiving the public under the guise of seeking for justice and demanding DNA examination. Yes, you are.
Everybody,
Fighter,
not an elderly man.
Fighter, ṣe ń gbọ́ mi. Fighter, ṣe ń gbọ́ mi.
À ń gbọ́ yín.
Ṣé mo evidence tá tẹ̀ máa lò fún yẹn ni pé brẹ́kẹ̀tẹ̀ la máa lò pé brẹ́kẹ̀tẹ̀ wo account balance jò sọ wá ní òun billionaire gan òun rò pé òun máa dá sí gbáyìnwá kọ́bọ̀ fún bàbá yìí mọ́. Ṣé o deceive public ni ẹ̀ gbà tó jẹ́ pé ọwọ́ tó ń retí gan ẹ tó jẹ́ billionaire gan wo account ẹ̀ wò báyìí pé eléyìí kò ní ìdówó kankan.
In this last one, Lakwaja, is Josie denying that he's an elderly man? Is he denying his age or what? Because I don't get it. Did he not say to all of us that he's going to be celebrating his 60th birthday next year and it's going to be loud?
Maybe he's not acting shamefully. If you're not acting shamefully, wàá lọ dúró sẹ́yìn ọmọ kan, wàá lọ máa ya fọ́tò pẹ̀lú ẹ̀, ó kú àmàlẹ́mọ́dì ọmọ lọ́mọ.
Àbí kọ́kọ́ lọ sí brẹ́kẹ̀tẹ̀. Don't feel up brẹ́kẹ̀tẹ̀. Don't feel like whenever I see fine girl like you, I'm always happy.
I'm always happy. Is that not a shameful act for an elderly person?
Àbí ìdí ńlá tó gbé lọ sí court the last time tí ẹ tẹ mọ́tò mọ́lẹ̀ tí mọ́tò rí lọlẹ̀. Okay. Àbí tí.
Fighter, there's also one tó fi parọ́ yé pé ọmọ ẹni wíìlì. It's a shameful and deceitful act.
Exactly.
Wọ́n fa irun ẹ̀ ńkọ́ńkọ́. Táwọn àfáà àti débẹ̀ wọ́n ti fa irun.
Wọ́n ti fa gbòòrùn abẹ́, wọ́n ti fa gbòòrùn gún ẹ̀.
Wíwà bọ́sùrù àti ní picture abẹ́.
Actually, what's happening there? So, number 32, I'm not worried at the first that in another defamatory publication on various social media platforms, where the defendant granted an interview with Channels TV, tagged video evidence 6, which is contained in the flash drive to be relied upon by me in this during trial. The defendant published the following words concerning me. Quote, I don't think this whole family feud can be settled anymore because what he's wanting is not what I can give. What he actually wants can never happen. And when asked by the interviewer, what does he want? The defendant replied, he actually wants the DNA of my child to be negative, you know. He wants to be in the possession of my husband's royalty. Number 33. That the natural and ordinary meaning of the said publication was and is that I am manipulative, yes, desperate, yes, and malicious father-in-law, yes, who is scheming and to discredit the paternity of the defendant's child for selfish personal gain. Yes, that is what you're doing. Apart from the desperation, the manipulation, you're malicious. And you've been scheming all this while through yourself and your supporters. Àti ráhùn tó ti wá sí tàǹpẹ́ èkìní ò gbọ́dọ̀ turn negative kò gbọ́dọ̀ turn positive. Àwọn máa kú ni o, nǹkan báyìí máa ṣẹlẹ̀ sáwọn ni o. These are your known associates. These are the people tó ti fẹnu ara ẹ wá sọ pé tẹ bá ti gbọ́ ẹni tí látẹnu àwọn eléyìí, àwọn èèyàn ẹni ìwọ ló sọ̀rọ̀. Yeah, starting from Comfy, God's grace, Abi Rich Grace, Abi Kini Were Pera, all of them, it shows that you wanted this, that's what you want actually, that this DNA test should become negative. and you want to be in the possession of the husband royalty, yes, you are already in the court right now. You filed a case wanting to take over the royalty. You went to the probate trying to get a letter of administration. So how else, or what else will mean you trying to take over the royalty? What else? That is it. Number 34. Under the legal innuendo arising from the said publication was and is that I am dishonestly attempting to deprive the defendant's child of legitimacy and inheritance rights in order to unlawfully seize, confiscate, and control the royalties, wealth, and estate of my deceased son. Yes, you summed it up beautifully. That is what you've been trying to do. So you can't argue it. In all your actions, in all your words, in all your dispositions, all you've been trying to do is act shamefully, is trying to scheme, to discredit, and to rob Liam of legitimacy so that you can steal what belongs to him. That I further state that the said publication portrayed me as a callous, oppressive, and ìwọ ló kàn ń pera ẹ lórúkọ o, ìwọ ló ń pera ẹ lórúkọ tó rọ̀ ní normal day èèyàn lè má rántí gbogbo àwọn orúkọ yìí fún ẹ but it's fine tó ń rán wa létí. Portrayed me as a callous, oppressive, and vindictive individual who is emotionally persecuting the defendant. Of course you're doing that, are you not? And a child by deliberately seeking to delegitimize the child's paternity for financial motives. Yes, you are trying to do that. You are not just having your ways. That's why we've been in the court for how many years now, trying to sort out paternity issue. You keep coming up with different applications, different motions every now and then, different responses every now and then. That's what you've been trying to do. Number 36. I state that the publication further conveyed to right-thinking members of the society that I am morally bankrupt, which you are, inhumane, yes, and capable of suppressing the welfare and interest of my own alleged grandchild in pursuit of economic benefit and personal vendetta. I believe Omowummi will stand by all this in the court. That yes, even though I didn't say it directly, even though he has interpreted it wrongly, even though he has inputted a whole lot of other stuff into what I actually said. But yes, Baba gets here, that is what I meant. I think she will want to stand by all this. I want to do this so.
Say it to his face. This is who you are.
Tó bá ti kọ allegation, a wá túmọ̀ ẹ̀ dáadáa sí nǹkan tó jẹ́ gangan. In fact, ó mú charity fún lọ́yà wa.
So that then you're about to qualify, Josie, you can choose from any of these, lingo, yeah? You can choose there and pick anyone, use it the way you want. I want to continue in Jenny, or to show me be that by the said publication, the defendant intended and or meant to portray me as an untrustworthy and overbearing individual, yes, who is consumed by greed, yes, and obsessed with taking possession of the deceased son's royalty, yes, an asset at the expense of justice, truth, and family peace, yes. Hey, these people, they actually portrayed and characterizing this thing the way it should. Because all these things you're doing at the expense of the peace of your family. You're no longer talking with your son. Ìyàwó kan kúrò lé fún ẹ ṣé Joshua lọ́nà sá kúrò lé àbí ìyá ìwọ ni wọ́n jẹ́nu ẹ̀ tó ní kò sanwó fún.
Bẹ́ọ̀là.
Ìyá Bẹ́ọ̀là ló sá kúrò lé.
Ìyá Bẹ́ọ̀là ṣùwà.
Ìyá Joshua ti fọwọ́ promise ẹ̀ ní owó kó fi padà sílé. Ìyá Joshua ló lóun fẹ́ bọ́ sáwá disgrace ìjọsìn pé òun fẹ́ wá táṣì orí ẹ̀.
àwọn justice ní kaba ní òkè kí bàbá lọ fún lówó tí ó bá fóun ní gbogbo owó tó ti ń gbà.
So you see that there's no family peace. You're doing all these things at the expense, even of the truth. The truth is that this is how your son died. The truth is that you've neglected your son. You've neglected your job as a father. You did all this at the expense of justice. All these things you were doing, if there is no justice gotten for your son, really, truly, believe, it would have been because of your actions. Starting from the moment you decided that you're just going to bury this boy without embalming him. Because that led to the issue of again, that we are unable to know what happened to him really.
Okay.
China certain love will only so whatever it is anyway. So, and he's saying in number 38 that all the aforesaid publications, so allegations to come by. So he's now summing up everything now. That all the aforesaid publications are false. So Emadimo, and that the only thing I have done is to grant interviews in order to continue to sustain the tempo and awareness for constantly demanding for justice for the death of my son through reinvestigation and paternity test of the alleged son of Mohbad, so as to clear all doubts regarding the motive for his murder. 39. I state that all the aforesaid publications were made deliberately, maliciously, and without lawful justification, and that the defendant knew or ought reasonable to have known that the said allegations against me were false. So this is where the burden lies. That I'm repeating that again, that I say that all the publications were made deliberately, maliciously, and without lawful justifications. So, starting from the tó ti sọ pé Wùmí pòun bàbá ẹ máa ṣorí burúkú ni tí ó dẹ̀ publish here, he is claiming Wùmí published it, and she published it deliberately and maliciously. We all know who acted maliciously here. Who wanted to use that recording to drag Omowummi? We know who leaked it. Amobitati kokogbo gbogbo yẹn la mọ̀. So, but he's saying all these things, they were done deliberately. It was targeted. They were malicious, and there's no lawful justification. But guess what? The justification to all this publication is called truth, author, and that is the greatest defense to any defamation action. As long as it is truth, it is fair comment, it is qualified privilege or opinion, personal opinion, not maliciously made. So, if any of this, if you can prove any of this, all Omowummi needs to do is to bring out videos, bring out utterances, bring out witnesses for each of these 6 allegations. The first allegation is Okwe Elori phone, Baba Ema Shori Burukuni, but then you now misinterpreted that audio that Omowummi said you killed your son, Mohbad. Omowummi never said anything like that in the Yoruba one you put there. But in your English translation, you now put it that only Ofe pa Mohbad. So all these things, as long as Omowummi can show one video, one statement, in fact, before she can show that, you yourself, you need to prove first that all these things you're saying, all these allegations, you need to show proof that number one, she published it or caused it to be published, Number two, that there was no, because now you have asserted that there is no justification, lawful justification for them, and that they are deliberate and malicious. So you have to show the malice. You've asserted here now.
Sorry.
Yes.
Also, there is a situation that caused that phone call to be made. We need to let people understand that Hayat, one of Josie's minions, went on a show, Ogbe Ibonsita, Olohun ma pa ọmọ yẹn. So, Omowummi called him in response to that Hayat did. She didn't just wake up and called Josie. She did when one of his minions, one of his jagun decided to attack her child. So yes. She called him to warn him to call his people to order. So it wasn't just a case of she's just waking up and just calling out an elderly, irresponsible father that has stopped doing what he's supposed to do. She called him to tell him to call his minions to order.
He needs to even before he gets there, if he can prove that the audio recording was made by Omowummi, he has to prove that. He has to prove the publication by Omowummi, whether directly or indirectly. That is when we can now start asking him questions like, why will Omowummi say something like that? What's the justification? And even if all those ones were true, if you're able to prove that Omowummi will publish here, or look before Bukky Jesse one way or the other, the question will now be, or the justification is simple. It is not even an accusation. It's an expression of absolute fear. Because she's been under pressure and it's just more like a protective and maternal reaction. Clear. So there's no, she's not imputing any facts here or any accusation. She's just reacting to a high-stress environment where her child's safety feels compromised. So even if you are able to prove, which we all know you cannot, there's no way any of these things can even pass the litmus test here. None of these things can pass that. So that the defendant never produced any credible evidence, investigative reports, judicial pronouncements, or official findings establishing that I killed my son. She never said you killed your son. Attempted to kill Liam or threatened the defendant. You threaten the defendant, she will let you know you called her father, you called other people, saying we are dragged here to come out. You said all that. And what she said, anything about she or mom, so kò sọ fún ẹ pé bóyá o ṣe anything ó dẹ̀ jẹ́ kó mọ̀ pé kí kankan má ṣe ọmọ òun bí nǹkan ṣe promise. So it's now saying that several persons who watched and listened to the defendant's publications formed the impression that I was responsible for the death of my son and was attempting to persecute the defendant for selfish and wicked motive. Yes, you are. And that you killed your son has nothing to do with Omowummi's publication. If anybody is thinking like that or is having that kind of impression, it would have been because of your actions. It would have been because of the way you carried yourself or you have carried yourself. The way you hurriedly buried Mohbad. The way you were going about putting on his clothes, putting on his shoes. The way you were trying to replace him in the music industry. Releasing albums here and there. the way you were fighting for his property, fighting lawyers, fighting regular TikTokers, fighting everybody, that would have formed the opinion, that would have formed the impression of anybody thinking maybe you killed your son. It would not have been any audio recording being out or anything. So that is what would have formed any impression if anybody is having such impression about you. It got to form when here, not any other thing. So he went on and on, you know, stating different things, what the publication did to him, that the publications have seriously injured my standing, integrity, and reputation amongst family members. You never had any of those. Among friends, associates, a member of the entertainment industry and the general public. Entertainment moguni baba. Entertainment abi protege la maparubo yensini. So he's saying whatever has been published is harming his reputation, even in the music industry right now. Wọ́n lè pè sí show mọ́. Gbogbo àwọn church service tó máa ń lọ tó ti máa lọ ń perform ní VG wọn àbí ní harvest mi ò lọ pé jòsí sí báyìí. So it's because of all this publication, that's what Joseph Aloba is saying, that they are not extending invitations to him anymore because his image is already damaged now in the music industry, entertainment industry. But did he ever have any of these things? No. You had none of these things. Even when he started, the movement to judge the sit at my son never 50,000, how many thousand never passed through your account? Say 500,000 never passed through your account before. 1,000. At that moment, your reputation was destroyed. Every right-thinking member of the society, at that moment, they were able to recognize, they were able to see a greedy father. They were able to see an unfortunate individual. So you had no reputation going into this at all. And you cannot claim Omowummi took that reputation away from you. You have to prove first that the reputation was there. Show us the stats. So it's now saying, I state that despite the grave damage occasioned by the defamatory publications, the defendant has failed, refused, and neglected to retract the said publication or tender any apology to me, as he continued to make more defamatory publication against my person. So this is also important, and this is also a defect in this case also. As part of the rules of the court and the rules of civil procedure, he's supposed to serve a pre-action notice, at least one. None was served in this case. That doesn't mean the case will go nowhere. The case will still proceed. It doesn't mean the end of the case if you don't go through the pre-action notice. Pre-action notice, the purpose of pre-action notice is to demand for, retraction, apology, and most importantly, to show to the court that there is malice in this thing. Or whatever the defendant did, there was malice involved. Because if you had told them, Lagbaja, you did this to me, can you please take it back and apologize because this thing, I don't like it. It's chopping me a mute, ma. And you refuse. It shows that you are malicious. It shows that whatever you even did in the first place, you really want to do it. You meant to do it. So it's not like, mistaken. I might be no more. That is the purpose. You're supposed to show to the court that whatever this guy is coming to say to you tomorrow, don't believe him. This is it. I told him about this thing already. I asked him to apologize, to retract, or to say sorry and things like that. But they refused. They wanted a fight. Now I'm bringing a fight for them. So because they know it's going to, I don't know, in their own view, it's going to make them look weak. They went straight for the shoot. But then now they have tougher job to now prove malice. because it would have been easy. For example, Omowummi have given, what's his name? Ogungbe 2 pre-action notices. And he has refused to honor anyone. So by the time the case gets to the court, Omowummi doesn't even need to prove any malice again. Now I gave this guy the opportunity that what you did is wrong, but he refused. So the case becomes easy from there. So they are saying Omowummi has refused to apologize, imputing. You can see the imputation here now. When you have not even given, you didn't give any pre-action notice, but then you are framing it like, oh, I told him to apologize, they refused to apologize. They refused to retract their statement. You never even mentioned it at all. As far as we are concerned, even if whatever Omowummi has said, even if they are wrong, even if they harmed you in one way or the other, and she shouldn't have done that, still, you didn't give the opportunity for her to respond, to retract, to apologize, or to confirm and stand on whatever she said. And that's why the man is asking for his restraining order as part of the 300 million. Number 49 states that unless restrained by this honorable judge, honorable court, the defender will continue to disseminate further defamatory materials against me. That the publication complained of hearing were actuated by malice, which you have to prove, spite, ill will, and intention to destroy my reputation, which you never had. And frustrated by campaign for justice. You are not searching for any justice. There's no campaign for justice here. It's campaign for your pocket, Joseph Aloba, concerning the death of your son. Number 51, Akaton, that the defendant intentionally weaponized social media and public sympathy to malign me and portray me falsely as a criminal and enemy of the defendant. Which you are. You are the one who has twisted, who has weaponized the social media. You are the one who have weaponized the social media against Omowummi. You've taken public sympathy, Baba to someone, Baba Epele. Have you forgotten when you used to come online day in, day out, looking haggard, looking tired, looking like you're going to give up anytime soon? And people will come up, Baba, Allah is strength in you. God will continue to sustain you, and they will be praying for you, and you have one jug or one cup by your side. I don't know what you're drinking from that cup. Who knows? Yeah, maybe Bacchus. Have you forgotten all that? How you weaponize this public sympathy? And eventually they will now come and start saying, Moto Ketonye, Moto Shekini. Have you forgotten all that? Suddenly, you want to be the victim now.
Even calling the child Papi Lolo.
Yeah. Number 52. That the defendant's allegations against me are highly damaging because they accuse me of serious criminal conduct, including murder, intimidation, conspiracy, manipulation, and fraudulent conduct. Why not go to the police if they're accusing you of serious criminal conduct? Then it's not a civil case. What are you doing here? Go to the police, go and file a petition. Let them investigate it. I'm telling you the next line you have to go now. You can write a petition based on all these allegations you are suing for a year. Since you are saying they are accusing you of criminal conduct. Once defamation enters that border of accusing somebody of a serious criminal conduct, it becomes criminal harassment, bullying, or whatever name you want to call it. Number 53. That the defendant's conduct has lowered me in the estimation of right-thinking members of the society and has injured my reputation beyond measure or beyond repair. No, it is not the defendant's conduct that did that. It is your own conduct. It is the way you go about on Liam's birthday, begging for money, starting a GoFundMe, and not accounting for it. That is what took away whatever reputation you were having and destroyed it beyond repairs. Because you couldn't account for the money you took from there. Instead, you turned around, you called Lati a rag, Akisa Ashonule, which he is really. That is what you did. You turned around, you called Papariano, Baluri Afefe. Yes, Papariano never had any family. So he has to come on and pretend like, oh, those are his family. Pretend like he's their father. A 32-year-old boy pretending like he's 46 or 49 years old. So these are the things you did that lowered your reputation before right-thinking members of the society. Because nobody thinking rightly will see somebody who is under the pretense of grieving, is going about duping people, collecting money from people, public donations, signing off rights that doesn't even belong to him in the first place with African thief. That stupid 70-year-old man, full at 70. So nobody, no right-thinking person will see that and still believe you are somebody looking for justice. So these are Joseph Aloba's requests. 54. Wherefore, the claimant claims against the defendants as follows. A declaration that the words published by the defendant in the various audio recordings, interviews, and video publications concerning the claimant are false, malicious, and defamatory. B, a declaration that the said publications were deliberately intended to injure, malign, and destroy the reputation, integrity, and public image of the claimant, which you never had. C, an order directing the defendant to retract the defamatory publications in at least 5 national newspapers and across all our social media platforms. To Badilola Aswani. D, an order. D, an order directing the defendant to publish an unreserved apology to the claimant in at least 5 national newspapers and all digital platforms where the defamatory publication were disseminated. So my wasori tennis platform no. To my publish unreserved apology. So E, an order of perpetual injunction, now, restraining the defendant, whether by herself, agents, privies, or assigns, from further publishing or causing to be published any defamatory statement concerning the claimant. So only Kokugagi Omowummi forever is perpetual injunction they're asking for. That even by Omowummi, I bet in this platform, so agents, agents, or privies, or cronies, or assigns from further publishing anything.
Hey, cronies me.
So you guys cannot publish anything Joseph Aloba considers to be defamatory, because I think Bubu and Koto cast defamatory when you are saying a Koto Joseph Aloba baso maybe to so waiting your teba to repeat here defamation logeo. So Joseph Aloba doesn't want things like that. And since you guys are agents of Omowummi, you guys have a perpetual injunction coming your way. Get yourself ready. Be prepared for that. F.
Emma, Josie kò ní dá fún ẹ tó bá mú wá. Joseph Aloba,
ò ní kúre àti lọ́ọ̀yà ìtẹ́bà mú wa ayé ń jọ máa bù jẹ́.
Gbogbo nǹkan Joseph Aloba fẹ́ gáàgì yín ni ó fẹ́ dé yín lọ́rùn mọ́lẹ̀. The sum of 300 million as punitive, aggravated, and exemplary of making as an example. Okay, kò ṣe yín sí Omowummi in this case, as an exemplary damage for the malicious and defamatory publications made against the defendants, the claimants. G. Post-judgment interest on the judgment sum at the rate of 21% per annum until final liquidation. Over 20 years left, sanwó yẹn tán náà. Máa gba interest lé lórí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, máa gba interest lé lórí bó dẹ̀ máa jẹ́ nìyẹn. H. And such further orders or other orders as the honourable court may deem fit to make in the circumstance. Pé in case you won't cut out béèrè fún yìí o, tí court náà bá tún rí pé they have injured this man a lot o. No, 300 million cannot do it. Perpetual injunction cannot do it. Retraction and apology cannot do it. All these things cannot do it. You know what? Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ ọmọ ẹsẹ̀ wọn náà lé lórí. If the judge wants to do that too. So they are leaving that for the judge to decide now. Any other thing the judge wants to do here. Number 55.
Donnie.
Number 55. I depose to this witness statement on oath, conscientiously believing the content to be true and correct, and in accordance with the oath law of Lagos State 2015. The exponent signed a signature that looks like Joseph Aloba on the 19th of May 2026. So July 19th of May. Yeah.
So this was the big that Bayo was preparing.
And the next one is the list of documents Tofe provide from KCE. And the list of documents is just one. The compact or flash drive containing the various defamatory publications tagged as video and audio evidence 1 to 6. Those are their list of evidence, and their list of witnesses has just one person on it, Joseph Aloba himself. That is the claimant's list of witnesses. So Joseph Aloba will be the one to verify all these translations true, the chain of custody, and all these things, because those are the things they need to prove also. But Joseph Aloba, since he is the only witness here, he will be the one to verify, validate, or invalidate any of these things true. So this is my submission, people.
Ogungbe's case fúnra rẹ̀. Let me go retract. Has it been done? No, Abby.
Over in the making.
I could see now that it's because of that one. Ogungbe went in Kurani. People shall Ramarunu. Don't went in Kurani. Don't you buy it to get in with okay.
But in all of this, Bayo, kí lè tó lè ṣe witness Josie. Ṣé kò ṣe ìpàkó tó witness? Kí lẹ wí? The sniper in all of this, Josie, rí àwọn family member, náà lè bí mi, náà lè bí mi tó ń sọ kò sẹ́yìn kankan tó lè jẹ́ witness fún ẹ. Olójú oní labalábá lójú kò lè bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe. Westo apárí
kò lè bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe Báyọ̀ tó lọ gba rìtámẹ́ǹtì àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ tó kó lé ẹ lọ́wọ́ kò lè bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe.
ìyẹn máa gbọ́ àwọn aṣòkòdà tó ń kọ́.
bọ́ọ̀sì àti ẹ̀ wá tẹ̀ mọ́ pé bọ́ọ̀sì àti ẹ̀tì.
ìyẹn bọ́ máa jíròrò àwọn olórí burúkú kọ́.
bọ́ba gbọ́nṣẹ́ kò lè bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kò sẹ́yìn kan sọ tí ó fi
bọ́ọ̀lù lójú jóná kọ́
ọjà yẹn Mr. Paita ẹjọ́ náà
àgàgà tó bá tutù
bọ́ba gbọ́nṣẹ́ ni o bọ́ba jíròrò àwọn olórí burúkú.
bọ́ Mr. Paita mo fẹ́ béèrè kọ̀ọ̀kan náà ṣé Josephine pé bóyá káwọn pípù yẹn tó bá ṣe witness fóun tó bá sọ 300 million fóun òun máa láti fún wọn bẹ̀ bóyá torí ẹ̀ ní Josie ṣe fàyàlà gbogbo ẹ̀.
ẹjẹ ń dá ṣe kí nìyẹn jọ àlejò fún owó yìí.
òun ni nǹkan tí Josie rò nìyẹn tó fi dá fàyàlà.
ọmọ pọ̀ lẹ̀.
nítorí adúrú gbogbo àwọn tí Josie ní gbogbo àwọn tó ń bẹ ṣe pé gbogbo àwọn kan fi gbogbo àwọn ọmọ mi ìmọ́lẹ̀.
àwọn ọmọ mi ìlérí ikú kọ́.
àwọn sexy she.
àwọn sexy she àwọn spicy goat.
spicy goat.
ta ló ṣèlérí ikú fún.
wọ́n mi ìlérí ikú ni o.
ìlérí
òun ló ṣèlérí ikú fún ara ẹ̀.
ó máa kú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Mr. Fighter, I came upon something on net just now. Let me just read it so that Koto deleted. It reads thus. Threats to life is now added to the equation. The situation has become particularly alarming and dangerous. We have enclosed video evidence in this petition. This intensifies the gravity of the situation, as visual proof as this can significantly impact public perception and legal precedents. The video evidence has captured explicit threats, acts of intimidation, or false accusations, providing undeniable documentation of the malicious intent behind the defamation of Mr. Joseph Aloba's character. Mr. Joseph Aloba has experienced not only reputational harm, but also genuine fear for his safety and life. The combination of character assassination, threats, and video documentation has created a toxic environment that demands urgent attention and legal intervention. The Nigerian police and our judiciary system must recognize the seriousness of these actions and work collectively to address and rectify the harm caused by such malicious behavior of Omowummi. The details of these threats were published on Facebook by Bukky Jesse Plug on the 20th of December 2023 regarding the threat to life by Omowummi Adebanjo. So ìyẹn gan ló wá jẹ́ kí n tètè lé owó déètì tí Bukky Jesse tó fi ṣe kínní ẹ̀ tó fi publish it. That was 20th of December. Ẹ ṣe máa rí page 20th of December 2020.
tó ṣe ẹ Mr. Dawa compromise. ẹsìn tó ṣe ẹ jáde. ẹsìn tó ṣe ẹ ẹsìn rẹ. wọ́n yóò bẹ̀rẹ̀ evidence ní wá ń bí.
ẹ máa screen record ẹ mọ page yẹn pẹ̀lú gbogbo details page yẹn ń bẹ̀ ni o.
èsì máa ṣe nìyẹn.
ẹ ṣe kó kọ́ tó wà péjì yẹn wálẹ̀.
Mr. Dawa ẹ kọ́kọ́ lọ ṣe yẹn náà kẹ tó wá kà fún wa ẹ lọ screen record gbogbo page yẹn.
ibi tí mo ti kà á yẹn ni ọgọ tí mo ibi tó ti jáde.
a ní ẹ lọ ṣe tẹ́niyẹn bá rántí.
ẹ má wọ máa sẹ́ndẹ̀ sí ọ̀gá Paita ṣe máa rí ẹ̀yìn máa rí.
ṣe kí rẹ́kọ̀dù ẹ̀ náà tó bá ti di ẹ̀ lórí.
ẹ má wọrí. So that's the 20th of December 2023.
Something is happening to you. You can't suffer it. For having back in president, I suffer
Koto Lomo, well, 20th of December, ló ṣe show yẹn. So, I'll send it to that Paita right now. Am I right?
Thank you, Lagbaja. So it's clear there is nothing Omowummi has said that Omowummi ti any proof to do it. And again, there's nothing to so no. That was online. That I know the proof online. Because we will also not allow her say anything that has no proof. Because some things gone, tabari people you feel lost there. I'm not pé nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ yìí ṣe afa. And you tell us, yes, prove elewa. It's okay. Àwa náà rí lóòótọ́, we just want to know. So let them bring it on. But in the meantime, no. Ẹ lọ dáwó 300 million. But jokes apart, ẹ lọ dáwó náà. A máa need owó. Let me quickly say that too. One way or the other. Ẹ ti rí gbogbo case tó wà lọ́rùn wa bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ̀mọ̀ye case ta ní lọ́rùn. A ní Immennzie, a ní Ògúngbé, a ní Jòsí, lọ́nà méjì, a ní oríṣiríṣi bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So please, in whichever way you can, please reach out to Sister Tremmie. Support wa. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká loud yẹn jù. We need support. So back to the discussion. So diabetes ti sùnmọ́ mi lọ́wọ́ mẹ́yìn àbí.
My love, I'm with you. Bó ṣe padà dédé lágbájá ló kọ́ mi lórí fóònù.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Ó ní bó ṣe sound.
Call my pastor.
Oh, oyè ni kú.
See what you did to yourself now.
No, past náà ló lè wà. Past ló lè wà. Ó pè mí mi ìdẹ̀dá ló. Mo ṣe jẹun tán ní jàre. Ẹja yẹn. Ẹja mackerel nínú. Mo marinate. Wọ́n á fi sínú air fryer. Ọmọládé Yusuf here dey òun. Pàtàkì jealous, very smart. Ó ti fẹ́ send iná sí lágbájá tètè yá confess. He was actually intimidated. So, mo zone out at some point, make I no lie. Because gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí Jòsí kó jọ yẹn mo kàn tí ẹ wò ṣé head of carpenter Ìkòròdú chapter ló bá wọn kọ́ ni àbí billions báyọ̀ millions.
Our business partner ní part of his first statement or second statement under oath, Joseph Aloba called himself a businessman. I think more business tó ń ṣe. And Joseph Aloba also stated that his son was murdered under suspicious circumstances.
Only celebrity lòun. Only entertainment music industry.
Yeah, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó ní ó ti bà reputation òun jẹ́ ní entertainment industry. So ẹ lọ wá 300 million. Oníkálukú yín sọ kẹ́ pledge. A máa pass paper around this àwọn ṣá. Àwọn ní káwọn ṣá pass paper around kẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan tẹ́ fẹ́ fi síbẹ̀ kẹ́ cover máa kẹ́ ní kejì rí. Kẹ́ cover yìí tẹ́yìn fẹ́ pledge.
Mo ti ní pé ẹ má jẹ́ kẹ́nì kankan worry sẹ́.
Ṣé you see me? Kí ni question yín?
300 péré. Each client as Ashana where I be. Each okay. By that's making my Ashana more. Okay. Oswala I'm a raise 300.
Yes, Josie's court claim. Yes, it's separate now. There's a defamation suit against him from Omowummi. That one is currently going, I think it's at the mediation stage. Titomu, you know, Odeti Wambe, no. On to send the writ of someone to do it, no. See Omowummi. So Omowummi has, I think, 42 days to put in appearance on this case. So separate issues, no. A ní ṣe Jòsí lè gba crypto. A máa fún Amáníkó lọ sí crypto account náà ni. Ó máa gbà ẹ má wọrí. Of course, we can file our, even on this one also, I feel like counter sue a little bit. We should even be looking for the opportunity láti bring in a video audio recording to lọ gbé fún Bukky Jesse yẹn. And I think this is the appropriate avenue. But we'll see how we navigate it anyway.
I mean, you know, it was one of the things we mentioned then. You brought out a private conversation. Oh, God, I'm so having a laugh at how the world can see how manipulative these people are. You know, and that has been their story from the get-go. They always try to turn the table against us. That was how they said our alakoko man shekwe, our alakoko man gbe picture ko RIP. You know, everything that they started on their end, everything they did, they tried to put it on us.
Sorry. Abe, you're on private. I don't know if the host is there. Host, are you there? Abe wants to come up.
Yes, sir.
Are you Gypsy Latumayalo? I've been Yemishi too.
Drop for my father, I still can drop.
Eba wo Abe kan wà ní wọ́n láwọn request.
Pick up.
Abe, you're up.
Yeah,
Hello.
Yeah, Ekale.
Ekale.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, Emma, this is my first time coming up. I'm Mr. Fighter, I get to my don't sorry, boy, Emma. Ẹ má bínú ẹjọ́ nǹkan tẹ́ kàn sọ mo kàn fẹ́ sáré sọ kankan ni fídíò tí voice record tí wọ́n gbé jáde nígbà yẹn tí wọ́n sọ pé ẹ má gbàgbé pé wọ́n mú lọ sí Bẹ̀rẹ̀kẹ̀tẹ̀ and ó sọ pé àwọn wà lórí òkè àwọn wá kọ̀ tẹ record pé this is the voice message tí ìyàwó ọmọ àwọn pé àwọn.
Even though I don't know your mission, no, by or whatever it is. Thank you.
So and Bẹ̀rẹ̀kẹ̀tẹ̀ played that voice recording pé kí wọ́n gbọ́ tí wọ́n tún translate nǹkan tí ó wà ní voice recording yẹn nínú orí program yẹn join. So nǹkan tí mo kàn fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn ó tàbọ̀.
Okay, take care.
Hey, Jeff, baby, bole.
Don't talk about it.
Come back to the conversation here.
Ó dàbí pé mi náà ti mẹ́ni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ torí ẹ̀rín pàìtá yẹn gan pàápàá. Pàìtá.
Ilé ṣe báyìí èyí náà ti máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn náà tí wọ́n bá sọ̀rọ̀ ni èèyàn gòkè wọ́n nígbà tẹ̀símẹ́ tó sọ ara yìí ti gbóná.
Èmi náà ti mọ ẹni náà sẹ́.
Ilé mi ẹ̀ mọ̀ wọ́n mọ̀ mi sábà ìbáàdì kan ló mọ̀ wọ́n.
Àbí ṣé gbogbo wọn ṣáà ti gbọ́ ẹ̀rín tí pàìtà rin ibò ẹ̀rín yẹn ti kí n pàìtà ẹ̀rín.
The British can come back to the conversation.
No, oh my God.
So,
bó ṣe ń tọ̀ mẹ́tì diabetes ṣe ń dùn mọ́ mi gan. Keep laughing,
Pàìtà.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bọ́ ẹ sọ fún wa.
Lover boy.
Nǹkan tó sọ fún wa ní pé Jòsí lòun tẹ fóònù òun láti record. So how can you now claim to be a victim of your own, what's it called now? Of your own callous and wicked actions? You recorded a non-associate of yours, Bukky Jesse, played the video online. You admitted to recording it somewhere. Somebody else played it online, publishing it online. Tell me you cannot add 1 + 1 together. So how is that on Omowummi? Joseph Aloba something must be wrong with that guy. Maybe not him, maybe his lawyers, maybe all his supporters. But something wrong is, going on in their midst.
Ó yẹ pé Abe padà kẹjọ wa máa sọ àwa ti mute.
Ó wà lára yín. Sister Tremmie ṣe ti ṣe press up tán. Yóò mọ̀ pé ṣe lẹ́ ṣe press up fún violence lọ́wọ́.
Abe City, Abe Show.
Which one be your own now?
Paita con dey laugh, con dey giggle, like person wey dem dey tickle. Ah.
Which one be your own?
For your mouth? Hey, I hear me my life.
What did they happen now? Why now?
Are you actually saying that to me? Like, which one be my own?
You say this matter, you know really the matter.
So you actually said that to me. Oda, in fact, Ejo, mo fẹ́ divorce lady. Èmi ni mi ṣe mọ́.
Ṣé bára dàgbé tí ṣe gbóná tó lélẹ́yìí?
Mi ṣe mọ́.
Ó ń bẹ lókè ẹja tí ó ti
ta ló sọ̀rọ̀?
Ó bá pẹ́ títí. Ìyàwó àjẹ̀díkẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ní kò bá. Màá sọ́ta fi nà ìyálé rẹ̀ bá aṣọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gbọ́kọ́ lọ́kọ̀ ní kí wọ́n ń ka ilé ara ló ka yín ṣan.
Ẹjọ́. Tán bá ní ìgbín ló máa, tán bá ní ẹran oníhùn ló máa kọ ẹran pa. Ìgbín ẹ̀ káńdì.
Adé gbọ́kọ́ lọ́kọ ni, ojú wa ló ṣe. Wọ́n tún yá yín lọ́kọ ni, wọ́n yá yín lọ́kọ gbọ́kọ́ lọ́kọ ó ṣí yá yín lọ́kọ ni, wọ́n yá yín Paita ni lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ sáwọn wọn lọ́wọ́.
Hey, Candy, I won't allow you to talk to that British that way.
Don't do that. Shebi na where you put me now. It's not what you wanted.
Don't do that.
Ẹ̀yin náà lẹ kóòtù fún wa ń sìn, ẹni jòsí ni ká máa bóun mọ́, kí wàá ní ká lè máa fa.
Don't do that shit with the
ẹ̀yin lẹ kóòtù ẹ̀ fún wa ń sìn, ẹni jòsí ni ká máa bóun, àbí kí lẹ sọ parí òwe gbogbo English gbogbo ìbọn ìjọ sí tẹ ká fún wa sí. Ẹ̀kọ́ àtàrà ń bọ̀lẹ̀ ìbàdàn. Àṣà tèmi abẹ́ falà tí já ni o.
Ó ti kàn yín báyìí àti
ẹlọgbẹ́ náà jiyàn padà wá o.
No, kò tí ì tọ́ o.
Bọ̀dọ̀ òsì tó ṣorí bí ìdí ọ̀bọ yẹ ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ fáwọn jáde o. Wọ́n ṣorí pẹrẹsẹ bí àpẹtù. Ọlọ́run.
Bí orí kásikẹ́ẹ̀tì Adélabú.
Orí wọn rí pọnlápọnlá.
Ṣé a ti ṣetán pẹ̀lú Jòsí ni?
A ti ṣetán.
Ẹ jẹ́ kó ráyè fún láti jẹ o.
A ti ṣetán o. Ayé ìbára láti máa bàjẹ́ sọ àwọn ọ̀nà lálẹ́ yìí.
Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀?
Báwo la fẹ́ dá dé rárá?
Ẹ̀yin ni àti ní ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ látòrí yín. Tẹ́yìn bá ti ń pàṣẹ pépà around ní comment section oníkálukú ti ń complete wọn sílẹ̀ wọ́n máa bá wa gbọ́.
Bọ́ èmi ò suggestion tèmi lèmi máa tẹ̀lé kò nídìí kí mátà wulẹ̀ lọ court rárá.
Nǹkan tá a fẹ́ gbowó around náà nìyẹn but Mr. Table ló máa kọ́ mo máa fi encourage every other person okay o èmi on behalf of myself and my family I'll be donating so amount to this 300 million.
Tell me at this point, mobile give recommendation. Now that Paita has mentioned on behalf of my family, so now you will be the one that would now put money down on behalf of him.
Mọ̀ kí mi sọ Paita náà wà nínú ọ̀rọ̀ kéèsì yìí ṣá. Mọ̀ fáwọn náà wà ń bẹ̀. So, ẹ má tún yí rẹ Paita dáwó o.
So, Paita, ṣàtún lè ṣe báyìí. Give it to your brother. Ṣàtún lè ṣe báyìí. Ẹ mọ̀ ní rìdíìmù gbà yẹn tí Gio bá ní bóyá wọ́n wá 10 million ní àbí 50 million. Àbí tó bá ní wọ́n kàn fẹ́ dáwó pé wọ́n kàn fẹ́ sanwó. Tó máa sọ pé okay, starting from 10 million. Tó bá ti ó ní 10 million bá jáde, ó ní 9 million. Wọ́n á wá bá débi pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá lówó kẹ́ lọ fi gbàwẹ̀. Fáwọn tó bóyá ká ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀.
Okay, but ẹ jẹ́ ń gbọ́ opinion Sister Temi èwo lẹni ká go for.
Ọlọ́dún ní kílẹ̀ ẹ̀sán kí ọkùnrin táwọn náà.
ṣé kí là ń sọ lọ́sàn àbí kí lẹ sọ.
Sister Made 300 million tán ní pé ká dá tán ní ká dá padà.
ọmọ kan tá à ń sọ ẹ̀wọ̀n tí a bá pẹ́ ẹni pé.
ẹni pé
láti ṣe nìyẹn.
wọ́n ní ilé ìgbẹ́ tún yọ̀gbọ̀n sí wọ́n tún ní tán nìyẹn tó ń tẹ̀sí láì fún wọn tó tún yọ̀gbọ̀n sí rẹ̀ kí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kú rẹ̀ wá ní wá kó wá wọnú àgbọ̀n.
ẹ jẹ́ kó máa ṣùtà àwọn comment section ẹ má jẹ́ ká dá tiwa sí o kó máa lọ yọ sáwa náà.
sọ ni ká má lọ fún láàbù sọ ni ó dà kó ń bá láti bẹ̀bẹ̀ ní wọ́n yọ̀gbọ̀n sí wọn.
alọ́ bá láti bẹ̀bẹ̀ ogún ọkọ̀ wọlé láti o.
wọ́n sọ ní àdéhùn ìfọ̀ láti.
no bọ́lá láti ò lè bọ́ nú eléyìí o ogún àwọn lè bọ́ o bọ́lá tó ń ṣorí bí ìdí ọ̀bọ yẹn wọn ò lè bọ́ o mo rí wọn ṣòótọ́ ṣe léni o wọn ò lè bọ́ o wọn ò lè bọ́ rárá ó kọ́ náà mo ṣe máa ń ṣe ṣòye wọn ò lè bọ́ o.
tó bá máa bọ́ ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ ló máa bọ́ àbí.
ẹ̀mí wọn ló máa padà bọ̀ ẹ̀mí wọn ló máa bọ́ sí wa lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ tó lè bọ́ o wọn ò lè bọ́ o ẹ̀mí wọn ló máa bọ́
ó lè máa ó dàka jẹ́ kí ènìyàn burú jù o.
torí fi lórí wọn tó fi parọ́ fi lọ.
ká má fún lọ́rùn ju bó ṣe sọ lọ àbọ̀ ètò sọ ẹ̀yọ kò tí bó ṣe ọ̀jù díẹ̀ wọ́n bá ní
ènìyàn burú náà sì máa fún wọn tiwọn. fìlà tó fi parọ́ fíltà yẹn kò rọ̀ wá o fìlà tó fi parọ́ fíltà tí wọ́n lo fíltà mọ́ yẹn fìlà yẹn máa wá wọ̀ sí ju kọ́kú padà sí fíltà wọn lọ bálà ẹ̀mí yín máa bọ́ sí wa lọ́wọ́ tẹ́lá àwọn ọmọ kéréje àwọn ọmọ tẹ́jẹ̀ wọn ògbó tán kó tẹ kó sábẹ́ yẹn àwọn náà máa bá yín nu omi ojú bàtẹ́ tá bá mú yín sọ́wọ́ tá bá ń sunkún tẹ́jẹ̀ bá ń sun lára yín ẹlẹ́ẹ̀ṣì èrè ni àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ àwọ̀ ẹ̀fẹ̀ lálálẹ̀ yìí.
lórí ọ̀rọ̀ 300 million.
bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ wa.
as a sister ọmọ òun ṣe get àwọn aláwọ̀
ẹ jẹ́ everybody ẹ pa lọ́lọ́ àwọn ọmọ ní nǹkan sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ó yà ń gbọ́ yín.
aláyé ọlọ́run ìwọ ni pápá lọ́nà ìwọ làbọ̀rọ̀ fàbò sí sọ̀rọ̀ ìtòyọ̀.
kọ́ lè gbọ́ yín dáadáa ni ẹni tó bá kájú ẹ̀ la máa fún láyẹ̀ gẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀ náà oníkọ̀lájú ṣe.
oníkọ̀lájú ṣe.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
nítorí náà èmi ni mò ń ṣe ojú fámìlì wa ní ìgboro lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ya.
ìtọ́jú jẹ́ mọ́ pé mo kápẹ́bù náà ní ṣẹ́gẹ́ sàn. So on behalf of we the Adebanjos, ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ gbé ibi tó ti wúwo.
ibi tó ti wúwo ẹ tó bá lẹ́rù ló ń gbé ibi tó ti wúwo.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ jẹ́ ká bẹ lórí a máa fún yín 100 million.
ẹ jọ àwọn tó ń pàtẹ́wọ́ yìí dáa ẹ jọ ẹ bá wa ṣàwọn látẹ̀wọ́.
ẹ bá pàtẹ́wọ́
ẹgbọ́n náà máa tóbi Allahu Akbar.
olórí ẹbí náà ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́.
lẹ́sìn àwọn fámìlì
ẹ jọ ó ti ẹ ṣe ara yín látẹ̀wọ́ náà jẹ́ kó ṣe ara yín látẹ̀wọ́ kẹ́ tó kọ́ntínú.
so nínú 100 ó kù 200 so àfihàn lè fẹ́yìn pọ́ńblink.
ó kù 200 million 200 million.
ẹ bí lè fáwọn public.
ó yá ẹ jẹ́
mú 200 million.
ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ látòrí panel náà lágbájá yìí lẹ́wà lókè ẹ jọ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀.
tó fi padà létà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ló máa ṣe tó kémi náà padà wá.
èmi ò sí lórí panel inú panel mi wà o.
ẹ ọya ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nínú panel.
ẹ jẹ́ kí n volunteer ẹ jẹ́ kí n mi sọ̀kọ́ tèmi fẹ́ ṣe bàìtà ní orúkọ èmi àtàwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi méjèèjì tó kù àwọn àwọn bá yín gbowó lọ àlọ́ bá yín gbé fún Jóòsì tó ti yẹ yín ẹ̀yẹ́ fi wá ṣe sacrifice.
iṣẹ́ lánàá nìyẹn náà irọ́ nǹkan tó fọ ara múnẹ̀ kò yí sí o láti lọ fún kájú sí mọ́lé.
àwọn ni mọ́mì ẹ̀dúró màmí kúbi ni mọ́mì wa tó wọ́n tẹ̀lé wa àwọn mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin à ń lọ àwọn akọ̀kọ̀ mọ́tò dání á tẹ̀lé wọn lẹ́yìn.
èmi ni màá bá yín kà ẹ́ máa.
owó ìtí ń pé bọ̀ ẹjẹ bá pàtẹ ó fún ìdílẹ̀kẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ 50 million from ìdílẹ̀kẹ̀ ẹjẹ ṣáwọn látẹ̀wọ́.
ẹ ẹ má gba donation ẹ ká parí ẹ má gba donation.
Lágbájá ni bẹ́ẹ̀.
Shirley Prince Blue àìrọ̀ 30 million from Ontario Blue báwo ẹ kò lè commit wá sí nǹkan tá a mọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀dá.
30 million
from Ontario people ẹ̀yin àtàwọn
Ontario people bá.
Wá kéré nínú 300 30 million ti kéré jù from Ontario people.
Ìṣàn donate 100 million. Wọ́n ní comment section donate 100 million.
Àwọn comment section náà.
But seriously speaking, Pythagoras.
100 million. 100 million.
Defamation ni kini wọ́n defame wa ni bọ́ọ̀lù ṣe máa fine wa ní 300 million ó kéré náà.
Defamation máa people wa kọ́ ní sùúrù otherwise tá a bá rí kinní yìí wọ́n máa increase owó yẹn o.
Àló kéré ṣé náírà náà sọ kíní àbí dollars because ó yẹ ká mọ̀.
Náírà lọ́wọ́ fẹ́.
Ṣé náírà
lọ́wọ́ fẹ́? Náírà lọ́kọ́ sẹ́yìn ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Oh, okay. Náírà. Wọ́n ní náírà lọ́wọ́ fẹ́.
Àkínná náírà.
Ẹ ṣe o, ẹ ti ẹ̀ ṣí ẹ̀yin èèyàn tẹ volunteer Ọlọ́run mo ti rò báwo pé báwo mo ṣe fẹ́ lọ ta kidney mi báyìí sí. Mo ti wò pé kìkì lọ wá àwọn kòkòyé tó máa bá mi tó máa.
Àìrọ́ kò lé tó yẹ ìyá mi.
Ọlọ́run ṣe ọba tí ò ń dojú tẹ̀dá lọ́lọ́run àbẹ́ẹ̀ bó ṣe wẹ́rẹ́.
Queen yẹn ti sọ pé àwọn máa support wa pẹ̀lú crypto àbí bitcoin lọ́nà àfẹ́ lónìí.
Bóyá máa jẹ́ ni.
Òṣìṣẹ́ tèmi ẹ̀ máa tún máa gba ṣéǹgì nínú 300 million.
A máa change yín káńdì ìwà àtàwọn ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ a lè kówó yẹn lé lọ ọmọ torí owó yẹn ti pọ̀ ju nǹkan tá à ń rò lọ. Àrò bí ẹ máa dá change padà.
Ẹ̀yin ẹ̀yọ̀ yìí tẹ̀yìn fi ẹ̀yọ̀ ẹ kó ìta àfẹ́ kó lọ ẹ kó fáwọn káwà máa kó lọ.
Ṣáṣẹ́ ẹ̀rí kan bí tẹ́ fẹ́ lọ ṣe pẹ̀lú jòsì ni. Ṣàrí kan tẹ́ fẹ́ lọ ṣe pẹ̀lú jòsì ni tẹ́ṣẹ́ àyín sípẹ́ ilẹ̀ fẹ́ lọ.
Kò sí nǹkan mi kàn máa lọ ṣe ìyàwó náà ni ẹ jẹ́ káwa kówó lọ ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ ṣáà ti gbówó fáwa káwa kó lọ.
Ẹ jẹ́ comment section kan decide àwọn tó máa lọ tí
ó yẹ decide àwọn ta ló máa lọ.
Tó bá ti lè ṣaṣojú yín àwọn ló máa lead yín lọ.
Àgrámà máa dúró fún wa o gbọ́dọ̀ lónídùúró wa àwọn lónídùúró wa. Ṣẹ́tìrì sísá Ọmọládé mo jẹ́rìí wọn ṣẹ́tìrì àwọn sísá Ọmọládé Ọlákìtàn ẹ̀tìrì àwọn èèyàn ní káwa lọ àwọn wa lọ fọwọ́ mú mi àgbo. Me and Candy.
Kìíní dẹ̀ like fine girls náà.
Jíjọ́ ti kìíní bo
ẹ̀yin ló máa dáná fún jòsí ni ọlọ́wọ́ síbí. Ọ̀tọ̀ àpótọ̀ nìkan táwọn èèyàn wá fẹ́ bá lọ sí yìí o.
Ẹ̀yin ti fojú gẹ̀ẹ́sẹ̀ tìgbà tí Fábáyìn lọ́wọ́ àwọn jẹ òun lẹ́gìsì wò mí lọ sí ọdún ọ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ kẹ̀tẹ́ ẹ ti sáńpù èkúé wọn àbí ẹ bá wọ̀ rí.
Irọ́ ní ọlọ́jà wà ẹ lè lọ you are dear to my heart so I cannot release you for that kind of mission. Ọlọ́jà ìwà ìdúró lé ẹ lọ.
Ọlọ́jà yẹn dúró lé àwa la máa lọ èmi màámi kú bí.
Èmi ò tiẹ̀ lè gbà kọ́ lọ.
Mi dé àwọn mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin màámi máa ṣíwájú àwa máa tẹ̀lé wọn lẹ́yìn.
Karen Stephanie ikú òjijì lè fẹ́ jẹ́ kó wọlé tọjọ́ sí yẹn.
Wàhálà ìwọ̀n ní síwájú tó fi máa kú. Wọ́n ò ní síwájú tó fi bọ́ọ̀sọ̀pù lọ́sì máa wà kí jòsì máa fi gbẹ́mìí mi.
Ibo ni chọ́bì mi ń lọ tó wọlé tó ń bọ̀. Àti ìrọ̀yìnṣẹ́ tí ń lọ ti yín chọ́bì.
Káàdì 3070 níbo. Ṣáàjẹ ká ẹ̀sìn ẹ fàdúrà sí wa lọ kẹ́ fàdúrà sí wa. Ẹ má wọlé.
Ọ̀rọ̀ wọn là sọ yẹn ní kí n má sà lọ. Ṣé wọ́n ti pè ní?
Ó ti pé o, owó ti lé gan.
Ó ti lé gan.
Irọ́ àìmájẹ àyàwó àti àwọn èèyàn wa ti dà. Escape ni bóyá ká lọ ya lọ́wọ́ náírà ká dẹ̀ má yọ síra mọ́. ẹyọ nu royalty wa tó wà lẹ̀.
Ẹ tún yọ nu royalty tó wà lẹ̀.
Ẹ bá a kó yòókù. Àwọn èèyàn wa kájọ, our people are capable, so we don't need to borrow. Omowummi is in good hands, you know.
Ó ti pé o aṣọ́lájẹṣẹ́kù.
Ẹ ṣe èèyàn ẹ má dáwó mọ́.
Àbùkù lọ ni.
Ẹ má
dáwọ́ mọ́ ẹjọ́ ó ti pé o 300 million ti pé o. Ó ti pé o ó sì olórí ẹbí ti gbé 100 million lẹ̀. Comment section ti 400 million lẹ̀. Màmí ìdílé kẹ́ ti fi 50 million lẹ̀. A dẹ̀ ti ní 50 million bíi 5. Kí ló tún wá kú? Owó tún ti lé. Àtúmọ̀yájò sí gan lówó ni.
Àwọn owó kéékèèké yòókù dẹ̀ ní kẹ́ dá, àwọn owó ta ní kẹ́ dá yẹn, àwọn yẹn ní kẹ́ dẹ̀ lọ rí òsì fún.
Ẹ bá wà kó dání tó táwọn máa padà dé àgbówó mọ́tò. Ẹ̀yẹ kó ìsókù dání.
Jòsì á fún yín kọ́ọ̀tì inú owó yẹn náà nà.
Ok, tọ́ bá rọ́wọ́ fi yọ kọ́ọ̀tù tó wá fẹ́ fún wa ṣá.
Tẹ́wọ́ wọn máa bízì ni àbí kí ló fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀?
Ẹ mọ̀ pé tọ́ àbá ti gbọ́ owó ti gba pá lọ́wọ́ wọn àtẹ́sẹ̀ nǹkan.
Ẹ má pa Jòsì fún wa o. Jòsì o, Olúwa dá Jòsì sí
fún wa. Father in law.
Ọlọ́run elderly person to act shamefully. Tẹ́lẹ̀ nǹkan, wetin you be?
They did not submit. Tí ẹ kọ́ submit, ó kọ́ submit lọ́dún yìí. They did not submit it.
Bàbá Dáṣẹ́ náà wà nù nǹkan tó kọ ni.
Ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ní ọdíjọ Omowummi.
Jọ́ọ̀jù olùmọ̀ọ́kà yẹn tí ò ní wò pé bàbá yìí náà ṣe ń ṣe rádaràda.
Ìjọba ṣẹ̀rá ní orúkọ tó pé rẹ̀ sí Tremmie. Ọba dé wá dúró ìsọ̀tù tó pé rẹ̀.
Ó máa bú rẹ̀ gan-an.
Ó bú rẹ̀ gan-an o.
Irọ́ ni. Èmi ti sùn, mo ti ẹ̀ mọ̀. Ọbẹ̀ kò fẹ́ sùn ayé sójú pé.
Tremmie. Bàbá ẹ fi wọ́n lẹ̀ yín tẹ́tẹ́ pọ́tà mental health yín ti dàrú. Wọ́n ti ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn tó ní mental health yín ti dàrú náà wà nínú sùúrù. Èyí tí mental health yín ti bàjẹ́ tó ti bá mental health yín jẹ́ òun náà wà nínú.
Ẹ bá Dupsy bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń dáwọ́ tí Wùnmí àmọ́ lè gbé kéèsì wẹ́ against Dupsy náà.
Orúkọ tèmi náà wà bẹ́ẹ̀ pàìtàn o.
Irọ́ èmi kílíṣì mọ́ Wùnmí ò lè fi mí sílẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ báwo yẹn bá ń ṣe tọ́jú ẹ̀ wọ́n á ṣe tèmi náà mọ́. Òun ló dẹ̀ pè mí kò ní pé mo dá sí i mo dá sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn òun ló kọ́ pè mí níbẹ̀. Dupsy ló dá tó lọ sọ̀rọ̀ lábẹ́lẹ̀ tó ń pa àwọn public maga.
Ẹni tó sọ pé bó ṣe máa jẹ́ ènìyàn àbúrò mi wọn ò sọ orúkọ yẹn rárá.
Wọ́n mú yẹn mọ ìmájì.
Wọ́n sì mọ̀ pé àti kùsù òsì ọwọ́ yẹn ló wà. Wọ́n ò yá mú wọn káyọ̀ wọ́n má tètè bàjẹ́ kọ́.
Backup singer mọ̀ ọ́ fi ṣègbò lè backup singer ló sì ni wọ́n. Ó ti lè yàn wọ́n kọ́ wọ́n mọ̀ pé ẹni yẹn ló bá ń promote orin àwọn ló ń jẹ́ káwọn ọ̀tá káwọn jẹ.
Oyún ìlú láàrin èmi àti Jòsì Ọlọ́run. Ẹ má máa bí orí. Ẹ stop ẹ lè ráàrin èmi àti Jòsì.
Ọmọ ní ọjọ́ kéèyàn máa ń rìn lọ́jọ́ tí ebi ń pọ̀nà. Dupsy tó máa ń dákẹ́ jẹ́jẹ́ tiẹ̀. Dupsy tó máa ń dákẹ́ jẹ́jẹ́. Ọjọ́ yìí lọ́lọ́ mute tó pa ọ̀pọ̀ maga.
Maga kan bá súlẹ̀ tà wá.
Ẹ dúró sọ́kọ orúkọ Dupsy sí ni.
No, maga yẹn lọ fi sí.
Àwọn lọ́sọ maga wọn ní another voice echoed maga. Àwọn ní other voice tó wà ní àwọn náà ti admit yẹn.
Àwọn
ìdíje ní ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣàgàbí ló fẹ́ máa kó tí ó máa kó tí.
Ìyá oníyà tó dẹ̀ máa ń lọ jẹ́jẹ́ ara.
Ìyá oníyà kan lè lé ó tẹ̀ ó tó kí Dupsy fara kó skibọ̀ ṣèbí lọ́ọ̀yà àjọlẹ̀ méjèèjì.
Tí wọ́n bá rọ̀gà wọ́n ṣàròmọ iṣẹ́.
I'm not shaking.
Báwo bá fàgọ́ wá ṣàtọmọṣẹ́? Òun lọ ṣe.
Náà tí mo kọ́ bíbá ẹ̀ máa fi báyé Ògúngbèjẹ.
Ló bá tán.
Àná mi ò fẹ́ o.
What are we talking about? Ló bá tán.
You're unshakable. Wàhálà.
Yéti Olú kí ló tẹ̀ ń pe Dúpsì ní tọ́lá lọ́yà. Tọ́lá báwo?
Sẹ́rí rọ́ọ̀mì. Sẹ́rí lápapọ̀ sọ́wọ́. Gbégbé rán lọ́yà. You are defaming me.
Nítorí náà, àwọn ńlá ò gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹgbẹ́ mo rí
continue to defame me. Every defamatory comment against me will not be tolerated. I will not tolerate you. It will not be tolerated at all.
Hey, Tandy, you know they're on the list. List Simbo.
Wọ́n mú gbogbo èèyàn wọn mú ká. Tó ń sọ̀rọ̀. Báwo bá tiẹ̀ mú Mr. Paita mi gá jà? Wọ́n mú mi. Josie is dear to my heart. Mi ò kàn fẹ́ sọ síta ni.
Yà sọ fún yín.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nu wọn náà mọ̀ mí pé Temi is just there supporting me. I don't go violence. I'm so gentle. My own take is do it right. Just do it right.
Sister Tremmie, gbogbo yẹn ò lé.
Ọ̀pọ̀rọ̀
kápọ̀. Wọ́n ti ní gbogbo ẹ̀yin yòókù tí wọ́n kọrúkọ yín. Èmi kọ́ ọlọ́mọ àìké mi ṣì rìn lọ́jọ́ ẹ̀ tí Wùnmí fi porúkọ mi. But then.
Ṣé àwọn ará comment section? Ṣé rí? Ọjọ́ mi jẹ́ àwọn comment section fún àròkù mi. Ṣé rí wọn?
But then
nísàlẹ̀. Wọ́n ti pe Temi is a mole. Temi is a kìíní kan ṣẹ́rí wọn báyìí. Lẹ́nu sísìn.
Comment section ìjọba ẹ̀kọ́ kọ́ ló ti orúkọ wa lọ gbọ́ sínú kan tó lọ tún mi ìkọ́ báyìí torí Ọlọ́run.
Ẹ má wọlé wọn lè tún kọ́ ti kó gbogbo yín síbẹ̀ gbogbo yín ló fẹ́ gáàgì. Wọ́n ti kọ́ ti fún yín ní perpetual injunction gbogbo ẹ̀yin agent Wùnmí.
Àbọ̀fọ̀ ni tó ti fẹ́ ṣe ni.
Ẹ tí mọ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan.
So àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ káńdì. Wọ́n fẹ́ má bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé ìmọ̀ káńdì.
Àbí lákàáyé fẹ́ bá bàbá Mohbad. Káwọ̀ ká sọ̀rọ̀.
Hello, àná mi. Káńdì lórúkọ ẹ̀. Rí ni ẹ wá lọ́mí àti àdírẹ́sì. Ẹ̀yin bọ̀sì. Àná mi. Ẹ̀yin bọ̀sì.
Sister Tremmie.
Ẹ̀yin bọ̀sì. Àná mi ni kẹ má bu ohun mọ́ ẹ tún bú àná mi láìkẹ́ o.
Pálápà náà yín dànù. Ọgọ́ wọn bí ọgọ́ ọmọdé yẹn.
Láti lè jẹ Pamso, ṣé o gbé tún ti ń fẹ́ jẹ́ẹ̀tì síwájú orúkọ yín sì ni?
Ṣé pálápà dá yín mọ̀ ni? Ọ̀rọ̀ ti lọ lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ ti fẹ́ lówó kéèsì àwọn ọ̀dọ́ ń change orúkọ.
Ẹ jẹ́ kó tiẹ̀ fi sí ọmọ ìtẹ̀mú wọn ní àwọn agent Pamso. Ẹ jẹ́ kó change ọtí máa mú wọn ní.
Àti Tẹ́mi tó ń sọ fún gbogbo wọn gbà yẹn pé ẹ má bùjò sí bàbá Liam ní kẹ́ face. Àbábá gbà lọ́sùn àbábá gbà lọ́sùn tù yìí sí àbí 300 million àbí kíní.
Ẹgbọ́n òun náà ti bínú yìí, náà ti lọ fi, wọ́n ti release defamation suit ti Wùmí náà, wọ́n ti release ẹ̀ síta. Kí ló tẹ gbé pamọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀?
Ẹ máa gbọ́
àti wọn síta, wọ́n ti ní pé tí wàá fi tàwọn ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ báyìí torí Ọlọ́run.
Bọ́ sísá tó kí wọ́n kọ́ máa wù fún wọn. Kò sí ìkankan tó bòdì nínú wọn láti wá kánà.
Àwọn ò no bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wá bá ti tọ̀dọ̀ wọn jẹ́ ìyẹn wá ní kó má gbé.
Ó ti lọ kẹ́sì tá ti gbé tọ̀dọ̀ wọn ní kíkà yóò tí ẹ̀ ṣe
àwọn gbé wọ́n lọ sílé kan. Wọ́n lọ yẹ́ lábẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀dì tó máa ń tọ́jú bàbá.
Ẹ̀yin lè wá pa àwọn pípù yìí.
Lẹ́yìn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ sóńtọ́ ti yà sórí ẹ̀, wọ́n lọ wú jáde.
Ẹ dúró náà. Látọ̀ sí kéènì.
Kéètò ń gbàdúrà mo sọ fún yín pé tàbá bá kíní ẹ̀jẹ̀ mọ́ ọ lọ́wọ́ sùn á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ké. Kẹ́rì pé mo parọ́ ni. Mo sọ fún yín pé a máa tó bàjẹ́ mọ́ ọ lọ́wọ́. Ẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbé jáde ẹ máa kà á pé fún ìyá yín àgàgà tó bá tutù kó.
Una go explain tire. No evidence.
Ta ló fẹ́ kà á fún wọn báyìí torí Ọlọ́run?
Àmọ́ tí Baby Oliver ti máa ń ṣe, ó máa lọ copy and paste ẹ̀ sórí péèjì ẹ̀. Àwọn èèyàn àwọn tó bá fẹ́ kà wọ́n máa lọ kà wọ́n máa kà á. Ọ̀pá tọkàn ìpè ló máa padà ṣe. Lúkú elétè pọ̀ mọ́. 24 hours Lúkú á fi bá wọn kà. Á dẹ̀ fẹ́ ìjà tó kú mbẹ̀. Òun àti Yankuli, àwọn tó máa kà á nìyẹn. Yankuli fọ́tán. Àwọn tó máa kà á nìyẹn.
definitely ó ká wọn lára kí ní kẹ wá kàńtà yá pé wọn gbé jáde fáwọn tí wọn gbé jáde fáwọn tí wọn fẹ́ kọ́ mọ nǹkan táwọn sùn sí ọ tí wàá gbọ́ tẹ ká lọ́sẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ pé ó ká wọn lára ní ìyá ẹ bá ti kọ́ síbẹ̀ pé please don't take this out ẹ ti kọ́ sí ọwọ́ ìsàlẹ̀ ẹ ti máa ń tètè bínú jù nǹkan kékeré ẹ̀jẹ̀ bá máa bínú àti gbàgbé pé ẹ kì í lọ́tọ̀ fáwọn sọ̀pọ́tà yín ẹ máa
bá àbáka ẹ sunkún ẹ láàkà.
no irọ́ ẹ̀yin lẹ ṣe nǹkan tí ò dáa o ẹ mọ̀ pé kí nǹkan báyìí wọn kì í fi àwọn supporters wọn wọn fẹ́ kọ́ mọ fún bídíkì àwọn ní sàlẹ̀sàlẹ̀ báyìí kọ́ tẹ́ ṣe
ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ àwọn èyí tó bá ń kẹ́nu yín kọ́ fún wọn fídà.
ẹ̀yin àná wa káńdì mo máa bẹ̀ jà o
ẹ máa nọ káńdì o
a ní kọ́ máa bínú jù ṣe bọ́ọ̀rọ̀ ló yẹ kẹ́ sáré sọ fún wa ní kí wọ́n tó wá o ẹ má bínú o
ẹ yóò rẹ àwọn olùgbẹ̀bẹ̀.
sista tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣe máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ ti pa àkọ́ lánàá wa tẹ̀bí kan tí ẹ̀dá ìdíkẹ́ bá ń pọ́ mọ́ nìyẹn.
Bọ̀dọ̀ lórí burúkú olójú ta ẹ̀.
Nígbà tí ẹni bò ń gbọ́ ọmọ lánàá ojú mi kọ́kọ́ blọ́ọ̀rì mọ́ kọ́ òpó kìíkà má bá lọ má bá bọ̀. Lágàtà ni mo bú ní bọ́lá láti ṣe ń bú mi lágàtà ló kó sí mi lọ́wọ́ lánàá.
Mi ò mọ̀ ní ọ̀rọ̀. Èmi kò fẹ́ fún wọn jẹ́ yìí.
Steam ẹ ló bá rí pàṣípì òun ló bá sọ tèmi ọmọ mi tán ló wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ. Bá mi ká ọmọ mi kò lọ ṣe DNA.
Èèyàn tí ẹ yóò gidi bímọ fún.
Mo ní sára yín ya ṣe lọ ọmọ yìí wò ló wà lọ mo tún ṣeré gẹ̀gẹ̀. Dá mi lóhùn ẹjẹ play orin love fún tèmi is my best ra Lagata.
Síbo.
Tó bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí play orin ìfẹ́ tó tọ́ o.
Could this be love o?
No, funny love you dey play me o. I wonder how you dey do this o. If your love no go gree make I carry you. I can die you. Báyìí Lagata ti ta. Àwọn comment section mi. Bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn yẹn ń sọ lóní tèmi tó ní platform gan. Ẹ̀rí pàjọ́ ń ṣeré rẹ̀ gàgà.
Olóòbùkú.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sọ orí mi dìde.
Oko
kejì. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló wà avoid the comment ṣọ́ọ̀bì. Ló wà avoid the comment ṣọ́ọ̀bì.
Àtẹ̀tẹ̀ bó ṣe kó sọ́wọ́ nìyẹn.
Odòtì.
Abatẹ.
Láàrin
1 second. Because change the
ó ṣe fótó.
Ó l'accident straight.
Ó lárí mọ́ ni. Olóògùn olóṣù.
Ó lárí.
Ìfàánú olùdépẹ ló fi pàyà yẹn. Títà tẹ́mi èpè ló fi pàyà ẹ̀.
All of my farms in sin people are paying no me and you no get cost successful and we get normal because gbogbo ṣe ń send picture mi kiri gbogbo ẹ̀ ló dọ́wọ́ mi tó ń sọ tèmi mi ò ṣe tèmi mi ò ń dá picture mi ò ń ṣe kíní kan so I don take
ó ti ṣe gbogbo ó ti gbàgbé gbogbo
ó ti ní nǹkan tó ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi tẹ́lẹ̀ so me I just dey overlook am so no worry now no wahala now I mean Adelami person come for me proper come proper jáde tán wà náà yẹn ká máa pé mo tiẹ̀ máa ráyè ẹ̀ lánàá màá ní lọ́dún ní kí n lọ sùn ní jẹ́ kó sí mi lá.
Ọlọ́run la fún jẹ́.
Sábàtà kan sá wọlé wọ́n sá bọ́ta nígbà tó rí pé wíwọlé àwọn kò ṣe jẹ́ ni.
Òun ni mò ń gbọ́ tí mo fi sùn lánàá ọ̀gbà kan pílì ẹ̀ sí yọ̀yọ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ nínú
ìgbà tó wá ṣe tán ló wá ní àwọn tèmi gan-an wọ́n ti everybody ti sá lọ àwọn tèmi gan sá lọ ńgbà tó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ti sùn mí. Iṣẹ́ wọn kàn sí mò ń bó ṣe wá nìyẹn.